Well, howdy, howdy, howdy. What's going on, everyone? We got a jam-packed day, and Thor wants to play. Back here somewhere. Man. There's so many things to talk about. We're gonna be hopping into the BioShock 2 Speedrun Explained video that came out today by Mr. Tomato Anus. Much like we did for the first BioShock run, we'll watch through this one. I probably won't have as much to say in commentary for 2 because it's a little bit different as 1. I don't have as much time into the game. It's not quite as broken. I'm a little bit more caught up on the route than I was for 1 when it came out, so we'll see how long this goes. I think the first video was like an hour-long video, and I talked for 2.5 hours. So we'll see what's going on. Howdy, howdy. Before we hop into that, though, a couple things to say. The Rise of the Tomb Raider speedrun PB we got the other night, the 11108's up on YouTube, and the Slime Rancher 2 playthrough that we did. I'll be going up later today on YouTube. If you want to go sub to mine, you can do so. Trying to focus a little bit more on that front as things go. And then on my other channel, the VOD channel, all of the streams that needed to be exported and stuff are scheduled out and everything's good. Those are scheduled out for literally the next month. So if you've missed any VODs, or any streams I say, and want to go back and watch the uncut raw VODs, those will go out 1 a day until it catches up, which, like I said, it's a month delayed at this point, but yeah, you know, always great content dropping every day. Let's go on Stitch, Mighty Sandwich, The Edge of Dawn, Solar, Roto, everyone else. Howdy, howdy. Blair, hello, hello. Also, because it is September, and Twitch actually made a decent September promotion for the last couple days of it. All gifted subs are currently 25% off. So I thought, hey, you know what? We've been slacking a little bit on the sub department since the subathon. I'll match up to the first 100 gifted. After that, I won't match, but do a little matching, you know? We get a little oil flowing. September surprise. Sheesh. Thought I had something else to say. I think I do, but I can't honestly remember what it is. Oh, we also have some Apex later with the friends. Oh my god. Sheesh. Let the oil flow. There's the other alert. Just waiting for it. But we'll have like alerts pause during the video because I don't want alerts going off over top of over Tomato's hard work, or what I'm talking about, so we'll have stuff paused, and if any subs get gifted during our little watch party, then we'll take care of it afterwards. Let's see. A man at his word. Whoa. Oh, where's my webcam? What? Oh, right. I redid this scene. Right. There we are. There we are. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, you know, if you want to sub to the channel as well or gift some subs, help people avoid those pesky ads, you can do so. Like I said, all gifted subs are currently 25% off. I think new subs are 30% off. I don't know. Or you might have a Twitch Prime. It's a possibility. Let me get this screen capped real quick. I think this is set up for full screen. Right. Let's see. It is, well, no, actually it's cropped a bit. Oh, it is set up for full screen, but it's cropped. That'll be fine. Will it? I say that, but wait, if I do this. No. Wait. Yes. No. Yes, no. Maybe. I thought I had something else. Important news to drop. Maybe I was just thinking on that in advance. Oh, Thor left. Oh no, Thor left. Oh, the plan for tomorrow is to at least try to stream Tomb Raider Legends, the first game, right? We'll see how that goes. If it as bad as Anniversary, we might scrap it, do something else, but at least that's the plan. All right, let me go ahead and mute alerts. So if anything gets gifted during the thing, then take care of it afterwards. Should be a pretty decently long stream tonight. Should be a fun time all around. Get a little water. Oh, it's so quiet without alerts and music. Oh my god. Twisting the lettuce. Wait, is this... No, is this cap? This is cut off. Is that gonna be a problem? Oh, where's my mouse? Oh,
my name's...
Hello. Yeah, it's a little bit. All right. Go here, and then it should... I don't know. It's gonna bother me. Hold on. Game unprepared. Streamer is unprepared. How dare I? There we go. I think we're good. I think we're good to go. We're here to watch Tomato Anus's How Speedrunners Beat BioShock 2 in under 50 minutes. The speedrun explained. We did this for BioShock 1 and it was a fun time. Give some insight on it. If you guys don't know, if we go here to the Speed Demos archive page, it's a little cut off because I don't feel like screen capping it. But I started picking this game back up and speedrunning it in March of 2013. Was the first time I even started looking into it. Back on STA, a site that nobody uses anymore. So I've been running it close to almost 10 years in a couple months, 9.5 years, playing this game on and off. The route has changed significantly over time. Initially when I started picking it up, I think I see in here the time was a 2:13:46, which we're under 50 minutes now. That's also in-game time versus real time, which is not a whole lot. It's usually about 10 minutes, give or take. But yeah, credits to a lot of the people early on. One of the big finders of tricks in this game is Pabalaz. He found a lot of stuff once I started picking it up. Early runners like Cortez, Exploding Cabbage, and some others in here did a great job of laying down a base route for finding stuff. Pabalaz came and put in a lot of tricks that we know today. And then obviously with the corpse flinging splicer stuff that KPC found. Oh, that's also opened up the door for a lot of new skips in the run. So shout outs to those guys. Pretty cool. I believe I'm 100% correct in saying this, that the gameplay that we're going to be watching is from KPC, who also did the run for 1 and holds the record for 2 currently, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not going to look it up, but I'm just going to assume he still holds the record because nobody has beaten him. So yeah, we'll hop into this. See what gets explained, see if maybe I'd explain things differently. Probably not. KPC has a really good understanding of things, especially in the route nowadays. All that good stuff. So let's see what Mr. Tomato Anus has to say. Also, 41 jumps down my throat like, oh, you're stealing his views. I've talked to Tomato about this. We did it for 1 as well. I made sure, hey, want to make sure you're cool with it, not stepping on any toes, and he's given me permission to do this and watch it along with all you fine folks. So, get off my back. Let's see.
Tomato Anus, also known as Dinky Joe Johnson, and this is a segmented any % speedrun of BioShock 2. This run is performed by KPC Zombie, the current world record holder for this category.
Hey, I was right.
Helped me write the script for this video to make sure it's all as accurate as possible, but also was the runner who helped me make the video on this channel covering the any % run of the original BioShock. That video is in no way required reading before watching this one, but the games are super similar mechanically, so there is a fair bit of information overlap. If you haven't watched that video, you'll be totally fine with understanding the contents of this video. If you'd prefer to watch either this any % run of BioShock 2 without commentary or KPC's current world record, they're both linked in the description. With this being any %, glitches are allowed, so if that isn't your cup of tea, I've linked the current glitchless record in the description as well, which, fun fact, KPC holds the record for too. Also worth noting is that this is a run of the original 2010 release and not the 2016 remaster, since there are a few glitches that either don't work or are much harder in the remaster. So the plot setup for BioShock 2 is that I
will say this has nothing to do with BioShock 2 the run at all, but the last video, the BioShock 1 speedrun explained video, once that came out, I got back into the run with a new trick in Apollo Square because I thought that was really cool and wanted to work on it and get a better time, ultimately leading me to get a sub 30 myself. But then like 3 new tricks were implemented into the run to save more time after that video came out, so it's already outdated, which I think that came out in June. Maybe it'll happen with BioShock 2 as well. Probably not, but it could definitely use some tricks.
We play as Subject Delta, the first Big Daddy to successfully pair bond with a little sister, and her name is Eleanor. In 1958, around 2 years before the events of the first game, Delta and Eleanor are romping around Rapture and harvesting Adam when they're attacked by a group of splicers. Delta fights off most of them before getting hit by a hypnotized plasmid, which is when a woman named Sophia Lamb shows up. She reveals that Eleanor is her daughter, and she forces Delta to put a pistol to his head and pull the trigger. Fast forward 10 years to 1968, 8 years after the events of the first game, and Delta is revived at a Vita chamber and begins receiving telepathic messages from Eleanor pleading for help.
Oh, spoilers.
Now in control of Rapture, and something that exists now are Big Sisters, who are first-generation little sisters who have grown up, are highly aggressive, and can use plasmids they absorbed from gathering as a child. Big Sisters are sent out to coastlines along the Atlantic by Sophia to kidnap little girls and turn them into new little sisters, but I think that Delta might have something to say about that. Alright, with all that covered, let's get into previously on
Oh god, I'm so scared.
Honestly, you did great. Huh, that jacket must have been a time machine.
Little ad read.
Great. Huh. This jacket
Damn,
must be a time machine.
Nice jacket.
Me, sire.
How do you know what a time machine is?
My cousin owned one before he died.
Oh, what was his name?
Eric.
I don't know why I asked what his name was and not yours. That was really rude. I'm gonna pretend you mentioned NordVPN and talk at you about them now.
Okay.
NordVPN is a VPN that protects your internet connection and privacy online, especially
Whoa.
for gaming, and they recently launched the threat protection feature.
I don't know what any
It's a
of
feature
that.
you enable on the app that blocks malicious websites, malware, trackers, and intrusive ads, even if you're not connected to a VPN server at the time. With Nord, you can also do a double VPN, so people will think you're in Hong Kong
it's bright.
when you're actually
It's a
in
really bright
Taiwan,
screen.
when you're actually
My eyes.
in the US.
What is B and US?
You can also game securely with Nord without affecting latency, and you can get a 2-year plan plus 4 months free by going to nordvpn.com/tomatoanus. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee.
Go
My
on,
eyes.
whereist?
Go to nordvpn.com/tomatoanus. 2-year plan with 4 months free.
Huh?
Oh, I forgot. I want to just link the video in chat so you guys can go and like it and comment and watch it yourself. I forgot to do that. That's the other thing I want to do. I knew I had the link somewhere. There you go.
Hey, what year is it, by the way?
Why, sire, the year 'tis be 1312.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So to begin,
Can't believe that actually happened.
He chooses to start a new game, skips the intro cutscene, and then sits through the around 20-second cutscene of Delta waking up, with the run officially starting when we gain control. A lot of runners use a pre-made save of right when you gain control to skip the 20-second cutscene, but KPC doesn't mind it since it's not too long. When he gains control, he's going to jump while moving.
Yeah, it's also a thing I've never done. Like, it's so short and you skip it anyways. Like, I'm just too lazy to make a save right there.
To through the water in front of him since it's faster to jump through water than wade, and he'll then use his drill to break some coral. In this game we play as a big daddy, so we have a drill as our default melee weapon, which you can swing to attack by clicking your mouse, or you can drill to attack by holding down your mouse, but doing that drains your fuel, which you can see in the bottom left corner. After hopping on the railing to cut this corner and then drilling some more coral, KPC will crouch under a fallen pillar and hang a right into the next room, which is a room with a pool in it, where he'll grab an audio diary along the left side of the room. In the room after the pool room, he's going to be approaching a Gatherer's Garden machine to get the Electrobolt plasmid when Eleanor will pop on screen doing an impression of Angel from Borderlands. You're unable to interact with anything during her message, but KPC will do something called an audio skip. By pressing T to play his newest
I can't tell necessarily if these are the super low graphics that I also use, or if they'll mention it at all. But at least the way I do it, if you watch my speedruns, the game looks really bad in speedruns, not for FPS. You actually don't want high FPS in this run at all because it makes physics props work a lot worse, which nowadays isn't too big of a thing, but it was when you had to do the theater skip. Is that what it's called? I don't even remember what it's called anymore. But that was really awful to do at high frame rate. But you play at low graphics because anything medium or high will cause the game to crash pretty consistently, especially in certain spots of the game. Yeah, theater skip. So it's like we play on low graphics just because we like literally have to, not because we want to. The game looks pretty decent at high graphics still. Also, Thor's back. Bonus content.
Red audio diary. That newest audio diary plays and cuts off whatever messages were already playing.
Okay, I didn't want to cut them off. Okay.
Going to be approaching a Gatherer's Garden machine to get the Electrobolt plasmid when Eleanor will pop on screen doing an impression of Angel from Borderlands. You're unable to interact with anything during her message, but KPC will do something called an audio skip. By pressing T to play his newest unread audio diary, that newest audio diary plays and cuts off whatever messages were already playing, like Eleanor's Angel message, and activates any flags or triggers tied to the original message that was playing that got cut off. Audio skips are everywhere in the run, so get used to them or get lost. Sorry, that was really rude and aggressive.
Get out.
KPC interacted with the Gatherer's Garden to receive the Electrobolt plasmid after skipping Eleanor's Angel message. Electrobolt lets him instantly charge people's phones, and getting it also puts him into this cutscene where we get our first up-close glimpse of a big sister who comes along to yoink this little sister after she tells us to find Eleanor. Finding Eleanor is our main goal for the game from the outset, and over the span of 9 locations that serve as levels, we'll traverse Rapture and try to find.
Yeah, I think I did this for. I looked at it before. Technically, there's a first part as well, like the level you're in. Which does it have a name, or is this Adonis? Wait, this is Adonis. No, it's not. Yeah, there's a level 0. This is Adonis? No, then what's the next one? Oh, that is Atlantic. I'm stupid. Okay, yeah. I guess I was considering Atlantic was 2 different ones. And I've always called this Inner Persephone, and it like technically is because you have Outer and you go to Inner Persephone, but I think the game just calls it Persephone. I don't think it actually has the Inner qualifier to it. Not that it matters, but hey, you know, checks out.
Find her. After the cutscene, KPC immediately uses lightning with his hands to open the door that shut behind the big sister. After following the path back to the pool room where he picked up the audio diary, he'll 2-piece a splicer blocking a control panel which he'll then shock before turning his attention to another splicer in the room that he 2-pieces as well. He then has to wait for a door to open, but when it does, he'll follow the path and go through another door where he'll immediately shock the water in the room to kill the 2 splicers in it before hopping through the water himself to the left side of the room.
At last, a signal. You who are bringing this dead city to
I will say some of the stuff that we do is not required. It's just we do it because we don't want to deal with the splicers. So
Diary, he'll 2-piece.
You have to kill this splicer to activate the machine here. You'll see it glows up once you kill him.
Panel, which he'll then shock.
And this is the only thing that opens the door. You shoot this and it's on a timer. We don't have to kill the other splicer. We just kill this one to do that.
His attention to another splicer in the room that he 2-pieced to another door.
Sometimes that splicer just runs away and it's fine.
To kill the 2 splicers in it before hopping through the
and the same for like killing the splicers coming up. It also doesn't matter, but it's just better not to deal with them if you can.
water himself to the left side of the room.
At last, a signal. You who are bringing this dead city to life, listen.
There he'll run up a small set of stairs and grab the rivet gun. This game's equivalent to our pistol in the first game, and as soon as the nearby doors open, he'll again go through and take out a splicer on the other side, grabbing some Eve hypo in the process. He then goes through this door to enter a cutscene where we properly meet a big sister for the first time and learn just what they're capable of. The game wants to establish them as a formidable mini-boss like Big Daddies in the first game, so you're forced to fight this big sister and lose. Rather than struggle in vain and waste resources just to lose the fight, KPC is going to stand by a door and dodge the fireballs the sister shoots at him.
Oh,
which causes
spoilers.
the fire to hit the door and set it ablaze. He'll then run into that fire over and over to quickly get down to 1 HP, which, worth mentioning, if you have more than 1 HP and take damage that would kill you, your health instead lowers to 1 HP and you're given a few seconds of invincibility before you're then able to take damage again and die. That's how it works normally, at least. In this fight, you're just not able to die in general due to the rules of the encounter, and that's what prevents the death here, but the invincibility for a few seconds normally kicks in when you get down to 1 HP otherwise. This door is actually the door.
Yeah, so he did explain that you just can't die in this area. And I explained this for BioShock 1 as well. It's really tricky with the invincibility frames because it's once per life, and not just every time you get down to 1 HP. So if you get down to 1 HP, you have invincibility frames for a certain bit, and then you can't die for that time. You're invincible. It's invincibility frames. But if you've activated those iframes, which is short for invincibility frames, and then you heal back up, so you don't die and you heal back up, when you get back down to 1 HP, you do not have those invincibility frames again, and you will just die. So if you're running through this and you activate those iframes and you use them and you heal back up and you forget that you healed up and use those, and you're going to do a death warp, typically death warps you set up by getting down to that 1 HP pretty safely before you get to the spot where you want to death warp, and then you get there and die. So it's super fast, super instant. You'll go to set it up, but you're not in the right spot because you're still getting there, and you'll die and waste a whole bunch of time. Which is kind of unfortunate, but this run doesn't death warp as much as it used to. But this area and a lot of cutscene heavy areas do not let you actually die. The first game's kind of like this as well. Even if you bind the suicide console command to a button, if you press that, normally it just zaps all your health and you die. If you're in those areas, not even that will work. The game's just like, nope, you're just not going to die here.
Door the sister breaks open after defeating you, so here KPC body blocks the sister into the door so she can't run away after coming in close to melee attack. That way she's already at the door and doesn't need to run to it from across the room when we lose the fight. This lets us leave the room immediately with her, meaning we get to see a second big sister pop out from the right here, since the devs didn't expect us to be leaving the combat room so quickly. In this room is a huge glass wall that a big sister is about to break, causing water to rush in that's scripted to push you backwards from where you're looking. KPC immediately looks left when he gains control here so that he's pushed to the right, since that's the direction he'll need to head after he regains control. The pushback isn't pretty, like you swirl all around, and because of it, he has to constantly adjust where he's looking until Delta flips upside down, which is when you can relax and just drift back. Doing this ends you up around 3 to 4 seconds farther up the walking path than where you'd start otherwise. We're now at the first seafloor.
Yeah, that navigating the pushback in the water as you're spinning around is so tricky that unless you really, really, really understand what you need to press when from a timing perspective, because it's visually you're not going to be able to tell, it's just not worth going for, because you can end up significantly further away than just letting the game take you where it wants initially. So it's like if you know what you're doing really well, then it's fine to do that. Otherwise, just don't even bother, because it's going to be a big waste of time.
Floor segment of the game where you run around in your Big Daddy suit outside of Rapture. This walk specifically serves the purpose of being our introduction to Rapture as a sprawling city, like how we were in the first game on the entry bathysphere ride. Rather than observe it from the inside of a bathysphere though, we get a walk around and look at Rapture, with us being intended to take in the marvel of the city when we approach a cliff face up ahead on the left and get our first good look at the city as a whole. Throughout this entire underwater running segment, KPC again jumps constantly, with it being slightly faster than just running the whole time. Over the span of all this running, the constant jumping saves around 5 seconds. As we make our way to the end of the level, something worth calling out is the textures in this game. As you can tell, they don't look too great right now, but that's not because it's a poorly aged game. That fact is entirely up to debate, and I'll let you all do that in the comments, but the reason why it looks so bad in this video is because KPC has to do runs of the game with the texture detail setting set to medium. This is because the game crashes a lot, and for some reason having your texture detail set to medium causes it to crash a lot less than playing on low or high. So here KPC just entered an airlock.
I think this is on low. I'm pretty sure these textures are low. And because at least for me, it's medium or high that crashes it, not low. So I don't know if maybe KPC has a different setup where medium works for him, or these are actually medium graphics, but it looks low to me, at least. Not exactly sure on that detail, but hey, they touched on it. I think the game on high graphics still holds up pretty damn well. Personally,
Interacted with a lever to drain the water from it and end the level, wrapping up Adonis Luxury Resort and bringing him to Atlantic Express. At the start of this level, a character from the previous game named Tenenbaum is going to try to talk—
low graphics with medium model detail, maybe. That's a possibility. I think I just have everything set to low.
Talk to us via radio, and KPC is going to perform an audio skip by pressing T to play an audio diary on the exact same frame that the radio message starts, which he times out with a visual cue on the door in front of him. The visual cue is when the tip of the arrow pointing up on the door crosses the top of the screen and out of frame. This doesn't just skip Tenenbaum's message, but breaks and skips all the messages for the full level. It's called a full level audio skip, and it isn't the easiest thing to do since it's frame perfect, but the setup makes it manageable, and runners will typically either make a quick save right beforehand that they can load if they fail, or just load the autosave from the start of the level. So here KPC grabs—
I will say one thing that I talked to KPC about this way back when he was making this, because I knew this was in the works for some time now. But we'll get to the harder tricks and stuff. Shout outs to KPC for doing these basically like, it's a segmented run, so it's not just one solid run. It's not his record or anything. But I believe the way he did it is he didn't use any saves during the levels at all. So like every level is start to finish one segment. And some of those are not easy, as we'll see, especially when we get to like Fontaine Futuristic. So shout outs to suffering through that process for this video.
The hack tool. He uses this to shoot remote hack darts to hack things like doors and vending machines, and rather than a pipe puzzle, hacking in this game is as simple—
Well, you can make fun of the names being simplistic, diary skips, full level diary skips, whatever, but it explains exactly what it is. Instead of things like Gunny McGunface, right? You're like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't know. It's a funny name, but it doesn't tell me what the fuck it is. You know, like, it's simplistic. We don't call it, I don't know, super fun, super message. Like, oh, what a fun trick that is. No, it skips diaries. It's a diary skip. Boom, easy. Oh, we're flying through the air. It's prop flying. Well, banana skip is pretty good. Okay.
is pressing E while the needle passes through a green or blue zone.
I think as far as glitches go, it should be pretty simplistic in the name of it. I think when it comes to runners or maybe like a specific strat, like banana skip or something, you can have a little bit more fun with it. Because you can't be like, oh, it's that one weird geometry skip thing that looks like a banana. It's like, no, it's just banana skip. You know, you jump on the thing that's yellow and shaped like a banana. Or if it's like, oh, it's the BT skip, it's the skip that he found. But glitches are usually more simplistic in naming of what it does. It's like this glitch does one specific thing. Not just like it. I don't know.
Here, KP.
It's easier to describe an action with a name than it is to describe like a location of a map. I don't know.
PC is going to jump as the hanging submarine falls so that
doesn't matter
when it lands so his screen won't shake as badly, and then he grabs some money that's on the left here. We'll be using money later on in the run to purchase more drill fuel from vending machines. So he just pulled a lever and immediately walked to the back of the room and looked at all the TV screens. Pulling the lever gets him stuck in the room for a bit to listen to messages on the TVs, which start playing on their own after 10 seconds. But the TVs are tied to a look trigger, meaning that they activate when we look at them, so by backing up and looking at the TVs how KPC did, the messages started playing right away. This message is from Sophia Lamb, Eleanor's mother, the person who's in control of Rapture, and this game's Andrew Ryan, but there isn't really anything for us to do while this message plays out. The only thing KPC can really do at the moment is prepare for what's to come, which he'll do by looking left and positioning himself in that direction. The message is going to end soon, and after that, in about 33 seconds, the floor will give out from beneath him, and by standing to the left, he'll land as close to the direction he needs to head as possible.
I'm just going to say this strat, we're going to call it BT strat because I found this. Naming it right now as of September 27th, 2022. Because yeah, when you drop down into the water, the game like turns you 90 degrees counterclockwise. So from where he's looking now, he needs to be facing 180. So you just turn left from here, turn another 90 degrees. And you just like stand as far into the corner as you possibly need to, and you're fine. Also, to touch on it, you do the full level diary skip and a couple different levels. And while that skips all of the diary stuff, it doesn't skip the timers that may be tied along to it. So like we skipped the messages here, but we didn't skip just the nature of waiting because that's not tied to it. It's just a timer running. That happens in a couple other places as well. Even if you skip the message, you may still have to wait, but you're waiting for less. This is another spot where you can't actually die.
Worth noting is that despite taking a bunch of damage from this part, you cannot die here, and the game actually gives us back full health by the time
Rewatched.
it returns after going away when we fall. The area he'll land is underwater, so again, he'll jump as he moves. Near the start, he'll purposely hit his head on an overhead pipe, shortening his jump and pushing him down. This times and spaces out his jump so that he doesn't get caught on anything, and also so that he lands right at where he needs to crouch to progress. Coincidentally, this is actually what KPC's name stands for, Kiboshed Progress, Crouch. When he exits the water just up here, he's going to hang a right and a left, where he'll grab a hacking dart, some money, and a singular sardine that's laying around in the chaos.
I don't know if that's true.
Take a right into a room where another Eleanor Angel message will play, which KPC will jump just before so that he travels farther into the room while the game takes away his controls like he just failed his middle school biology test. He's not able to perform an audio skip with this message like the one earlier, and the full level audio skip doesn't affect this message since it's more akin to a cutscene than a radio message. This is why KPC's best route of attack is just the jump he did to get farther into the room so he has less distance to run when he gets control back. Here KPC tells Eleanor that he prefers one-ply toilet paper, causing her to run away in the cutscene to end, letting him interact with the telekinesis plasmid in front of him, which gives him the ability to, telekinesis things. If you watched our video covering the original BioShock, then you already know what's coming, and trust me, it's even more insane in this game than that game, but it's gonna be a bit before we get to do the thing. Just hang on, it'll be worth the wait when we get there. After hitting a trigger that closed a big door, KPC uses telekinesis here to remove a pipe from the gears and open the door. While he runs around, you'll see KPC.
So theoretically, you can actually skip that door, or the door closing. If you get high enough in the air to go over the trigger, even though we have telekinesis and we could do the thing, it's just not worth it. Like the time it would take to set up and skip over it would take longer than skipping the pipe. Also to mention, maybe I'll touch on this, telekinesis got severely nerfed between the two games for combat. It's still really, really useful for picking stuff up, but it uses more Eve when you throw something. So like throwing dead bodies and big obstacles or big objects at enemies takes a lot more. And you just burn through Eve really, really fast. And it also doesn't do the same sort of damage that it does in 1. So for combat reasons, it's not super great, which is why we use like grenades and Winter Blast later on and things like the drill and Electrobolt early on for combat, which is kind of unfortunate. That we have to go through that whole process and make things a lot smoother if we could just use telekinesis, but it's still useful for picking stuff up because just picking stuff up from far away does not use any Eve. So if you pick it up and like collect it, it's basically like a free use.
You use telekinesis to grab things lying around like Eve Hypo and money, with money management being a big part of the run for making sure you have enough to purchase fuel later from vending machines. After using barrels to clear out splicers, he'll run into an elevator which only begins heading up after you've pressed the button and turn around to face the elevator door. The game normally locks you in place and slowly turns you around on its own, but you can still look around after pressing the button, so KPC turned around quickly on his own to get the elevator moving earlier.
Oh, is he going to do the trick here?
To grab a small item from the room as the elevator began heading up, which in this run ended up being a splicer's mask. KPC will repeatedly grab the mask, put it above himself, and drop it on his head to nudge himself. He'll do this over and over to slowly move over to the exit of the elevator and stick out of the door. He can't fall out by doing this, so he doesn't have to worry about going too far. When the elevator then approaches the top, KPC's head will collide with the ledge above him, which will push him down through the elevator floor and cause him to fall to his death down the elevator shaft. This will cause him to respawn at a VOD chamber in the level that's on the upper floor right next to where the elevator arrives, skipping the end of the ride and saving around 3 seconds overall. This is called a death warp. When you die in this game, you respawn at a nearby VOD chamber without losing any progress, with there being at least 2 chambers per level. Death warps abuse this and save on walking time by deliberately dying to respawn across the level. So when he gets moving out of the VOD chamber, KPC will grab some nearby trap rivets, which he'll be using in a moment.
This strat, I don't know if KPC does this a lot in runs, but most people don't go for hatch strats because it's only a 3-second time saver. And it's a lot of work to do for such a minimal time save. I think it can even like end up costing you time if you take too long to grab something down below.
After going through this door and a second one up ahead, he's going to grab a trash can with telekinesis, which he'll then throw at a splicer that he'll shoot afterwards to kill. In the first BioShock, telekinesis one-shots pretty much everything, but the devs realized how OP it was and nerfed it in this game. After killing the splicer, KPC approached the high school concession stand, which much to my dismay is out of Spino bars, but the parent volunteering at the stand for tonight's game is actually Bridget Tenenbaum, the person who discovered Adam and created the Little Sisters. Half of this cutscene is unskippable.
I don't know, that looks Play-Doh mode to me. Maybe it looks a little bit better. To me, this looks the same as what I play on. So, maybe I'm wrong, and it's not like too big of a difference between low and medium, but I'm pretty sure this is low.
Dialogue tied to Tenenbaum's animations and movements, while there's a second half that are messages from Sophia Lamb. We have to watch the Tenenbaum part since the full level audio skip doesn't skip her dialogue, but the Sophia Lamb part of the cutscene is entirely skipped. After this cutscene, we're thrown into a combat encounter where there's 2 tunnels the splicers spawn in, one on the right and one on the left, with KPC laying down the trap rivets from earlier in the tunnel on the right, clearing out the first of 3 waves. He'll then take out wave 2 in the left tunnel with an explosive canister and positions himself behind a pillar while doing so security camera doesn't see him and spawn security bots. Wave 3 can spawn from either tunnel, so after assessing that they aren't coming from the left tunnel, KPC throws some explosive canisters in the tunnel on the right, clearing out the final wave. This wraps up this level, and we can now board the tram that's here and activate the lever to ride it to the next level, Ryan Amusements. There, the only reason our tram ride will stop is because the tunnel to the next level is blocked by a bunch of ice. The level has a frame-perfect full-level audio skip as well, but it happens around 15 seconds after the level starts.
How much do you prioritize time savers reproducibility? It really depends on the run or the game, and then also what kind of time you're really going for. I mean, reproducibility is usually the way to go until a certain threshold, and then time save takes priority. Like, unless you're really pushing for a really solid time, the time save has to be a pretty massive one. Especially if the reproducibility starts to dip. Like, if you get it 1 out of every 5 tries, the time save has to be really high. If it's, you get it 1 out of every 2 times, then the time save can be lower, right? So if it's like a 3-second time save versus you get it every 1 in every 10 runs, like, is it really worth going for at that point? Like, you can save those 3 seconds somewhere else in the run for sure, especially if it's an hour-long run. Stuff like that. If it's a 20-minute run and you need to save 3 seconds, well, okay, then it's different. Maybe that 1 in 10 is a more valid thing to go for. How far into it as well. If it's at the very beginning and you can just reset if you miss it, then you might go for it more than if it's at the very end of the run, for example. And it's also not necessarily the time save, but the risk. So if it's, you save 5 seconds, but if you mess it up, you lose 50 seconds. then reproducibility becomes a much more important thing. If it's you save 3 seconds versus no risk at all, like if you don't get it, you just can keep on going and not lose any time at all, then you might as well. So there's a lot of factors that go into it, which, as we'll get to, unless there's a new strat for it in Outer Persephone, huge risk, very low reproducibility, but massive time save. So that's why it becomes worth it. It's like it skips 7 minutes or so of optimized gameplay, but you may also lose your entire run pretty frequently.
He loads in, KPC will line up the radio of Sinclair in the bottom right corner with the yellow buttons behind it to set up his angling for the audio skip, then hold forward as he gains control and make a quick save that he'll then load. The quick save is for in case he messes up the skip and needs to retry it, that way he doesn't have to load the autosave and wait 15 seconds again. He'll load the quick save immediately after making it because this trick has 2 different timings, one for if you attempt the trick after the quick save screen and a different one for if you attempt the trick after the quick load screen, and KPC personally prefers the timing after the quick load. Right here.
So the reason why is it's based on how far into the level you've gotten for the message to activate, and if you do a quick load after the quick save, you're further in the level, so you have that extra time that was delayed between making the save and then loading said save. So it's a little bit different. KPC, he's found some setups visually that work for him. Like he has the one in the Atlantic Express. Tried learning. I've always done these just from purely a timing standpoint of like, when you gain control here, I'll walk into the door, and then once it opens, I'll make a save. Or I'll make a save like right before. I don't 100% remember. And then I just get a feel. I'll just go for it. 'Cause at this point I have like a certain understanding of like, okay, it's 2 seconds after I've walked this far or whatever. And then if I don't get it, reload. And then because you're always coming from that reload at that point, you can just change it. It's like, oh, I was a little bit late on that one, so I'm going to do it earlier this time. Oh, that one was too early, then I'll just delay and just on the run, hope you get it first try, which is what I do. If not, just adjust based on it. But I guess there's some visual settings that you can mess with.
He gains control, quick saves, quick loads, and performs the audio skip. After looting some luggage for money, KPC continues forward through the door ahead where he'll go up 2 sets of stairs. After going through the door at the top, he'll then be in the entrance hub area of the Ryan Amusements theme park. There he'll go straight to the security wing on the left, grabbing tons of money with telekinesis along the way. When he enters the security wing here, if you watch the bottom right corner, you'll see a radio message from Sinclair pop up and go away immediately thanks to the full level audio skip. Here KPC approaches the weapon upgrade station just ahead where he chooses to increase the damage of his drill. He then continues deeper into the security wing where after going down these stairs, he shoots a hacking dart through a broken window to be able to hack open the door here. This lets him go into the back room to grab a ticket to the theme park, which is needed to open a door to the rest of the level. On his way back to the theme park entrance hub, KPC is going to come across a splicer who broke into the wing's security inventory and got out a minigun for us to kindly take. It's too bad we don't have time for a Meso's minigun minute. Back in the entrance hub, a bunch of splicers are running around scrambling to find a ticket to go in the park and see the attractions, but we can ignore them and insert ours into the ticket taker here to enter the park proper. Straight ahead, we get a #1 victory royale by interacting with the Chug Jug, which gives us our first tonic upgrade of the run. This tonic is always sports boost, which makes you move slightly faster. So here KPC purposely blows through his Eve by spamming Electrobolt, since the only way to take an Eve hypo is to fully drain your Eve, which KPC wants going into a fight against a Big Daddy ahead. Grabbing the tonic here triggered another Eleanor Angel message, which KPC skipped with an audio skip. The tonic increases his drill damage, which is nice, and he's currently at an exact amount of Eve for the Big Daddy fight. This amount of Eve is perfect for throwing 2 barrels at the Big Daddy, then shocking the water KPC stands in. He baits the Big Daddy to charge into the shocked water, stunning him upon entrance, which gives KPC time to reload plasmids, then melee and shock the Big Daddy while he's in the water, causing him to take extra damage. After dealing with the Big Daddy, we adopt the Little Sister, which is kind of the conceit of the game. You're supposed to run around and adopt little sisters, who you then bring.
So the reason you do the diary skip in this level, there's not a lot of waiting around for audio, but picking up the Little Sister is a huge part of why you do it. Because once you kill the Big Daddy, there's like 2 or 3 messages that by the time you get over here have queued up and take forever to go off. And then also, I think some of the harvesting stuff later, it skips. It's not the biggest one to go for. It's not too bad of a diary just not to do. I don't know if he's going to make a joke about this being like the worst theme park ever to exist. And one other thing about this level is as far as the run goes, and it getting any faster at this point in time, this would be the level to skip. This is the one that you really don't have any way to speed it up as of right now. So we just can't melt the ice at the beginning of the level. This game, at least for a long time, was really annoying to try to break because it is really tied to progression. So like this level, to melt the ice, you have to buy Incinerate. It doesn't matter if you use Incinerate to melt the ice, but you have to do the act of buying Incinerate. But to buy Incinerate, you have to do the harvest with the little sisters. And you can't just do one harvest and then take her to the only air vent in existence. You have to go through both of those for it to become active. And to do the second harvest, you have to do the first harvest. And do the first harvest, you have to get the little sister. So like, unless you found a way to break those triggers to activate early, you just can't skip this. And that's what we thought about a lot of the levels later on, that then we just found out how to clip through walls and everything, so it became a lot faster, which is nice.
Bring to dead bodies to harvest the Atom. This is the only time in the run that doing this is forced for story purposes though. The bodies you need to harvest are set and always spawn in the same place, and in this—
So on that fact, back it up a little bit. A long time ago, and I mean years ago at this point, trying to break this level. Back it up a little bit more. If you go to the left here, I think it's the top part of this wall, you can go through, like it doesn't have any collision. So you can drop down into this lower level to get to the second body faster. But you can't interact with the second body until you've done the first harvest. Well, I think you might be able to harvest it, but you can't interact with the vent. So you have to do both regardless. You'd have to do that like Death Warp back to the start, do the first one, and then go on anyway. So it just never became useful. But like technically there is a way to skip past the first body.
Are set and always spawn in the same place, and in this level with this forced harvesting, you have 2 bodies that you need to harvest. Whenever her little sister harvests, you have to defend her from splicers that spawn as she fills up a progress bar on the left side of the screen below our health and Eve. For the 2 harvests in this level, for some reason, if you don't kill any of the splicers in the first encounter, then none spawn in the second encounter. Luckily, the only splicers that spawn in this encounter are melee splicers, and by hopping onto the rubble pile he just hopped on, the splicers can't reach KPC and they just run up to the little—
Now, I might be wrong in saying this, but I think the reason why that happens is solely for the fact of there being a cap on the amount of splicers that can spawn. So by not killing any here, you have how many, like, let's say 10 to 15 splicers spawned in. When you get to the second fight, it can't spawn any more in because it's hit that cap. Just like in Doom 2016, there's a cap of like 12 demons that can spawn at any given time. So as soon as you kill one, another will pop up, but it can't go past that cap for performance reasons. Or just like an engine limitation. I could be wrong, but I think that's the explanation behind it.
sister by zapping the splicers when they approach the—
Because sometimes you'll get to the second fight and you've accidentally killed a splicer, and you'll have one splicer come in and you kill that one, and then one shows up, which leads me to believe that's the case.
The little sister, they get distracted and run around without stopping her, letting the progress bar fill all the way up without lethal force being used at all. So on our right is a door that sparks are going to fly from in a bit as splicers attempt to cut their way through, and the door will bust open on a look trigger, meaning that it'll activate and happen once KPC looks at it. When he does that, he's going to grab the red explosive barrel near the box ahead and use it to kill some splicers that are behind the door so they don't block him when the sister finishes up harvesting in a moment. The splicers behind the door are okay to kill, with it only being the ones that spawn to mess with the sister during the harvest that we have to leave alive to make sure none spawn at the second harvest site. And killing the splicers behind the door is what KPC does best, because that's actually what his name stands for: kill potential child harmers.
Nice. Okay, now I know it's not.
Once the little
true.
sister wraps up, KPC
I'm on to
goes
you,
up to
Tomato.
him, puts her on his shoulder, and will make his way through the door where he just cleared out the splicers. He's now on his way to the next body that he has to gather Adam from, and on the ramp up ahead, a bathysphere is going to fall and kinda roll through him. The bathysphere pushes you to the left and gets you kinda stuck against the wall for a second or two, which is why KPC struggled with getting around the debris here for a moment. After going up this wood ramp, he's going to toss an exploding barrel at a splicer so that it doesn't bother him or the sister during the next gathering segment, and then he heads inside to the gathering site. Here he puts down the sister to do her thing in 2 pieces of nearby splicer that was already spawned in, and because he did the first gathering section correctly by not killing any splicers, none actually spawned during this gathering. KPC takes advantage of this downtime to collect any nearby resources, but makes sure to not go too far away from the harvest, otherwise the progress bar will stop filling. After collecting several resources, he's then going to hack a machine and purposely fail a few times in a row to lower his health in preparation for an upcoming trick. He doesn't have much to do other than wait and listen to the diegetic sounds of a song about a doggy in a window, so to kill time, he's going to tidy up the room a bit since it's an absolute mess, and will also make sure to hide the body like he's playing Hitman. While KPC goes about his chores, I'd just like to say, I hope you're all doing well. If you're not, I'd just like to say that I know how at times things can just honestly feel really hopeless, and that no matter what you do, you'll be stuck in the dark place you're in. I cannot stress this enough though, that no feeling is final. Things may feel insurmountable, but I promise you, they are not. No matter what you're facing, it cannot take away from you the fact that there is a tomorrow and that you will be here for it. I say this in every video, but it's something that I personally believe in always talking about, so I'll continue to do it, but just as a reminder, there is a tomorrow and no feeling is final. You can make it through today, and always remember that it's okay to talk to others. Getting back to the run, when the harvesting finishes, KPC grabs the little sister and uses telekinesis to grab an explosive barrel that he's—
A little mid-run therapy. Speaking of mid-run therapy, I don't know if it'll be in this video, but I do have an IOU from Tomato on one pull-up challenge that he issued, and well, he didn't really issue it, but it called out from the BioShock 1 Speedrun Explains months ago. I don't know if he'll I'm not gonna look ahead, see if he put that in here or not. If not, Tomato, I still have that IOU. I'm waiting to see that pull-up.
Carry for a bit. This is because he's going to perform a death warp with it in a specific spot. Remember what I said earlier about that if you have more than 1 HP and take damage that would kill you, your health instead lowers to 1 HP and you're given a few seconds of invincibility before you're then able to take damage again and die? If you have more than 1 HP and take damage that would kill you, your health instead lowers to 1 HP and you're given a few seconds of invincibility before you're then able to take damage again and die. Well, because of this mechanic, KPC needs to make sure he's at exactly 1 HP before he tries—
That was like an anime flashback, dude. What the hell? Going full anime on us now?
to die via barrel, otherwise he'd just be lowered to 1 HP and standing there twiddling his thumbs. This is why after he drops off the barrel here for later, he shocks some water and walks into it to take damage and purposely fails hacking a machine to take even more damage.
So hacking a machine will never kill you. Even if you don't have those iframes anymore, it'll never take you below 1 HP. So it's like a really, really safe and convenient way to just lower your health. You don't have to worry about spamming it too much. You just use it, fail it, use it, fail it really, really quick and just drop really, really fast, which is really nice.
He then approaches the glowing vent to drop the little sister off, but chooses to harvest her instead of letting her live, which gives him 160 Atom instead of just 80. Atom can be used at Gatherer's Garden machines to purchase things like plasmids or tonic upgrades. After the harvest, KPC is going to hack a machine and purposely fail again just to make sure he has 1 HP instead of 2, and then he'll jump into a corner on some boxes near where he dropped off the barrel and throw the explosive barrel at his feet. Dying in specifically this corner respawns him back in the center area of the level near where the first harvest was, rather than respawning him in the Vita chamber that's in the same room he was just in. Additionally, dying in that corner gets you what's called a respawn animation cancel, which skips the animation of the camera traveling from your dead body to the Vita chamber. This only happens when you die in specific locations though, and saves around 2 seconds when you get it. So after running past these splicers, one of whom is canonically named Edna, and also running past a turret, KPC will eventually arrive at a Gatherer's Garden machine to purchase the Incinerate Plasmid for 90 Atom. This plasmid is what he's going to use to melt the ice that's blocking the tram he rode into the level on, which will let him go on to the next level. On his way out of the area, KPC will let the turret he passed shoot him a bit to get him down to 1 HP again before he'll shock the turret to make sure that it doesn't kill him. He's going to perform a death warp in a moment, but first there's a big sister on the other side of the door to leave this area that pulls you towards her when she busts the door down. By jumping at the door frame right when he hits...
I personally never like getting down to 1 HP here. I like always having an extra hit or so, because the big sister can hit you. Sometimes the splicers and the next area will just aggro onto you early. This is really risky, and it's a segmented run, so it works out just fine. But like having one hit here doesn't cost too much time later on, and it's usually not even a big deal. So you can take 2 barrels with you. If you take the one from this area, gonna cover up for it, and it's just like a little bit safer. So that's like the time save versus reproducibility thing from before. Like it's a little safer, but potentially like a little bit slower, and it takes out the risk of dying here.
The trigger for the pull, KPC gets a little speed boost, saving less than a second, and makes a break to the right as soon as he can. He's going to run past the Vita chamber he spawned at.
Sometimes even a splicer will be like in this area here, and it's really annoying.
A moment ago as he escapes from the big sister, whom we want nothing to do with right now since we're a slight breeze away from death. After running through this door, he grabs an explosive barrel and is going to climb onto the collapsed clock in the middle of the room where he'll perform the death warp. By dying on top of this clock, you spawn in the Vita chamber on the other side of a locked door that's only supposed to open after you defeat the big sister, which serves as a shortcut back to the start of the level and saves around 20 to 25 seconds. Here KPC uses Incinerate to melt the ice that's blocking the tram from progressing, and then heads into the control room on the left. After interacting with the glowing control panel to get the level moving along, he then stands in the corner and looks down. Because the big sister is so far away, the game will teleport her closer to us, and for some reason, if you look down until Sinclair starts talking, then the big sister will spawn in the room with you. To quickly take out the big sister, KPC is just going to zap him and whack him over and over, letting him quickly take her out and head to the next.
I think this is one KPC even asked me about, not that, so he asked about the looking down thing, and it doesn't have anything to do with looking down, if I remember my explanation right. Yeah, it's just like, it wants to be as close as possible to you, as possible. Because if you watch my stuff, I usually don't look down. I usually like sit on this wall and just like look at Sinclair. As long as you're on this back wall, to some degree, like hugging it, she'll always spawn in the room. If you're up closer, like the front by the windows or by the door, she'll spawn outside and just becomes a little bit slower. Yeah, you did ask me about this. Wow. Asked me about this and didn't even take my advice.
Level. Killing the big sister not only gives you a lot of money, which is nice because, again, we'll have to buy fuel for our drill later, but it also gives a bit of Atom, which is important for upgrades later in the run. With that all taken care of, KPC is then able to head into the tram and activate it to head to the next level, Pauper's Drop. Pauper's Drop is the level where you get the drill dash ability, and normally when you traverse this level, you arrive at a spot where debris falls and blocks your path, and you have to go get drill dash to break through the debris to continue through the level. The debris is unbreakable until you get drill dash, but once you get it, then a special radio message plays that makes the debris breakable, so you then have to backtrack to the debris and dash through. The order of these steps will be important in just under 3 minutes, but in the meantime, we're still making our way in the general direction of Eleanor for the story, and when our tram arrives at the station, we're greeted by a brute splicer. These are new enemies to BioShock 2 and are meant to be a big enemy that can contest us as a big daddy in size and power, but he lets us be for now. Right when the tram doors open, KPC is going to shoot a hacking dart to open the door ahead of him, and this level actually doesn't have a full level audio skip like the previous two. That's fine though, because a guy can only do so many frame perfect audio skips first try. After hanging a right through this door...
So I noticed he actually does hack this. Typically what you'll see, instead of hacking that one, is you just start buying it out. That one you have time because you're walking, so it doesn't really matter. But I would expect him, unless he's just changed it so he hacks everything. At this point, money, while it is important to have enough money for drill fuel, you typically have way more than enough. So you just buy out hacks because it's a little bit faster. And you're usually a little bit closer to the doors that they unlock. So it's just better to do it overall. I think some people, even in Ryan's amusement, will pay to open the door to the ticket. Not entirely sure on that, but I think so. Especially now that we don't do the couple of skips at the end with the hacks.
so many frame perfect
Or not skips, but the levels.
first try. After hanging a right through this door here, he's going to enter another room that's full of splicers where he'll climb over some rubble on the left to head to the next room. Again, as he passes through the level, KPC knows where all the money in the area is and grabs it as he passes to make sure he has enough for fuel later on. Up ahead, he's going to interact with a gatherer's garden and use all the...
Most of this isn't to really make sure we have enough money later on, because he has 540, like he has way more than you need. It's just you're walking through here and there's nothing to really do or worry about other than that, so you might as well pick it up. A lot of the stuff you loot is just like, yeah, it's there, why not grab it? It's not, you're not super tied down to how much money you have. Especially if all the new skips later on, where we don't have to run through things like Persephone or Dionysus Park anymore, we just skip through it, which those are pretty long levels that we just drill dash through constantly, which skipped over now, so it's not too big of a deal.
The atom he's collected so far to purchase some plasmids and upgrades. First, he's going to buy an extra plasmid slot and then the decoy plasmid.
Plant a decoy to distract foes. Watch as they attack the wrong man.
He then buys the Winter Blast plasmid, which he equips in place of the Electrobolt plasmid.
Freeze your enemies. Shatter them into 1,000 pieces.
Last, he purchases the Drill Lurker tonic, which quiets your footsteps and increases melee damage against unaware enemies, especially when using the drill. Here he'll hack a vending machine across the room real quick and fail on purpose to lower his health in anticipation for an upcoming death warp. He then lays down a decoy and gets moving through the area by hitmanning a door as he makes his way to get the research camera, which he'll use for a skip called Early Drill Dash. When used, the camera films your gameplay as if you're playing Outlast, and you perform research by dealing damage to enemies, which provides you with rewards. When you perform enough research on a brute splicer like the one we saw at the start of the level, you get the drill dash ability, which, believe it or not, lets you dash with your drill, which is a fast way of getting around and is useful for the speedrun. KPC threw down the decoy in the center of the room to lure a brute splicer to it and cause him to stick around long enough for KPC to hit him with a winter blast in a second. This freezes him long enough to break his AI and freeze in place when he's supposed to actually run away and despawn after a short period of time. This isn't the brute you're supposed to research for drill dash, but freezing this brute in place like this and researching him saves around a minute compared to doing it to the brute later in the level. Worth noting, if you hit enemies with the same damage source over and over, you get diminishing returns on the amount of research done. By cycling through damage sources though, you get more research done quickly. After winter blasting the brute and dropping down to grab the camera, KPC will head down a hall and film a thuggish splicer on the left, whom you have to research to open up the door to leave this shop, and will then blast the frozen in place brute with an array of plasmids and weapons to maximize research.
Yeah, if you get unlucky, or you're just not really paying attention, the brute can spawn closer to the store, and if you don't,
Then blast the frozen in place brute with an array of plasmids and...
So this guy that runs out, he's going to run out and go in front of the door, and then once you take a picture, he breaks the lock. If you don't get him here, and he goes out to the front, and then the brute's behind him, to go to take a picture of him, sometimes you'll just take a picture of the brute. And then like once you've done that, you can no longer get early drill dash, because you have to take a picture of the splicer to get out of the door, but you can't take a photo of the same enemy twice. You can't double dip. So you can't use that brute anymore to get research points, which is really unfortunate. You have to pay a little bit of attention on getting the splicer first if the brute's in a really, really bad spot.
Weapons to maximize research. As soon as research completes, KPC will let the splicers in the room kill him. Researching this brute gives him drill dash way earlier than intended, and he's doing this level all out of order with the debris having not even fallen and the special message not playing due to getting drill dash in an unintended way. If he tried to continue on as normal after getting drill dash, the debris would fall and then it would be unbreakable for a while, with you having to wait until it becomes breakable to be able to pass. That is unless you die after getting drill dash early, which for some reason causes the special message to play that makes the rocks breakable, so dying to the splicers was to let him be able to progress through the level without having to wait. The spot where the debris falls is just 2 doors ahead, and when he goes through and the debris falls, KPC takes a moment to use the fuel station to top off on his drill fuel since it's expensive and you want to try and get free fuel whenever possible. So a drill dash is done by left clicking to use your drill.
You also have to wait. It's kind of the same thing, but you have to wait for the debris to fall down and become breakable. So once you,
moment to use the fuel.
You see he goes ahead and past it, and the debris not there yet. So he's got to wait for it to fall. So you just have free time to pick this up.
Fuel since it's expensive and you want to try and get free fuel whenever possible.
Also, you can't break it right away. You have to give it like a second or two to settle before it breaks, which is really annoying. There is technically a way to skip this, this whole area. And some other stuff later on, which nowadays would get skipped anyways. It's a really awful trick. That's like the flings in BioShock 1, where you stand on an item, use telekinesis to boost you way up in the air. It is way worse in this game because they kind of patched it. So the only way to really do it is to get a small item, something like a med kit or a camera, nothing big like a box like we would use in BioShock 1, and then you put it on like a staircase, something on a diagonal slope. Because items, when they're on a diagonal, won't lose their collision when you stand on them or something like that. It's been a long time since I've had to think about this. But you can put a medkit on these stairs, stand on it, and then use telekinesis to shoot yourself up. And that's why you would want high FPS in this game, because it also helps there. The higher the FPS, the bigger the boost. It's not like a fling where you hold on to the item, you just get like shot up. So you can shoot up all the way to like the 3rd floor where Grace is. It's just really, 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 really awful to do, and nobody ever wanted to do it in a run, so no one used it. And it kind of got lost to the sands of time for the better, honestly. Like, technically you could, but that's one of those reproducibility things. It's like, it would save some time, sure, but it's just so cancerous that it's just not something people want to introduce. Put that in the route now. It kind of was in the route, I think, for a bit in Persephone. There's a there's a med kit. It might be in one of the old, I think he might have done it. I want to say one of the records, maybe it was Guillermo or someone who did it in Persephone. When you go to the 3rd little sister part, instead of running all the way through the hallways to get up to the fight, you would just use a med kit. It's like a jump from these stairs up to this, so it's a lot less height needed. I think that was in the route for a while because I tried to learn it actually, like properly, but it's just still not useful, and I get skipped regardless these days. There's not a whole lot of spots in BioShock 2 where you really need verticality like that, the skip over stuff, because the levels are usually pretty flat and linear, and even if you could get up somewhere, it doesn't really do anything for you. So luckily it's like, this is the only spot where it'd really be useful these days. And yeah, do you really want to go through the first 20 minutes of the game to get up the Popper's Drop and then reset every run? Probably not.
So a drill dash is done by left-clicking to use your drill and then pressing shift. Drill dash pairs...
That one of those VODs might be in here. I might try to look on my other monitor.
Super well with the decoy plasmids, since you can use decoys to open automatic doors ahead of you, and in some cases can be used to bait enemies like brutes out of the direction you're dashing. The thing about dashing, though, is similar to when you aim down sights in a...
Well, I'll explain that. I want to see if he explained one thing or not.
Drill and then pressing fuel whenever possible. So a drill dash is done by left-clicking to use your drill and then pressing shift. Drill dash pairs super well with the decoy plasmid, since you can use decoys to open automatic doors ahead of you, and in...
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought he said. So he does it before, but if you put decoy down, and it works the same in 1 if you have target dummy, if you place that in front of a door, the game thinks it's basically you being there. And so it counts for doors as well. It'll open those from further away, which is a very small time save, but it's nice.
In some cases can be used to bait enemies like brutes out of the direction you're dashing. The thing about dashing, though, is similar to when you aim down sights in a first-person shooter, your camera sensitivity is drastically reduced when doing it. This is detrimental to using drill dash as a primary movement method through levels, which is why KPC plays BioShock 2 with an ungodly high sensitivity so that turning while drill dashing is much easier. There is a limit on how far you can turn in a drill dash, like you can't set your sensitivity to 16,000 DPI and then drill dash in a circle, but you can turn a maximum of like 20 degrees from where you started aiming the dash. So here he dashed into a room with a hidden button behind a poster that he pressed to open up a nearby door. Behind the door is a door with a window that will brush off to have a cutscene conversation with Grace Holloway, a woman who works for Sophia Lamb. Not only does she show us how to properly sit in a chair, but she also gives us an up-close and personal look at her medium-quality textured marshmallow clothing. Once our conversation with her is over, the door between us will open and we'll be able to enter and grab the key we need to be able to progress through the level. You're given the option to either let Grace live or to kill her, but KPC just ignores her since killing her doesn't benefit us for the run, and taking a second to swing our drill and kill her is slower than giving her this.
Okay, I actually did find this VOD of this trick I was talking about. So this is at the same spot. This is going into Popper's Drop, and it uses this typewriter. You can see how just awful this is. Also, look at how great of a VOD this is. Their audio. Like, it's not a great trick at all. Yeah, like, that's the trick. That takes you right up to the Grace's place.
A silent treatment. Although KPC did once accidentally kill her when the strat was to light the chair in the room on fire and death warp using it. When KPC used the burning chair to die, the chair kicked out from under him, bounced off the wall, and landed on Grace, causing the fire damage to kill her. So
I believe that was Pablaz's video, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, Pablaz was a big finder of stuff. Yeah. He played on console and basically pointed a camera at his TV for stuff. But yeah, he's the one that found a lot of tricks early on in the run. Including the early drill dash, I believe was his. That theater skip, the cutscene skip in Outer Persephone to get past the big sister fight, stuff like that, was all him. He found like a ton of stuff using a ton of different plasmids, which is really cool. Like BioShock 1, we've pretty much always used the same 3 plasmids: Electrobolt, Incinerate, and Telekinesis. We've just used different tricks based off of those. And it was always like, well, there might be some other tricks to do with other plasmids, but we're not going to take the time to go buy those and experiment with them and put in the time to find stuff. But for this run, you have a lot of extra atom. You do a lot more of the levels. You're not skipping as much. And he just took the time to sit down and go through the different plasmids and just found a whole bunch of really cool, useful ways to use them, which is awesome.
After the door opens, KPC will grab the key and begin making his way back through the level towards the tram that he takes between levels. On the way, he'll stop at a drill refuel station, which is the reason why the death warp from Grace's room isn't done in the run anymore. The reason he's heading back to the tram is because, believe it or not, we're going to be riding it to the next level, Siren Alley. Something worth noting is that the constant drill dashing all over the place is basically what the run used to be from here on out. There was a different piece of tech found that we'll cover in a couple levels that removed a lot of drill dashing later in the run, but we'll get there when we get there. Before that piece of tech was discovered though, the run was largely dashing, money management, and making sure you didn't run out of fuel. So
I don't even necessarily know what he means. See what he says later on.
So right now in the story, we know that Sophia Lamb plans to turn Eleanor into more or less a super soldier and condition her to act only for Sophia's own goals. Meanwhile, we've learned that Sinclair, the dude chirping in our ear here and there so far, is planning to take control of Rapture from Sophia and sell its technology to the surface world. And overall, our goal is still to get to Eleanor and rescue her. Wait, actually, let me double check that. Yeah, we're still trying to save her. That's really all that's going on. So in the next level, Siren Alley, you'll see a Sinclair radio image pop up in the bottom right corner and stay there for the duration of the level. This is essentially the radio messages breaking and stopping from playing. KPC's
is my not captured properly? There we go. I forgot to not full screen it.
Too sure why this happens, but it's believed that it has something to do with the fact that the objectives in the previous level were done out of order, causing something to break when you enter this level due to buildup of messages from the previous level that we're supposed to play. So
yeah, KPC even asked me about this, and I don't have a real explanation. If you play through the level normally, even if like fast and optimally, this message doesn't get stuck there at all. And you don't do like a diary message skip that would really cause any issues, but if you just go through the level we do in the run, then the message always gets stuck here, which is really bizarre, but it works. Because typically, the reason why it's so weird is the way that the all-in-one diary messages work, as you've probably already seen, is you have to set one up per level. As soon as you transition to another level, that breaks. Even if you make a save, or let's say you got the diary message skip, right? And you make a save and you load and you're still in that level, you'll still have that in effect. But if you go to a different level and then load back to that, then it breaks again. The second you're on a different level, in any instance, it breaks. So you can't like practice a level with the diary skip in place without having done the diary skip. So the fact that like the audio in this level breaks based on the one from before doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Very weird.
Our tram just got hit by an actual fucking torpedo, damaging it and flinging us from it.
That's why you can't also practice diary skips without like really making it obnoxious. So if you want to get used to that timing and looking at those lineups and stuff, if you're practicing Ryan's Amusement and you get the diary skip, you then have to load up another level and then load back into Ryan's Amusement after that, do it again.
And it was all the doing of one of Sophia Lamb's lieutenants, Father Simon Wales. If I'm being honest, not great for our plans to get to Eleanor, but this derailment is only temporary because there's a functioning tram car we can use in Dionysus Park, but to get there, we have to go through Siren Alley and drain the water from Dionysus Park. So when KPC gained control, he began jumping his way through the seafloor, since, again, it's faster to jump than run while in and underwater. The location where he gained control on the seafloor is actually the exit to the level, and when we return there later, some interesting drill dash stuff will happen, but you'll have to wait to see that for yourself. So once this airlock drains and he gets inside, KPC will take a right and drill dash past all the splicers to the far end of the plaza that looks like yesterday's Main Street. When drill dashing, the game has an auto aim feature where if you're kinda close to looking at an enemy, your dash will snap onto the enemy and end when you collide with them. This is why you'll typically see KPC looking generally downward while drill dashing. In this room is a combat encounter, but the initial splicers that spawn in here aren't part of it, so KPC clears them out so they don't nag him later or distract the turret that he hacks here to help with the combat encounter. After clearing them out, the screen fades to black for a moment, and while it does, he attempts to navigate towards a vending machine in the dark. He'll then hack the machine, making all of the products a bit cheaper, and will fill up on drill fuel. After that, the combat encounter will begin. KPC will load up a bunch of trap rivets in a specific spot directly below where the splicers are going to spawn from during the fight's first phase. He'll take out his research camera for the fight, since researching spider splicers, which are the type of splicer that spawn here, gives you a movement speed bonus, which is obviously good for the speedrun. Additionally, he hacked the turret to help kill these guys, since damage with the turret plus Winter Blast gives the most research possible, which you'll be able to see ticking up on the left side of the screen when he starts researching here. This fight has two phases, with the first phase being just 3 splicers that you want to kill as quickly as you can. The third splicer can spawn either from the hole above you or across the room, and in this run it was the latter, but killing that splicer ASAP is important because as soon as you kill him, phase 2 begins and a timer starts ticking behind the scenes. Phase 2 initially consists of more splicers spawning, but as soon as the timer reaches a certain value, a brute spawns behind a door that KPC is actually going to parkour to in a moment and kinda go out of bounds behind. First though, KPC kills a few of the phase 2 splicers just to get additional research points, so let's watch him do that for a moment.
Wow, the action.
After getting additional research points and doing some looting for resources, KPC begins setting himself up for the parkour by hopping on the ledge here and dropping down onto these pipes. He then just has to jump across to this bigger pipe and onto the platform where he can walk behind the door that the brute spawns behind. As soon as Barney Gumble spawns, KPC researches him as he kills him, using Winter Blast intermittently while killing him to both make his health go down faster and also to keep him frozen. Killing him early behind the door saves around 10 to 15 seconds. After killing them...
It's kind of self-explanatory if you play the game as well. But in case you don't know, BioShock 2 in the combat is enemies have this health bar, right? Goes down, they die. But when you freeze an enemy, they also have this frozen health bar, which as long as they remain frozen and don't unthaw, it'll naturally go down faster than their typical health bar. And once that's all the way down, they'll die as well, even if their full health isn't quite there. So if you just keep them frozen by shooting them every like 3 melee swipes, they die a little bit faster because that ice bar.
While killing him to both make his health go down.
Like here you can see ice is now at this spot and full health is like up here, which is what we use for Simon Wales coming up in the boss fight. It makes it significantly faster to just keep him frozen.
Faster and also to keep him frozen. Killing him early behind the door saves around 10 to 15 seconds. After killing the Moe's regular, KPC hopped back down into the room and drill dashed to the next room. Here he dashes past some splicers, including...
It also helps, it's why we use Winter Blast with grenades later on. Because grenades, while they do a lot of damage and we get all the research bonuses for them and whatnot, when you use ice, it just makes them a little bit... basically have less health, is the best way of thinking about it.
Including Homer, who comes charging out of the room we enter on the left here as he looks to avenge his drinking buddy. KPC loots this body here real quick for a couple bucks and some mini turrets and dashes into the next room to a vending machine that he tops off his fuel at. After then going through this door and down the hallway, he'll enter the room with the second combat encounter of the level.
Okay, speaking of mini turrets, they are really important for Simon Wales. You pick up 2 of them, and really the only 2 that you need from this pneumo tube. Right there, you get 2 of them there. You also get an auto hack dart over here every single time, which is really nice.
Behind intermittently while the door saves around out of the room we enter on the left here as he looks to avenge his drinking buddy. KPC loots this body here real quick for a couple bucks and some mini turrets and dashes into the next room to a vending machine that he tops off his fuel at. After then going through this door and down the hallway, he'll enter the room with the second combat encounter of the level.
There's also something you really can skip. It's not super useful, but there is a power up. Power to the people, or is it power up? No, it says power to the people machine. To get another like drill upgrade to the left if you want it. It helps out a little bit for fighting. I think I tend to pick it up just because it's so close, but it's not super needed.
Which ends in a boss fight. Right away, KPC throws down some mini turrets with his hack tool to help clear out enemies and generate more research points, and researches all the splicers as he kills them to get more points to further upgrade things like damage and move speed. After taking out a couple splicers and jumping down, a brute spawns up above and you have to look up at him to get him to come down. Once Homer pulls out some moves from his wrestling days to get down to us, KPC freezes him and smacks him over and over until he's dead, and once he is, then the boss comes out to play. Father Simon Wales, the fucker who wrecked our tram. KPC freezes him as he Air Jordans, and then KPC lets his mini turret shoot Father Simon a ton to get an absolutely massive amount of research points.
Yeah, like his health is still here, and the ice is basically gone. So you use like 2, sometimes 3 mini turrets, and you just keep him frozen and hit him with the drill. The mini turrets do a lot of the work for this fight, which is why I use them. Especially if you can get them like really close to where he is, then they just absolutely shred him, and it's such a easy, fast fight.
Father Simon is excommunicated, KPC loots a key off his body and fails a hack on a security bot to lower his health to 1 HP in preparation for a death warp, and after activating the pumps to drain Dionysus Park, he waits a moment before lighting a box on fire and death warping. The waiting is intentional for something that we'll see in a few moments, but something worth noting is that while in BioShock 1 you could throw fire anywhere and the fire would stick for you to walk through and damage yourself, in BioShock 2 you have to actually light things on fire. Like, in the first game you could just throw fire onto the floor and it'd stay there, but that won't cut it here. Gotta actually commit arson, dem's the rules. So the level is now flooding, and
yeah, the devs, without even seeing speedruns, because this game had been out way before BioShock 1 runs were out and really popular. The devs just like were super quick to nerf basically everything from the run, like pre-speedruns. It's insane. We didn't even use like death warps with Incinerate for a very, very long time. For the most part, that's why like things, barrels, I mean, you have to use barrels in Ryan's Amusement to do the death warp, stuff like that. Even in BioShock 1, it wasn't really known. You could just shoot the floor. Use barrels for stuff like Medical Pavilion. But they also, back in the day, for segmented runs, used hard mode, so those death warps are a little bit easier. But with using Incinerate in 1, it became just the easiest thing in the world, and then 2 is just kind of a pain. Oh my god, it was me.
The door in the next room is going to burst and push us backwards like with the glass breaking earlier, so KPC makes his way next to the door and stands with his back against the wall, so when the water comes through and pushes him, he won't get pushed back down the hallway and have to trek back to the door again.
I think also if you stand literally in front of the door, it just won't break. I'm pretty sure if you stand like right in the middle of the door, right up next to it, it'll just never progress the game. Is the main reason you don't stand right in the middle.
Before, this level was definitely damp, with it being an underwater city and all, but now it's absolutely moist. So because we're underwater, we don't have access to our weapons or plasmids, except for some reason our decoy is still visually present. Although, because we waited a moment before death warping, then when we cross through the airlock just ahead, we can press swap weapons and they actually come out and stay out. We can then perform a drill dash, and drill dashing out of the airlock lets you keep your drill, and you're able to dash while underwater all the way to the exit.
So you're gonna do the jump?
This is only possible
no.
KPC waited a moment before death warping, and it isn't.
So, right here at these pipes, it used to be a fun thing to go for, but it really doesn't save any time and usually doesn't work. But you can drill dash like right into this set of pipes and you'll get launched up in the air over the wall, which was nice because we didn't really have a lot of drill fuel optimization stuff like perfect routes way back in the day. So you can drill dash around faster, but it uses a couple more dashes, which uses more fuel and burns more money. So if you're low on that stuff, then it's nice to just use one drill dash, get over the wall, and be fine. I'm kind of sad he didn't show it off.
And this is only possible due to the fact that KPC waited a moment before death warping, and it isn't really understood why this works how it does. This is that interesting drill dash thing that I was referring to when we started the level. And if you don't find that interesting, then you gotta lower your standards because that shit is fascinating as hell. So we've now wrapped up Siren Alley, which brings us to the next level, Dionysus Park. KPC is going to pretty much drill dash through the intended route of this level, which will bring him to the final room of the level where a fresh tram is waiting for him. On his way through the level, he's going to make a quick pit stop near the start to fill up his fuel, and also at one point he'll have to kill a Houdini splicer to progress, which he'll do with the help of another mini turret, which he'll also use to get a ton of research points again. So this is the level where the big glitch from the speedrun of BioShock 1 makes a return. Wall clips. For one reason or another, we haven't been able to use wall clips to break levels so far in the run, with the reasons mostly being that certain triggers to progress through levels are tied to objectives that we can't skip.
Yeah, so that's what we talked about in Ryan's amusement with like melting the ice being tied to the act of buying Incinerate, and then the act of harvesting the little sister is tied to harvesting both bodies and stuff like that. So even if you clip past a door or something, you can't interact with anything, you can't progress the level. You literally have to do those things, which is why it's kind of crazy that the back half of the game lets you get away with it. And that's kind of the problem with the run as it stands now, and why, I mean, not a lot of people ran BioShock 2 ever, but the reason a lot of people don't run it now is it's really just playing the game fast for the first half, the first 30 minutes. And then you just do like all of these really hard clips for the last 20 minutes or so. And it gets really frustrating to get towards the end of the game and you're just like back to back to back hard skips. It's like, well, do I reset and sit through 30 minutes of drill dashing and elevators? Or do I just go run BioShock 1 instead?
Here on out though, every level has a wall clip of sorts. To perform a wall clip, you need an enemy, typically a splicer, and the telekinesis plasmid. By standing on an alive splicer's head and killing them, then you sort of become tied to the splicer's dead body, and wherever the body goes, you go. I like to refer to this action as body surfing for short. When you're on the splicer's body has a hitbox while your body does not. This means that if you stand on the edge of a splicer while body surfing and throw the body into a wall, the splicer will stop at the wall, but you clip through. That's the gist of it anyways. Now let's talk details. So first, for getting onto a splicer's head, you need to walk onto them from somewhere that's around the same level as their head. If you jump onto their head or drop onto them, you'll bounce off. This makes stairs and railings great places to set up wall clips at, and honestly, the fact that there's perfect setup spots for all the wall clips in this run is nothing short of a miracle. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you saw how fucked up that ashtray setup was in the run of BioShock 1, like, just get that disgusting shit away from me. So once you're on their head, you're on there real good. You can get off easily by moving or jumping off, but if you don't move or jump, then wherever the splicer goes, you go. Normally, killing a splicer causes them to lose their hitbox, but for some reason, if you're on top of their head when you kill them, then you stay on top of their dead body and they have a hitbox while you don't, like I mentioned a moment ago. You have to be careful with your positioning when killing them though, because if you collide with anything on the way down after killing them, like the weapons they're holding or a mask they're wearing, then you actually get bumped off their body. This is why you'll notice KPC taking extra precautions when he mounts a splicer to make sure that he's on the opposite side of their body from things like their weapons or masks. Once the splicer's dead and you're ready to body surf, then you can do so by moving the body with telekinesis. There's a bit of a system for flying around and steering, and in BioShock 2, that flying system is a little scuffed. Imagine that
Not a little, it is really scuffed. It is significantly worse than doing this in BioShock 1 just because the movement system itself is really clunky in this game. And kind of by purpose because you're supposed to be a big daddy. If you run this game and you do all the surfing, it's like, oh, it's not too bad. But then you go back and do it in 1 and it's significantly easier. It is so nice going back to BioShock 1 after running this. There's so much jank to it. It's just, like I said, they're not only they're hard to do skips, but they're also just really janky as well. And then there's the whole saving and loading, which has problems, which maybe we'll get to. But if you're on top of a splicer and you quick save, you also then have to quick load no matter what, otherwise you'll drop off the splicer. But if you quick save, quick load, then you're just fine. So every time you quick save, you also then have to do a quick load. But a problem with this game, at least on the PC version, is the mouse sensitivity drops through the floor when you quick load. It's also kind of the same in BioShock 1 on odd occasions. So whenever you quick load, your sensitivity is like abysmal, and turning left or right is just the grossest thing ever. It goes away a little bit as you play, but even then it's not great.
The splicer's body has a center point somewhere around just below the splicer's belly button. Wherever you stand on the splicer in relation to that center point when you use telekinesis on the body is the direction that you and the body go flying in. It's just like one of those, oh god, what are they called? Vector! Yeah, a vector, where your speed and direction are entirely based on your direction and distance from the center point of the body. In BioShock 1, flying around is easily done since you can look straight down, position yourself easily, and use telekinesis on the body since you're looking down at it. Well, this is where BioShock 2 makes wall clips a little scuffed. You can't look straight down in this game. This means that
also that fact sucks. It's so bad.
if you're going to position yourself on the edge of a body and try to look straight down at it, you'll be looking past the body at just the ground, so you can't grab the body with telekinesis. Because of this, then whenever KPC needs to position himself at the edge of the body to clip through a wall, he'll look sideways at the body so that the body is either on the left or right of him, and the wall he needs to clip through is on the opposite.
I love the fact that he labels where the body is. I mean, like, for some people, yeah, they might need that. It's just funny. I love that.
The side of him is the body. He then uses telekinesis on the body and whips the camera in the direction of the wall to make sure that's the direction he's headed. Something else that makes this difficult is going straight up to gain height. In the run of the first BioShock, there are several points where you stand directly over the center of the body and then use telekinesis on the body in its center point. When you do this, you gain height straight up, with being crouched keeping you relatively low, but standing up causing you to gain a lot of height. The crouching versus standing thing remains in this game, with you gaining a lot of height by body surfing while standing, but it's not really possible to stand on the center of the body and look straight down to telekinesis the body's center point. The last thing that makes wall clips hinky in BioShock 2 is that while the damage of telekinesis was nerfed in this game like I talked about earlier, the speed and intensity of the throws were increased, so it's much more difficult to finesse your body surfing since everything is much more intense and fast. The physics are souped up not just for the throws, but also just grabbing and holding the splicer, so the much more intense physics make it a lot harder to control in general. Because of this, KPC often will grab the body with telekinesis to move it, and then press the button to drop the body at almost the exact same time. This gives him more.
Yeah, you like literally use it for like a frame, and you just go flying anyways. It is a thing I hadn't really thought about between the two games of just like the intensity of telekinesis having been increased. It makes perfect sense. I never connected those dots, I guess. It is very uncontrollable in this game, for sure.
Mild telekinesis grabs, letting him traverse a little more delicately. This doesn't always get the job done though, because sometimes you really only need to move a couple feet. When the situation calls for this, KPC uses his drill to whack the body that's under him, causing the body to move and for him to move since he's tied to the body. Just some casual breakage of the first law of motion. So for this first clip, KPC freezes the splicer.
Also, hitting it with the drill is not super consistent, just with the way the body can entangle itself. Like sometimes the body will get stuck on some piece of collision, and no matter how much you smack it with the drill, it just won't move, or it won't move the way you want. So it's not a perfectly like way to get around using telekinesis either. Sometimes you need to use telekinesis to like nudge it out of that little stuck position, then you can drill dash it again, or not drill dash, but just drill it. Very obnoxious stuff. Very, very, very obnoxious.
Here in place next to the railing and clears out the other one, then climbs onto the frozen splicer's head. He then throws out a decoy across the room so that the splicer will turn to face it, ensuring that when KPC stands kinda on his back to avoid his weapon and mask, that he also won't bump into the nearby rail or bench. After killing the splicer after it unfroze so its body didn't shatter, KPC carefully moves it wide of the objects in front of him and then does a super mild telekinesis grab and release to end up in front of the tram by some orange plants. The switch to leave the level is in the front of the tram, so after positioning himself on the edge of the body between it and the tram, KPC will look sideways and use telekinesis on the body, swinging his camera to the left while doing so and staying crouched to avoid gaining too much height. This clips him into the tram where he then uncrouches to be able to reach the switch and finish the level. While we wait for the level to end, it's worth noting that after you clip through walls, you have to jump off the body to be able to move again. It didn't come into play here since he didn't need to move to activate the switch, but it's pretty standard otherwise. Additionally, you can go through the wall since you don't have a hitbox, but the body cannot, so as I said in the other BioShock video, one body, one wall, dems the rules.
So I talked about this a little bit earlier, and it's something you want to even pay attention to, but with all of that stuff about the flights being scuffed and movement being awful for it, he does this in one try. It's a segmented video, but I just know this was a nightmare to get a clean recording of doing the skip without making a ton of quick saves and quick loads.
Back to avoid his weapon and mask that he also won't bump into the nearby rail or bench. After killing the splicer after it unfroze so its body didn't...
Like normally you'd make a save here, or even on top of the splicer, so when he dies, if you fall in the wrong position, it's not going to work. Then you probably make a save when you're going for the clip into the train thing. So every time he went to record this and he didn't, if you know, the splicer dropped and he fell off the body, or he didn't get the clip, which isn't a perfect thing either, he has to run all the way through Dionysus again to get up to this point for this video, which is just, I don't know how much time he put into it, but hats off to him for that.
And shatter, KPC carefully moves it wide of the objects in front of him and then does a super mild telekinesis grab and release to end up in front of the tram by some orange plants. The switch to leave the level is in the front of the tram, so after positioning himself on the edge of the body between it and the tram, KPC will look sideways and use telekinesis on the body, swinging his camera to the left while doing so and staying crouched to avoid gaining too much height. This clips him into the tram where he then uncrouches to be able to reach the switch and finish the level. While we wait for the level to end, it's worth noting that after you clip through walls, you have to jump off the body to be able to move again. It didn't come into play here since he didn't need to move to activate the switch, but it's pretty standard otherwise. Additionally, you can go through the wall since you don't have a hitbox, but the body cannot, so as I said in the other BioShock video, one body, one wall, dems the rules. After the level finally ends, we're brought to the next level, Fontaine Futuristics. So earlier I mentioned that every level from here on out has a wall clip of sorts and included a note saying this was kinda true. The BioShock 2 speedrunning community divides this level up into two separate levels, Fontaine Futuristics 1 and 2, or FF1 and FF2 for short. The reason for the level split is because the level is formatted as more or less two separate level-sized areas that are connected by an underwater area, so for the sake of this video and doing things how the speedrunning community does it, we'll consider these two separate levels for the video. The kinda true part of every level having a wall clip comes into play with the fact that there's a wall clip in FF1, but not in FF2, so like, yeah, there's a level missing a wall clip by the speedrun community's framing of levels, but there's still one on every level as the developers designed. So is KP...
I mean, yes, on a technical spot counted as 2 levels. I think it's mainly for the, at least it was before the way I did it. It was just because the level's so long that like I wanted to split between them just to have a relative, because every other level is like 10 minutes, or it used to be. And this level's 20 minutes. So I always just put in a split after FF1 to see, you know, have a better gauge of where I was after that, because it also had a lot of things like theater skip and whatnot. So, I mean, I guess you could say we counted as 2 separate levels, but it was mainly just for that, of just having an extra split in there for the sake of seeing where time was after that point. You know, very semantical thing that doesn't really matter.
PC gets moving through this level. He grabs an audio diary on the left ahead, which is important for the last level.
Also with getting a good VOD of this, I'm assuming he doesn't save or cut from here to the ends of Fontaine Futuristics, which is just hats off for doing this part, coming up the wall clip splicer fling cleanly, which is in itself impressive, but then doing the atom skip and the fights and all of that, like, I think he even messaged me about this part in particular, just like, I don't know what he said. Maybe it was in chat, but I remember him saying something about having to record this and going crazy.
And casually walks as opposed to dashing, since he needs to wait for the splicer to get into this spot anyways, where KPC freezes him in place. After shattering the splicer on the side like their carpet in Aladdin, the return
gets dynamically loaded, unloaded by the airlocks. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I also don't know if that's necessarily true, because usually when a game does that, there's some sort of noticeable lag, especially in older games. You get like a little bit of a frame drop where it takes a while. The airlocks are pretty seamless in this game, so I don't know if that's 100% true. I wouldn't be surprised. Or if it, at the very least, it's like a little bit of the level gets unloaded and loaded in, but not all of it.
Turn of Jafar, KPC does some parkour to get on top of all this covered furniture before walking onto the frozen splicer's head and setting up the body surf. He's then going to work on moving the body through the nearby door and down the hallway to an airlock, where he'll activate it to go outside while still maintaining the body surf. What KPC is going to do once he gets outside is body surf to skip pretty much all of FF1 and end up at the entrance of FF2. You may be asking why he can't just go straight to the end of the level, and that's because there's no feasible way to clip into the last area where you leave the level because of so many solid rocks and other things surrounding it. One of the things surrounding it is what KPC refers to as a no-player zone, which is exactly what it sounds like, an area that the player cannot enter. Other things, like the splicer we're riding, can go through no-player zones though. While we're body surfing, our position is tied to the splicer's position, even when the splicer's in a place where the game can't have us be, like a no-player zone, and as soon as the splicer's body exits the no-player zone, we're immediately warped to be on top of the splicer again. You may be thinking that we could just be outside the no-player zone and throw the splicer at the last area to clip in, and we'd be fine since we'd exit the no-player zone with the clip and be put inside the final area. Unfortunately, the actual no-player zone is much bigger than what I've shown so far, and with the way things are laid out, and again, all the solid rocks in the area, clipping in just doesn't work out. So because we can't clip into the final room and just leave the level, we settle for the second best thing, which is to fly around out of bounds with our splicer to skip to FF2. First, when the water is...
It's not going to be in this because we just never see that area at all, but there is technically an out of bounds that you can just jump to in the water section between the 2 levels, and you can get like right behind where the elevator is. So we always knew it was possible, like potentially to get to the end of the level, but like you said, it's surrounded in these big rocks that have like multiple sides, so even if you could like clip into the rocks, but you couldn't go any further, unfortunately. It's the button, if I'm right in saying this, I'm like 98% sure that the button to the elevator is active, so if you could clip into it, you could leave. It's just the fact that we can't clip into it. I kind of like the lever for Dionysus Park in the train. It's always there, it's always active. But it just took a long time for us to find a way to actually get into the train to use it. So maybe one day, but currently it's not looking likely.
Filling up the airlock, KPC is going to spam cycle through his plasmids, which you can see at the top of the screen. For some reason, doing this while the airlock fills up and as the game should be taking away access to weapons and plasmids, the game just doesn't, and you can still use plasmids while underwater. Once the door opens up, KPC is going to use telekinesis on the splicer to fly up and in front of the big Fontaine Futuristics building, which houses most of FF1, like the building that houses the Mummy ride. Again, his goal is to get to the entrance of FF2, but he can't just fly straight there because most of the way is blocked by a giant no-player zone above the map. Also, worth noting to avoid confusion, when looking at this map for reference, we're flying above the map and out of bounds for pretty much the whole time, so don't get confused thinking we're passing through walls and rooms constantly. We're just above them all. Just like how I'm above giving you up, I'm never gonna do that. So our path to the entrance of FF2 is blocked by a giant no-player zone. I mentioned earlier that splicers can pass through no-player zones, and if the splicer we're body surfing enters the no-player zone, it can move around in there, but we'll be observing like we're Fry at the edge of the universe. As soon as the splicer exits the no-player zone though, then we snap into position on top of it, wherever it is. Delta, the big daddy we play as, is able to throw things way farther than Jack can in BioShock 1, and because of this, you'd think that we could just throw the splicer across the entire distance of the no-player zone, and we teleport to the body when it clears the other side. Telekinesis is certainly powerful enough to make that throw, but there isn't a consistent setup to doing it. Luckily, there's an area in the center of the no-player zone that's a, no-player zone, or I guess just a gap in the no-player zone. This means that KPC can throw the splicer from the edge of the no-player zone into the gap, causing him to teleport onto the splicer in the gap. He's then going to fly up to get more height and throw the body over the remainder of the no-player zone to reach the area of the map where the entrance to FF2 is. When he emerges on the other side of the no-player zone, he'll have entered another underwater area, and because of this, the game takes away his plasmids again. He has two options here to regain the plasmids. He can either quick save and quick load, with him spamming to cycle through his plasmids during the quick load part, which for some reason gives him back the plasmids, or he can just sit there and ride the splicer's body as it floats up in the water. This will eventually raise KPC up high enough to be considered above the water, meaning that the game thinks he's out of the water and gives him back his plasmids. Waiting to float up like this is around 10 seconds slower than just doing the quick save quick load strat, but when recording the clips for this segmented run, he wanted to do the entirety of FF1 without quick saving or quick loading once. Usually runners will quick save and quick load a lot throughout the body surfing process in case anything goes wrong, but KPC took it upon himself to grind this level out for 3 hours until he got it all in one segment without having to make any safety saves, and he wasn't about to ruin the single segment without saves by doing one just to save 10 seconds here. Speaking from experience, sometimes as a speedrunner the time loss is worth it when you do cool shit. So once he floats up high enough to regain plasmid use, he'll then throw the splicer one final time.
I'm honestly surprised it only took 3 hours. I mean, KPC is really good at these games, so I'm not terribly surprised, but I feel like I would have lost my mind, and it would have taken like 20 hours to get.
Time down towards the lower underwater area, which is where the door to enter FF2 is, which he'll float down to in due time. Before body surfing and wall clips were found, runners would have to go through FF1 and do a skip called Theater Skip, but that's all skipped now, so KPC likes to jokingly call this segment Theater Skip Skip. It saves around 3.5 minutes, just like the wall clip in Dionysus Park, and saves 9 minutes over the FF1 glitchless route. Alright, let's see all—
Well, that's what it took 3 hours to get this clip of the thing. But yeah, I mean, just this part alone, it would have taken me more than 3 hours. Would have been awful. Just getting from setting up the splicer to like into the water would have taken me more than 3 hours, because that part's just awful. So many things along the way are just asking for trouble. Like getting onto the splicer in time and freezing him in place is pretty awful. Killing him and dropping onto his body is also awful. Getting to the airlock once you're on his body isn't too bad, but it can cause some problems. I think KPC said he had a better method for making sure the body doesn't rise up in the water like it used to, so it may not be as big of a problem as it used to be. That part was pretty awful, and keeping like your plasmids out can be kind of tricky. Then getting from this point to up in the water to do the first throw isn't the worst, but can cause some trouble. The first throw isn't terribly bad. if your sensitivity isn't through the floor from making that save, which may be a saving grace for doing this in one segment. And then from the first throw going up and getting the second throw can also be a really, really big pain in the ass. So there's like so much to do for one single trick. It's crazy.
This come together at full speed now.
I mean, this is basically free from that point. Sheesh.
So to start FF2, KPC is going to drill dash down the hallways once this door opens and will grab 2 heat-seeking rockets on his left near the end of the dash as the rockets bounce around. Because we don't do a full level audio skip on this level, there's a ton of dialogue that plays in this area that's slow to listen to. KPC is actually going to be skipping 3 of them by quick saving and quick loading, then pressing T to play the previous audio diary after each quick load to skip each message.
One thing I can say contributed to the run was finding this initial way to do diary skips. I think it just happened during one of my old runs at some point where I noticed it happened. But yeah, before full level diary skips, which I'm not sure exactly who found it. I'm sure it's back in this thread somewhere. Maybe it was Cortez or somebody like that. I don't quite feel like going through here. Somebody found it. Not sure who. But yeah, if you just want to skip very singular messages, then all you have to do is wait for it to start playing, and you quick save, quick load, and then play a diary that you picked up over top of it. Which is pretty nice. We used to do that like constantly throughout the run too, which is kind of awful.
He can't just
where in BioShock 1, you just open up the menu and play the diary message over top of it, so it's super fast, super easy. So having to quick save, quick load, which in today's standards of speedruns where you use in-game time, those get taken out, which is kind of weird. So it's like just effectively a free time save, but it shouldn't be. I don't know.
Just press T when the messages start to skip each message, since the messages will only get skipped right after a quick load. This means there are 2 random instances of saving and loading over the next few minutes with him having just done the first one, but now you know what they are, and the 3 audio skips in total save 1 minute and 10 seconds. The mission for this area is you have to turn on the power with him having already flipped the 2 circuit breakers and activating the power main here, followed by him swapping out his incinerate plasmid with electrobolt since he doesn't need incinerate for the rest of the run, but electrobolt is needed a little later on. After then skipping another message, he'll look up at the big tank in the middle of the room to activate a look trigger that causes a piece of dialogue to play around 10 seconds early where Alex the Great does a short scream. After then doing the last audio skip of this area, KPC will be tasked with collecting 4 Adam-infused plants. The game gives you one as an example that you're supposed to collect before setting off in the level and collecting the other 3, but by having use bound to your scroll wheel, you can just use the scroll wheel on the plant and it'll pick up multiple plants before it disappears, which is called the plant duplication glitch and saves 2 minutes overall. You can count exactly how many plants are picked up by how many splashes pop from where the plant was, but the issue is if you accidentally pick up too many plants. When you interact with the plant, 2 big daddies spawn in the room that you have to fight, but if you collect more plants, then more and more big daddies will spawn based on how many you picked up, with it being possible to create your own big daddy disco team. In this run, KPC picked up somewhere between 7 and 10 plants, meaning that
That's a great little clip to include. I was hoping he'd show
somewhere between 7 and 10.
He'd show
Create your own big daddy.
Some version of this, but yeah, it's very easy to over scroll and just flood this area. The problem with these big daddies is they don't really drop you anything. If you kill them, they're just like meaningless. So you do have to do a fight here and kill stuff. So you don't really want to use the ammo that you have, especially not your nades. So you just want the 2. But this is fun. It is fun to have like 20 big daddies.
Discotheque. In this run, KPC picked up somewhere between 7 and 10 plants, meaning that 2 waves of 2 big daddies spawned. After he cleared out the first daddy wave, he pressed the nearby button that activates the final
daddy wave
level where a bunch of enemies, including big daddies, spawn after a 30 or so second timer. This fight consists of 3 big daddies and splicers you need to take out, plus a Houdini splicer who jumps around that you can actually ignore. The general plan of attack is to use the heat-seeking rockets and normal grenades on daddies and the machine gun on splicers, but right here he had good luck with the splicer running next to a big daddy as he was about to shoot him with a rocket, so 2 birds with 1 stone there. A lot of figuring out where the enemies spawn in this fight is using audio to your advantage and listening for where they are in the room, but for the most part they spawn on the opposite side of the room from you, so it's a lot of back and forth while listening. While making his way to the other side of the room to look for the final big daddy, he spots it on the right side along the way. He ran out of rockets while trying to kill it, so he ended up using his machine gun and drill to finish the job. After the fight, he has to skip 2 more dialogues that are going to play, and after the second, he'll stare at the key that's in the panel in front of him. This is the key that we need to grab to leave the area, and it's been sticking out like this the entire fucking time, but if you watch closely, you can see the key we're supposed to interact with eject and overlap with the other key before we're able to take it. After grabbing 1 to 2 keys, KPC begins making his way to the end of the level, but not before skipping another dialogue line. In total, this audio skip combined with the 2 right before grabbing the key save around 40 seconds. All we have to do now is head back the way we came, with KPC drill dashing down this plant-filled hallway to the airlock. Back in the water outside, he'll insert the key into a lamppost looking thing which will make a giant false rock move down to expose the exit of the level. Again, some of you may be asking why we couldn't just clip through this rock to leave the level since we were here earlier while body surfing, and it's just that the rock is too big to clip all the way through and there's no way to get to the exit door from out of bounds. Once the rock is lowered and he waits for the airlock door to finally open, KPC will dash forward to the hidden elevator and activate it with the key he grabbed, putting an end to Fontaine Futuristics as a whole and leading to the penultimate level, Outer Persephone. Persephone.
Perhaps after my death, you can do more. Now, please, I ask you to grant me peace. Goodbye, my friend, and thank you.
Was that my PC or is that the VOD? Is that my PC? Okay. my GPU has been like slowly dying. Alright. Nice. We're learning something new. No, this is the How Speedrunners Beat BioShock 2 in Under 50 Minutes. Speedrun explained from Tomato Anus. So, nothing, I don't believe there's anything in Persephone that's new. Since I've learned and done runs of it. In the latest update.
So Outer Persephone is the level where Eleanor is being kept, and she recently...
Okay, this is the one that's just called Persephone. Okay, I thought it was Inner Persephone that went through this, and also sirens are going off. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it technically is Outer Persephone because the other one's Inner, but it doesn't have the qualifier.
Domestic, so she's being kept in a quarantine room. Normally this level consists of you getting to the room she's being kept in, and long story short, you get
Do runs of this? No. This level here is why I am happy with the time that I have in BioShock 2. Maybe we'll see. Maybe KPC has a better strat these days. I feel like he may have told me at some point if he had found something better for this. But yeah, this level in particular is why I don't necessarily want to do runs of BioShock 2 at a serious level anymore. And also things like the trilogy run or anthology run. Like, they're fun to do still. But this clip coming up is pretty miserable to do. Especially when you really need it to be quick. It is not something you really want to do.
Subdued by Sophia Lamb, who severs your connection to Eleanor, which weakens Delta's heart in the process. I guess the severing explains why this level starts with you in an elevator. This would then lead to you controlling a little sister due to a plasmid Eleanor sneaks you, but we're going to be skipping all of that. So when the elevator opens up, we set off into Lumen with KPC grabbing a
There's a clip out there. I don't know if it's on SDA or if it is somewhere in the world. But there is a clip of someone falling through this elevator and dying, kind of like how it happens in Atlantic Express, of just getting out of the elevator early. But no one's ever been able to reproduce it, or if they have, find a way to do it consistently. 'Cause you like start to drop through the floor and then you bounce back up, but someone just at some point went all the way through and no one ever knew why. Just very strange, but
proximity mine right away before grabbing a remote hack dart at the desk and beginning to drill dash down hallways. There are medical carts all over the place in this level, and they're an absolute nightmare for speedrunners. If you bump into one while dashing, both the cart and you get horribly thrown about. At the end of this hallway, they mess with his movement a bit, and when he goes through this door here, he's going to bump into a cart on his right that flings about and bumps KPC to the left a bit here. This is a super mild effect compared to what can happen. Right here, KPC enters a room with red lights everywhere, which is the room that holds the quarantine room where Eleanor is located. After hacking the vending machine across the room in what's one of the more difficult hacks since it's late in the game, he activates the quarantine room controls, which starts a timer that two big sisters spawn at the end. Eleanor is located. After hacking the vending machine across the room in what's one of the more difficult hacks since it's late in the game.
What did he use his auto hack for? Did I miss that part? Because you pick up an auto hack dart in Siren's Alley during the fight before fighting the brute behind the door. I didn't see where he used it, but I think I typically save my auto hack dart for this moment in particular. I don't know what he used this on. No idea.
Located. After hacking the vending machine across the room in what's one of the more difficult hacks since it's late in the game, he activates the quarantine room controls, which starts a timer that two big sisters spawn at the end of. While the timer—
Oh, he might have used it in the last level for FF2. Maybe I missed that if he did.
KPC begins prepping the room for the fight by piling up a bunch of explosive tanks where the big sisters enter the room at, and will put down a proximity mine with the tanks when he's done. The fight isn't really that hard to do while playing on the easy difficulty, but he still wants to make sure that it goes as quickly and smoothly as possible.
This is also like purely for the memes. The explosives really don't do a whole lot in this fight, and it's better just to focus on using things like Electrobolt and drill and stuff like that. But you have some time, so you might as well go for it.
Once the room is all Kevin McAllistered up, KPC walks over to top off on drill fuel before going back to the spot where Marv and Harry are going to drop down from. Also, this
Good Home Alone
is
reference.
what KPC's name stands for, Kevin McAllister. The P is silent, just like how you try to make your P when you're peeing at a friend's house and the bathroom's in earshot. Once Marv and Harry make their grand entrance, KPC starts wailing on them, and it's hard to see because of the textures, but the wet bandits end up living up to their name by standing and falling in water, meaning they take more damage when shocked. This doesn't really happen much, and it led to KPC having the cleanest fight he's ever had. Once Harry bites the dust, KPC stands on this ledge so that Marv will do a jump attack at him, causing Marv to land below KPC, who then freezes her and walks onto her head. Very in character for Kevin McAllister. He then waits to kill Marv until she walks out of the water, since it's super annoying to get her body out of the water. KPC's goal now is to—
Also, the fact that he's doing this, I'm assuming he's not going to use any saves like he's done for the other ones. That he ran all the way through from the elevator to here, did the fight, and then went for a clip, and to get it, I'm going to assume once again that he's going to do it pretty smoothly. To get this clip, like, I don't know, this would have just been misery to do without a save of some kind. So hats off to KPC once again for being the madman to do it.
Perform a wall clip with Marv's shambling corpse, but the thing about Big Sisters is that you can't move their bodies with telekinesis. This makes moving her body incredibly hard and makes this level just beyond difficult for the speedrun. You can move her body very slowly with the drill, but you can't push the body upstairs with the drill, which sucks since we need to get her up a few steps.
You know what I would pay to see? Good Patreon if you're listening, Tomato. Is every time you do one of these speedrun explains, to do a 12-hour challenge of learning the run afterwards. Or even like before, and then put it out like the same time. Like, here is the speedrun explained on Patreon, and here's a 12-hour challenge of me learning how to do BioShock 2. So I would just love to watch someone else, like, especially when you're trying to explain it and do all the understanding of it, but then also apply it and have practical knowledge behind it. I think it'd be cool to see. I think his 342,000 subs might also like it. You know?
The only way to move her up is to grab a medical cart with telekinesis and shove it into her body to push her, which usually takes a while to get her shoved up these stairs, but KPC got this absolutely clean shove first try, which doesn't happen very often.
No,
Marv on the landing,
not at all.
KPC adjusts the orientation of her body, since to perform the wall clip here, you need her to be lying parallel to the door, which he got super lucky with her being largely parallel to the door from the get-go, but he still had to make some minor adjustments to get it just right. To clip through the wall then, he has to grab the medical cart again and first place it on the landing, but there was a candle that he—
This is like 5 to 10 saves to get in this position. From I make a save before I even step onto the big sister's head. Then I make another save after she dies and she's out of the water. Then I make a save at like the base of the stairs. I make a save on top of the stairs. A save when she's in position. And then like having the cart up here as well. It's like, to do this cleanly is just, yeah, I don't know. I definitely would have made a save in there somewhere for this.
Grabbed initially that was in the way that he had to move before doing the clip. Something super—
Also a random thing about this game, which is also super annoying. You'll see these like big pile of rocks in just different spots around the map, just sticking out of the ground. Like there's this pile of rocks here that you can pick up with telekinesis. It'll just grab it, like grab a random rock when you're looking over here or trying to grab something completely away from it. It happens so often. It's so obnoxious and so annoying, and it's another factor of just being annoying.
Initially, that was in the way that he had to move before doing the clip. Something super frustrating about this game is if there's a small item like a rock or candle anywhere near where you aim telekinesis, it'll always grab the small object instead of the thing you're aiming at. Once he gets the card on the—
Yeah, and it's infinite. Like the pile of rocks is just, you don't take one from the pile. You just grab like a random infinite rock. Super annoying.
landing, he makes a safety save. Something worth noting is that if you're crouched when you make a save, then after the save finishes, you'll be uncrouched and pushed off the body. But if you load the save, then you'll be crouched again and still on the body. He's mostly crouched the whole time while moving.
It is funny, he didn't decide to make a save for this, which makes perfect sense. Because even when you're set up in the perfect position, you have the big sister in the right spot, you have the gurney, or medical table, whatever you want to call it, set up right. Even just the clip itself can just not work.
Moving Marv, but that's something he has to account for when making the safety save. Once he grabs the cart, he has to wait for it to rotate to a good orientation where part of it is close enough to the ground that it'll catch on Marv's body, so that KPC can then rotate his camera quickly and slam the cart into Marv, which will then push him at high enough speeds to clip through the door. In this run, he almost got it on the first try, which is absolutely wild, but unfortunately, it was just barely not far enough through the door. His luck hasn't run out though, because when he loads the safety save and grabs the cart again, the cart happens to be in a good orientation immediately, so he attempts and successfully performs the clip right away.
What I would have done is made it like a true segmented run from back in the day. Of once you make that safety save, just do attempts, just wing it, and then cut out everything that's not a real attempt. It's like, yeah, that's two shots there. I thought he would have just done one attempt and cut everything out in between, like really jig scope it. But it's nice to show like a failed attempt. Like, yeah, you can get really close and just not get through for some odd reason, but
this puts him in the final room of the level, letting him interact with the door to leave. This wall clip, which KPC calls the wall clip designed by Stan, saves over 4 minutes when compared to the non-wall clip any % route, and 5.5 minutes when compared to the glitchless route. Between the fast fight, getting up the stairs first try with good orientation, and getting this clip second try, this attempt of the level ended up being KPC's gold split. He's never done it faster than this.
Yeah, that is insane.
Oh, he wrote Satan and not Stan. Anyways, this brings us to the final level in the game.
Satan's wall clip? Yeah, it's that trick is why I don't want to push my time any lower than it currently is, or push for a faster trilogy time or anthology time. Unless some other big skips get found. It's like if something big gets found in Infinite, it cuts out like 10 minutes or something, then sure. We'll go back and work on trilogy, anthology stuff, but where those runs are at the moment, I think is in a pretty decent spot.
Persephone. KPC is going to perform a full level audio skip at the start of this level by pressing T as he passes a precise spot, correctly doing it on the same frame as an Eleanor dialogue begins, saving around a minute throughout this level. He then...
Okay, he might mention it here in a second, but this message isn't tied to a timer like all of the other ones are. So most of those that you do, Atlantic Express, Ryan's Amusement, it's once the level loads in, it's X amount of time for the first message to pop up, which is why they're kind of tricky to get. This one, and there's one in like Dionysus Park that you can use at the very beginning as well that it's just not useful to use, so we don't use it. That's tied to crossing a certain threshold, which is why you can time this one so precisely.
Doing it on the same frame as
Like once you walk forward a little bit, like a foot, then it activates. So it's something you can actually kind of practice and get more consistent with pretty easily. Like this is one of the more forgiving ones to do. The problem with also the Atlantic Express Ryan's Amusement ones, if you make a quick save, then you can't really practice the timing because your quick save is always going to be a little bit different of a timing, even if it's milliseconds difference. That reaction times is going to be different. This one's always the same. If you wait for it to load in and you hold forward, it's the same time every single run, every single attempt.
an Eleanor dialogue begins, saving around a minute throughout this level. He then drill dashes up into this big hub room up these stairs and walks to hit a trigger that starts a dialogue that's skipped immediately thanks to the full level audio skip. We're locked in this hub room for a few seconds before some gates open to the rest of the level, so he uses this time to grab some stuff around the room for fun. Once the gate opens here, several enemies spawn in the area, which KPC clears out save for a brute that spawns. This level is structured with this hub area and 3 huge offshoot areas with a bunch of stuff to do that you're supposed to go through. And it's a relatively long level, but the devs messed up and put the end of the level behind a paper-thin door. KPC purposely leaves the brute alive since all the other splicers that spawn are ranged, so they can't be easily baited into position since they won't chase you to attack. KPC stands at the top of the stairs to try and get the brute in a specific spot, but the brute had other plans this run and ran to the wrong spot, so KPC froze him and ended up using a backup strat of standing in this corner between the railing and pillar. Once the brute's in the right spot, he freezes it and jumps out from the corner, then walks onto the brute's head. Normally the plan here is to lower the brute to 1 HP and use a decoy to lure him to the final door, but KPC accidentally killed him here and had to resort to using telekinesis to body surf to the door. Using telekinesis for this is definitely a viable strategy, but it's just not super consistent. Goes to show that not everything goes perfect in speedruns, and sometimes you just have to wing it. And wing it KPC definitely did, because it's honest.
I've always done the, a certain degree. You can get them up the stairs pretty consistently. I think KPC likes to get them towards the door with the decoy as well. I honestly find it a little bit easier to use telekinesis and just a whole bunch of quick saves than using the decoy. So once you're on his head, it's not really easy to aim where you want to go, 'cause he's also moving. So unless you're in the right spot on top of his head and he's like aggroed straight up, he'll either run or he'll like turn around in a circle, and then that will obviously change where you're facing as well. And it becomes really, really obnoxious to actually place down decoy. Where you have to do this weird song and dance where you freeze them, place down decoy, wait from the unthaw, chase the decoy, freeze them again, place down decoy somewhere else, wait from the unthaw. And it's like at that point, I'd just rather use telekinesis and go for it.
Honestly a miracle that he didn't get bumped off the body when surfing here with how chaotic the flight ended up.
That was an insane flight though.
The body when surfing here. KPC definitely did, because it's honestly a miracle that he didn't get bumped off the body when surfing here with how chaotic the flight ended up being due to the brute's positioning.
Not only chaotic, that was just like a really nice path. He got right to the door from a really awful spot. I mean, didn't get bumped off or anything or clipped into any walls, but just ended up right where he needed to be. That's insane.
Once he gets the brute to the door, he positions himself on the edge of the brute's body and faces so the door is to the left and the brute is to the right, then uses telekinesis and looks to the left to clip through the door. All he needs to do now is enter the elevator to officially end the run. Here's 2 fun facts. First, the final room we clipped into has you moving like you're underwater while you're in it. This is because later in the level you actually flood the whole area, but this room just loads in as underwater since you're not supposed to be able to enter it until you flood the level as a whole. The second fun fact is that the final clip saves around 8 minutes when compared to the non-wall clip any % route, and around 11 minutes compared to the glitchless route. That means that this one wall clip alone saves around as much time as every wall clip in the first BioShock combined. Finishing up the game leads to a cut.
I want to say that's not true. I want to say the stuff in BioShock 1 saves more time than that, but I don't know the exact timings on everything. I feel like You skip all of Steinman, you skip the camera and taking photos. All of Hephaestus. Apollo doesn't really save that much time, but it does get you past all of Olympus and the other part of Apollo. And past certain bodies and proving grounds. Like, I mean, yeah, it'd be pretty close. I feel like it's, I don't know. I want to say it's more, but it may not be. My sense of time might just be skewed.
Cutscene of us and Eleanor attempting to flee Rapture via an escape pod, but running into a trap that Sophia Lamb had set for us.
I think the time compared to Glitchless would be the same, but maybe not. Either way, it's crazy. Yeah, it's a big skip.
Mortally wounds Delta, the big daddy we're playing as, and we're then given one of several endings. Because we harvested a little sister but spared the lives of people like Grace Holloway, then we get one of the two bad endings of the game, where Eleanor spares Sophia and all the evil corrupt adults live, but the little sisters are canonically dead. So if you've made it to the end of the run, thank you so much on behalf of both myself and KPC for watching. And also, thank you—
And me. I'm gonna add myself in there. Just gonna interject and me.
Thank you so much to KPC for helping make this video. The reception to our video covering the any % run of BioShock was so positive that we decided pretty much right after releasing it that we should get working on the second one, so that's what we did. KPC absolutely killed it with the runs for both videos and was nothing but delightful to work with overall. If you want to check out more BioShock and BioShock 2 runs, then check out KPC's channel, link is in the description. And if you want to learn more about runs of this game, other categories, or check out other runners as well, then head on over to speedrun.com and use that search bar. I'd also like to take a moment and say thank you so much to everyone who supports the channel on Patreon. We're only a couple patrons away from hitting the 325 patrons.
Whoa.
And when we do, I'll be posting a list of speedruns I've selected that patrons will be able to vote on to decide a future Speedrun Explained video. And if we eventually get to 350 patrons, then we'll do another poll where patrons decide, except all the runs included in that poll will be submitted by patrons. We've done this in the past several times, with winners being the Silent Assassin suit-only speedrun of Hitman 2016, Subnautica N%, and one that I can't name publicly yet since the video is currently in the works. If submitting runs for polls and voting on them sounds like something you'd like to participate in, then you can do so by contributing as little as $1 a month. Doing that not only lets you participate in polls, but you also get access to videos early, versions without the ad reads, updates on videos as they're being made, and more. It's entirely unnecessary, yet so many of you choose to do it anyways, so again, thank you to all of you who support. And as always, last but not least, check out the Tomato Anus Discord server.
Whoa.
The community we built is incredibly welcoming and inclusive, and they're always down to chat with new faces and just hang out. That's all for this video though. This was an any % speedrun of BioShock 2. I've been Tomato Anus, and I hope you have an above average day.
Whoa. Wow, I didn't even make it on that IOU. Might have to I might have to make another video on that. I don't know. Yeah, good video. Like I said, there's less to really talk about this one than there was in BioShock 1. Just one, I've done significantly less runs of BioShock 2 than 1 across the many years. A lot of this stuff was already covered, you know, in BioShock 1 video. We carry a lot of the same tricks over. Death warps, invincibility frames, diary skips, flings, that kind of stuff. And really in terms of the route and everything behind the route and how mechanics work, it's just a lot less. BioShock 2 has had less runners historically, just as a consequence of being a less popular game. And a less broken speedrun for the most part. It's gotten more broken as time's gone on, but not nearly as much. Obviously 30 minutes versus 50 minutes for the runs. And even the 50 minutes is basically just KPC on his own doing it. I don't even know how many people have a sub 1 hour in this game. It might just be like 3 people. Okay, 4. Yeah, I mean, just my name's not on here because I don't submit the leaderboards, but KPC 4858, only one with the sub 50. Sirs at the 56, Unjust Action with the 56. A pretty big gap. I don't even know what my PB is. It's on my Twitch panel, right? And mine sits at a 5433. in second place. So yeah, it's like sub 50. It's not how speedrunners beat BioShock in under 50 minutes. It's how KPC beats BioShock in under 50 minutes. Realistically speaking. Once again, I'll link the video. If you guys want to go over there, like it and leave a comment. He deserves it. Once again, it's very kind to let me watch this with all of you fine folk, but I also don't want to take anything away from him. So, you know, feel free to also go show him some love and stuff. Drop it a like, some comments, any extra stuff, and there's no atom duplication glitch using this run. So even an atom duplication glitch at all. This run is performed by KPC, one of the top runners for the game, the top runner. By far the top runner of this game. Skip doors, cutscenes go out of bounds, and practice clip every level. Yeah. Crazy stuff. Another good video, as always. Quality content that you should definitely support. Yeah, I'm going to message him that idea. I think it'd be cool. You know, I don't know how much free time he has to do like a 12-hour challenge, but it'd be interesting to see someone that like is covering this stuff having. Oh, he has the plethora of information from the runners themselves. Like KPC obviously can tell him all of the stuff inside and out, and they go over it, and he does a great job of making sure he understands it from that perspective and not spouting misinformation. Even though I might nitpick stuff here and there, he's accurate on 99.95% of all stuff. The very nitpicky stuff is very, very minor technical babble. But it'd be interesting. Just seeing people pick up more of these games is cool. So BioShock 2 historically has not had many runners, despite being a popular franchise in gaming. Even BioShock 1 and Infinite don't have the numbers that you would think that they would for being as popular as they are. But yeah, that was good. We'll throw this up on YouTube as well. If you did want to watch the How Speedrunners Beat BioShock in under 30 minutes, obviously he has it on his channel. You can go and watch. We did a watch party for that as well on the stream, which is also on my YouTube. You can go back and watch that. That was like a 2-hour VOD for a 50-minute video. It's one a little over 2 hours. 2 hours, 10 minutes or so. So a little less to talk about this time around. Good stuff all around. While KPC doesn't run Infinite to the same degree, I don't know if he does any Infinite runs at all. It'd be cool to see a video on that as well. Because Infinite is a very different type of run from BioShock 1 and 2. Obviously, it's not in Rapture, but it doesn't quite use the same engine, the same tricks. And it's quite a bit different. More FPS required stuff. More cutscenes to watch through. We'll choose for BioShock Infinite. I don't know his exact process for things and how he likes to get the VOD. Because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of videos of his I don't watch because they're games I haven't played yet, and I don't like to be spoiled, whether it's speedrun wise or not. But from the ones I have watched, Deathloop, Dishonored, these, as he likes having a clean, segmented version of it. So I imagine he'd kind of do the IGN. Is it IGN who does the devs react thing, where just start at the record holder and like, hey, you know, would you be interested in making this and helping me make the video? And if not, he'd go down to second place and third and so on. Possibly, like, I don't know his process on that front. Until someone would agree to that, or maybe, you know, someone would approach him. Not entirely sure, but either way, good stuff. A+. No pull up IOU in the video though. Hate to see that. Okay. Devs React video in a while. Yeah, I don't know if maybe they've stopped that or if I just haven't been paying attention to it at all. But devs ran out of reactions. Devs react to speedruns by IGN. View full playlist. I mean, I imagine this would be the last one. Inscription. 10 days ago. There you go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I don't watch runs that I haven't done things for. Or I haven't played the game of, just in case I ever go back and do them. I want to see the last one I watched. What was it? Tomb Raider one. Interesting. Now that I've run the game, maybe I'll watch that. I want to say it might have been Deathloop. Bugsnax, Superliminal, Ghost Runner. Frozen Evil 2 speedrunners react to IGN speedrun. Doom Eternal? Well, this is my my VOD channel account, so it's not going to show anything. Wait, did I pass up Deathloop? Deathloop not in this one. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, Deathloop. Yeah, that would have been the last one then. Good stuff. All right. Well, the plan for the rest of the night, now that we've watched that, we're going to be hopping on to some Apex Legends to check out the new rank split later on with Biddy and the gang. I don't know who she's got as a third. I'm going to assume Charlie, but I'm not super confident saying that. And that'll probably start in like an hour or so we got some time to kill. I'd honestly watch this on stream, but I don't know how IGN is with their content. I'd watch that fucking Tomb Raider run. I might watch this on my off time. Like I don't want to step on any toes and get clapped for it. So we might just mess around with something. You know what? Actually, we'll do this. I don't think we ever watched this one. We'll go back to 2014. We'll watch through this. Okay, let me change up the title real quick. Turn back on alerts. Thank you, Chaos, for the raid earlier. If you're still here, I appreciate you. Just gonna have alerts turned off for watching that. But it is September here on Twitch. If you are not aware, you're like, oh, what's September? Well, currently, all new subs are 30% off, and all gifted subs are 25% off. So the first 100 subs, 100 gifted subs, I will match. You know, even just regular subs, up to 100, I'll match. Share the stuff with you guys. We already dropped 10 earlier. Drop some more. So if you want to give the gift of an ad-free experience and emotes to someone, well, I guess 2 people, because it effectively will do that. We'll watch through this, at least until people want to play Apex, then we'll maybe stop it short. But I'll probably cringe pretty hard going through this. How do you gift X amount? Okay, there's the custom. Thank you, Kakaru and Proto, for the gifted subs. I'll match those two. Oh my god. Appreciate you guys. So I don't know if I said it earlier, but Proto and Blair, thank you for the 5 packs each. I did match those, but I don't know if I ever said thank you in the moment. My mouth is so dry. I'm gonna get a little bit to drink real quick before we hop into this and watch this cringe. And Thor's here, being a cutie. Back in a moment. It's so dark and spooky. Oh my god. I'll woke Thor up. Alright, let's watch this cringe, shall we? So we'll watch up until people are ready to play some Apex, and then we'll cut it probably. Oh, I'm not looking forward to watching this. Yo, Anonymous with the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. So I'm gonna assume... Dude, this is wild to me. That back in the day when they were setting stuff up, they just had the desktop captured. It was like, yep, just watch what they're doing to get stuff set up to go. If you guys have been around the channel for a while, one of the people I used to play Apex with don't do too much anymore. Mr. DeGaulle. This is him in the hat back here. Mr. DeGaulle. This is this is Yeti. I'm trying to remember. People are so different looking. This is Shadow Draft. I think I had Laser Long on couch as well. I don't remember who the other person on couch was. Where's the run start? Yeah, Laz on couch. Which at I think I talked about this when we watched BioShock 1 from AGDQ 2014. We both wore beanies at the time, and people would get us confused constantly. Not so much here. I'm glad they covered me up. I'm glad they decided to cover up the runner in this situation. Right? Like, A+. Where's this actually start? Okay, it's gotta be most replayed. Oh, is this when they started using lav mics? Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to remember the setup for this, obviously being fucking 8 years ago. So they had lav mics on, which are the ones you clip onto like your shirt or whatever. Actually, I think this one is this the earpiece one? Oh yeah. So they have lav mics. That's how this works. This one's using I forgot what they're called. But it's like an earpiece you clip on and it has the mic coming up. Diva mic? Is it called a Diva mic? Maybe. But it's supposed to like sit like right up next to your mouth, but because it was like so close, it was driving me crazy. I like turned it away a little bit. And I'm also not the one to like really project my voice a lot, which is why I talk so goddamn close to the mic now. So I think like a lot of time during this, they're like, move it closer, move it closer, move it closer. Also being nervous, like I don't want to talk and project my voice even more than just normally. My estimate's a 140. That's crazy. I mean, not really. For strats back in the day, but man, 140 now is whew, insane. I also don't know why this is like we're waiting for a setup here. I'm good. Like how long was I was sitting here for a couple minutes just waiting. And all the audio is just from speakers. We don't have headsets on or anything like that, so if you need it like that, that's why back in the day they used to do like serious time. You'd have to call it out because it's just in the room. If people are talking, it makes it harder to hear. You don't have headphones, which is just, it's an odd choice to go for sure.
Sounds like we're all good.
All right, I'll let you know when to start timing. Oh my god. I already hate it. I hate it so much. There's something to love about this speedrun right off the bat is we can skip the opening cutscene. So. Yeah, it's like the mic is so awful. God damn it. Sit around for a few minutes every run. It's full volume too. Just remember this and how awkward it is when people say, oh, I liked GDQs back in the day. Remember this layout. Remember the commentary. All that. This is what they're talking about.
Can you hear me?
You can start time now. Okay. Early doesn't really matter at that point. Oh, it's not Play-Doh mode. That may be why it didn't crash. Or it's going to crash. I know it crashes at least once in this run. That's like the one thing I remember from this. I think it crashes when I drop into the water in Adonis. Which anytime PC runs are done at a GDQ, something's always going to go wrong. Even if it doesn't crash normally, even if you don't have tech issues or something, something is bound to go wrong. Even if you set it exactly the same. Doom 2016 has a very unfortunate history at GDQs of having massive tech issues. Some random crashes and just frame rate stuff. BioShock 2 already having a natural history of crashing on its own. I tried my best to set it up as good as it was going to be. And I also knew it was very prone to crashing beforehand, which I think we'll see here in just a little bit. Because of that, before going, I just went and made a whole bunch of safety saves every couple of minutes. Most of the time, I would just make it per level. and stuff like that. But I think even in this, I did like 3 saves per level. Yeah, it's a cherry limeade over ice on the rocks.
Anytime.
All right. So also for the record, Laz did some speedruns of BioShock 1, very little. Don't think he knows anything about BioShock 2 runs. Yeti doesn't run the games, doesn't know anything. Shadow Draft doesn't know anything about the games. I think he was there to run Amnesia, so I was just kind of talking to him and knowing him from that. And I was just like, you're here. This is still in the era, and I mean, I still have the era of in-person GDQs, like, oh, you guys don't know the run, but you're my friends, you're awake at the time, do you want to be on couch, sort of thing, just to kind of help out. Even though most of the time I talk 95% of the time. For those that don't know BioShock 2 story, oh god, the mic is so bad. The mic is so bad. Much like Big Daddy, only its predecessor. So you can kind of imagine what kind of weapons we'll get in the future. For now, we just have a trusty drill. I don't even know if I can watch this. We've seen quite a bit of it. Too good of a weapon. Something. Yeah, I'm young. I made the terrible mistake of cutting my hair beforehand. My hair right now is kind of shitty. It's in the awkward stage of growing out. It's too short to really be fine, and it's not long enough to style or do anything with, so it's just kind of there. Also, no beard. This is all I could really grow for a long time. It's like a little bit of a stash and a little bit of a goatee. And it sucked. Or the diaries that we're going to pick up, we can skip a lot of the dialogue in this game. You'll see in just a second. This hurts to watch. By playing the diaries we pick up, not even from a what's going on in the game or what I'm saying, just on a purely production level. This hurts. Back when I also had an underscore in my name and zeros. Hate to see it. We can actually just skip over cutscenes from different NPCs. And we get our first plasmid. So, select bolt, here we come. Just kind of a quick rundown of the plot. Looks like he plays as Big Daddy. And we're on a quest to get our little sister back, as we would have seen in the opening cutscene, had we not skipped it.
Daddy was sleeping.
Thanks for the spoilers, bro.
I hate everything about it.
And Eleanor has missed you. Find her and you'll be all better.
BloodThunder? Really? Okay.
That was funny.
That way with Electric Bolt we can abuse this as well. We need to open the door and to turn on the generator. But we can't do that until this splicer's. Yeah, the audio being so awful is really hurting. For sure. I think a big problem, now I'm thinking about it, and just how would I do this now? Not even production things aside, and how I would normally commentate a run going into it. We kind of talked about this during the Speedrun Explained, is the first half of the game, especially in this old route, is very slow. It's a lot of elevators waiting. And even when you can do stuff faster than intended, it's still not really a lot to talk about on the back end. There's not a lot to explain. You just kind of do this thing and you're done with it. Once you get later into the game, you start getting some more skips, some more unique routing possibilities. And in the route today, you would have the flings and skips. The first third, the first half of this game is kind of a problematic thing to commentate over and make exciting and engaging. And it's something I've noticed with doing trilogy runs or anthology runs across time, is viewership will always drop for 2 and then come back. Like BioShock 1, people love to watch, come in and watch. It'll go up, it'll be good. And then BioShock 2 happens, especially the first half or this first third of BioShock 2 will drop down, and then it'll go back up for infinite and stay there. It's more exciting nowadays, but it's still that back half that's more exciting. The first half is the problem child.
This guy we don't need to kill, but why not? And that's something you'll see a lot in this run is I don't need to kill splicers, I just don't want them in my way, so might as well take them out.
At last, a signal.
Well, it's just the mic they're using. I think it's called a diva mic. It's just like a little thing sticking right by the mouth, but it's just a little bit turned away. So if I'm speaking out, it can pick it up, but like only a little bit. I don't know. It needs to be more in front instead of just to the side. Not a great setup for sure. You can also see for them, they have lav mics, but they also have a shotgun mic for the crowd stuff. This was, it might have been 2016 when Power Up Audio finally stepped in and said, hey, let us show you how to do audio properly for stuff, because every event they would try something different with audio. And this was just the one where they just completely fucked up on that front. But like once Power Up Audio stepped in for that first GDQ, they're like, all right, this is the setup we're going to use. This is, we're going to use these headphones. And this is how you lay out the cables and everything like that. And even though they don't help out at AGDQs, because they just did the summer events, and they don't really do the summer events anymore, online and whatnot. But even then, they've still taken that same style of setup, the same headphones and stuff, which has just made things infinitely better.
This dead city to life. Listen.
So the first little bit of
I know who you are.
this game
I am in much
kind of
need
moves
of your
slowly
help.
because it's explaining all the stuff that's going on
Find
and
me in
giving
the
background
Atlantic
stuff.
Express.
You can also hear my keyboard, the mechanical key presses. You can hear that better than my voice, which is just insane.
Train
You still do
station.
some cool stuff. And if you've ever played this game, you might have tried to win this fight. You
Up or
actually don't need
left?
to fight at all.
So you're saying it's scripted?
It's a really good gamer.
Huh. Shocker, I didn't know that.
It's almost like you can't die.
What?
So the way this fight works is there's two things that needs to move on. One's a simple timer. The other, either yourself or the big sister here, needs to take enough damage. But neither one of us can actually die, so I'm just going to tank the damage. Wait by the door. Easiest way to do that is just to stand in the fire. So now we've taken the damage, we just have to wait for the timer to go off, which it did. Go fast enough, you can actually see there's two big sisters, but it's kind of hard to tell what's going on.
So you develop as a streamer talk over the years. Yeah, it's nice to go back. I mean, the act of cringing at how I used to commentate runs or the way I describe things is just a sign of how much better I've gotten, or at least in my own mind, feel like I've gotten. Because I look back, I'm like, oh, this is awful because I'm not up to the spot where I am. But even watching some of the older ones that we have, we watched the BioShock 1 from AGDQ 2014. I felt like that was a lot better than I gave myself credit for. And especially thinking back to it, like, oh, that was really awful. I hate every moment of it. Don't want to watch it. And watching through it, it wasn't too bad. It's problematic that there's audio issues in this. I can't really tell how good of a job commentating I am doing here. The first half of this, especially back then, is just a very hard thing to talk about and explain and have it be engaging and awesome because it's just playing the game fast. And while some people might find enjoyment in that, I personally don't think it's super exciting to just play a game fast, like do very intended stuff quickly. It's cool if that's your thing. It's great. But for me, it doesn't like tickle that part of the brain where I'm like, oh, I'm super engaged in watching this. It's just kind of a passive thing.
This is Dr. Sophia Lab with a message for the...
It's like, this game still looks pretty good on decent graphics. This is before I found out graphics caused an issue with crashing and stuff like that. And it looks pretty nice here. This may even be like medium graphics, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that's high. I don't know. Not Play-Doh.
You can actually kind of control where you spawn by moving during all this. But it's really obnoxious to tell where you end up. And there's no consistent way of going to a certain place.
Really focus on talking or playing? It's just something you pick up over time.
Random where you end up, or does it matter?
It doesn't.
I think people find it a lot harder to focus on talking or playing, but I mean, if you ever play a multiplayer game with your friends or something, right, you're probably doing the same thing. You're playing the game and talking out loud. It's really not a big difference to that.
It doesn't really matter where you end up. You're only going to
You
say
can still reach the train
more
station.
better.
Find me there.
Like, obviously going into extreme detail and trying to do a very hard skip at the same time can be like a big problem, which is a lot of times why you have a couch member, or at least a single person, to help you out on commentary. So when you get to those hard parts, you can focus on doing that and they can take over that a little bit of commentary for you instead of having to do both at the same time. Or you'll see runners be like, I'm going to do this trick and then I'll talk about it, or I'm going to talk about it beforehand leading up to it, and then just kind of point out small things as I go.
Little jellyfish.
There's ways to like offset it,
One thing
I guess
great
is the way to say.
about BioShock 2 that you don't see in BioShock 1 is these underwater scenes. There's not a whole lot to them, but you get to see some cool stuff.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful.
We get to see a shark here. My chat and I have named him Roger James Jr., so
I think Roger Jones Jr. is the name. Either that or Roger James. I think Jones sounds better, so I'm going to say it's Jones. Roger Jones Jr. RJJ.
whenever you see a shark, think of him.
I hate the audio in this. I hate it.
Sister just running off in the distance.
Oh, you know what? Hold on, one thing. Yeah. I forgot about this. If you missed the Slime Rancher 2 playthrough from the other night, it is up on YouTube in its entirety. Much better audio. So if you want to go check that at some point, here is the link to that video. Just got posted a little bit ago. It's posted in Discord.
Right now that we're out of the first area, we can actually...
I think there they told me to move the mic close to my mouth. I think they told me a couple times to do that, honestly. It might be better now.
Stuff. This first trick is a bit hard to explain, but don't
Ooh.
worry. I have to do it multiple times in the run, so... immediately
Audio fixed?
upon spawning in, I'm going to do a quick save, and then hopefully I get
No
it.
cringe?
You might remember me saying that diaries are very important.
Nope, don't remember seeing that.
This isn't really a frame-perfect trick, but it's about as close as you can get to it, and like I said, you have to do it 5 times in a run, so...
Yeah, I say that, and it's still hard to really call it a frame-perfect trick, because I don't know if anyone's ever, like, fully tested the fact that it's a singular frame. We just call it frame-perfect, because it is pretty hard to get, but I don't know if anyone's ever, like, truly tested the fact that it's a single frame. Sounds cooler, though.
Too soon. There we go. Okay. not too bad.
Oh, I forgot to mention this during the Speedrun Explained when I kind of brought it up. With diaries as well, I think we'll see this here coming up. Whenever, because if you do an all-in-one full-level diary skip, that stays for the entire level, right? So it's going to stay all throughout Atlantic Express, and then once we get into Ryan's Amusement, that gets reset. We no longer have it. It doesn't matter if we save, load, or whatever. As long as we don't change levels, we're fine. The biggest problem about it, which I think happens here, if I'm not mistaken, is crashes also completely reset it. So I don't want to spoil too much, but if you crash mid-level and reload, the diary no longer applies.
So as you may notice, Tenenbaum's message is not playing anymore.
Over 8 years, next month will be my 11th year on Twitch.
And no actual radio message will play in the whole entire level. And we skip about 1.5 minutes worth of dialogue.
Doesn't seem as simple as BioShock 1 with the diary skips.
Yeah, diary skip for a long time wasn't useful because we didn't have a good method for it. But since we can skip the entire level, it's worth going for. It's not quite as simple as the method in BioShock 1, but we actually do have a more consistent method. It's just not nearly as useful. So, in this part, you might wonder, because I said there's not going to be any more radio messages. This part and a few
Oh yeah, it's not synced.
on a more global system, so they're still going to play, although they appear to be skipped. You can just kind of sit here,
Wow, that's rude.
have some fun.
Listening to a much younger you voice versus what's in your head now. It's weird because I hear this and I just, to me, this would be what I think my voice sounds like now, right? Like, to me, that's my voice. So when you say there's a younger voice or whatever, it's like, to me, there's no difference. But it's interesting to see that it is for you guys. Maybe if I played this versus another clip from Slime Rancher or something, I'd notice it more. But
more glitch oriented.
Kind of. Because in BioShock 1 you actually skip entire stages, you cut out of a lot of the combat, so it is focused more on the glitches.
New season to vet.
Level design.
My like morning voice when I wake up is even deeper. It's almost to where it's like I'm not even talking. It's just like blah blah blah, just making noises.
Mine was a little bit more careful in planning. It makes it really hard to skip entire levels. So yeah, we had to go through.
Like Corpse Husband.
They're not too big of a deal.
Huh, it's like Jev's actually learned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it crashes. So, like I was saying, the diary skip that we did at the beginning of the Atlantic Express just got canceled. And the only way to get it back is to start there. That's also a spot at that point in time was not a very crash heavy area. Typically back then, the big problem spots were the very end of Dionysus Park, and maybe a spot in Fontaine Futuristics were like the two areas I was really worried about, but I knew it crashed a lot, especially on different PCs. So I think I have like tons of backup saves. I think I have a really like decent spot here. We mentioned it in the Speedrun Explains that there's certain areas of the game that you can't die in, even with console commands. Those same spots you also can't save in, I'm pretty sure. So like in that water section, you can't make a save. So like the next spot, it would be right after you come out of the water.
That's intended.
Make multiple saves.
Yep, he came prepared, ladies and gentlemen. Do not worry. Just like BioShock 1, things like this can happen. They learn level design, but not programming.
Damn shots. Oh, one thing I did forget about this run. It'll probably come up super late in the run. But but I was really trying hard to get, I always forget if it's JP or JB. One of the level designers for BioShock on call for this, because I'd seen like devs being part of a GDQ run from AGDQ 2014. I was like, oh, that's cool. Let me reach out and see if maybe I can get this going. Which for that one, if you saw when I talked about, there's a dev that explained the Electrobolt door and medical, or not medical, and Welcome to Rapture. That was the same guy that I reached out to about being on this. And I was trying for so long to get it set up. And then he like finally got back to me and said, oh yeah, I can be a part of it. But it was like, as this run had started, so it was too late to get him on call. Because I wanted to like start up like Skype and everything, get it figured out. Because their audio, as we already mentioned, isn't great. So he ends up like joining the GDQ chat. And not even like the Twitch GDQ chat, like their IRC chat, which like some people used at some point. I don't think I ever used it. It was like a thing that existed and it was like answering questions in there, but I never actually got to talk to him directly about anything in there, which kind of sucked, but it is what it is. Yeah, look at all these saves I have. I have like 3 or 4 for each one, depending on the area. I have 3 for Adonis, 3 for Atlantic Express, 4 for Ryan's. Yeah, this is like, I came prepared. All made on June 18th, 2014.
Still on world record pace, just a reminder.
I'm not sure exactly where the save is, so I might need to look. Yeah, need to look at the other one. A little too far in the run. Let's go back one. Yep, this is basically right out of the water, so.
Lesson 1. Mark chart.
Unfortunately, the crash didn't really lose too much time because I loaded a save. It's about the same.
But if you are clever,
But you might notice that there's now radio messages, and I can't do another diary skip because we don't know where to do another one.
I know you're awake in there. I can feel
Oh,
it.
that's horrible.
Mother won't be able to toy with you like that ever again.
So you get the best of both worlds. You get the diary skip as a trick, and you get all the diary messages. It's great, showing both sides. Content.
This plasmid is for you. If I'm right, you can use it now.
You show the trick, and then you show the intended
So
gameplay.
Eleanor, the character we just saw, is our actual little sister that we're trying to get back, and throughout the game she's going to help us in many different ways. Here she gives us the telekinesis plasmid, which if you've seen BioShock 1 speedruns, you might know the very usefulness of it. Unfortunately, in this game it got a huge nerf, so we're not going to use it quite as much.
Sophia Lamb is using the splicers against you.
Its
Most
really
big
only
daddies are like her
purpose in
slaves,
BioShock
guarding
2
the little ones.
is to pick up things from
But
far away
someone
or to throw exploding
has
barrels.
awakened you.
These
I
splicers
know
can
you're
just get in your
born
way,
with
so
Elena Delta.
take them out.
To save yourself, you
Take 'em out.
come for her. But Eleanor has a destiny, one you cannot share. There is no place for you in paradise. Quickly, head for the elevator. Now, here is what the children tell me.
So as we're still in the
You
beginning of the
are
game,
a very
it wants
old
to
Big
tell us
Daddy,
about what's going on.
bonded for life
Here we get
to
more
a
of the
single
backstory.
little one. When you are apart
Ladies
for
and
too
gentlemen, that's
long,
called
your
exposition.
body begins to shut down like a collar.
Thank you, Les.
It is weird watching this compared to a more modern GDQ. Oh, I love my old GDQs. They're so much better before they went corporate. No. But the facts were 10 minutes into this run, right? 10 and a half minutes. And no one's asked to read a donation or anything like that. I think we had this with BioShock 1 as well. Maybe one of the other runs that I did. Just like the long pauses where either I'm not explaining something, no one on couch is really explaining anything. There's no donation reader or announcer, host, whatever you want to call them.
As long as the girl is in the rapture.
I'm just like so ingrained of thinking that yeah, lots of just dead air and letting the game just breathe. I don't know.
More you know.
Trapped here as well.
Typically
The
during
name
a
of
run, this
your
entire
little one
elevator ride's silent,
is
so
Eleanor
kind
Lamb,
of weird.
daughter of
Don't know what to do.
She is kept at Fontaine Futuristics on the other side of the city.
So did the
You
dialogue
must
come
go
back because
there
you loaded
and
a save, or
her
because that save had
before it
not
is
the
too
diary
late.
skip in it?
Anytime you leave an area, the audio goes back to normal. So if you even load another save while you're still in that area with the glitched out message, they'll still be glitched out.
I see.
That's why we have to do it in every stage, because it doesn't carry over once you leave.
It would be fantastic if you did the trick once and it just broke all the audio for the entire game. It'd be awesome. Do one diary skip and all of the audio is broken for the rest of the game. Oh. Be great.
So we need to take out another splicer, so we can activate a lever.
A lever? I barely know her.
You can actually prevent this from occurring if you just like, as you can see there's a square box I'm looking in. If you never look in that square box and just fight it, you can just avoid this forever.
Yeah, I mean, a fun little thing. There's multiple spots like this in the game where the game will put you in a specific spot and then turn your camera to look at a cutscene and lock you in place. Happens in BioShock 1 as well. As it's putting you into the floor position, if you just keep moving your camera, it just won't ever start the cutscene because it's like waiting for you to look there to start it.
Something.
That's not what I'm
I
going to
have
do.
returned to rescue them. If I do not
Actually, in like BioShock 1, it tends to just take away your ability to move the camera altogether, so you can't do that. And then in 2, they don't tend to do that. I don't know, it's a weird game.
more children will die for my sins, and the rapture nightmare it will repeat forever.
I don't know if it's just the higher graphics, but I feel like I also have the brightness turned up, like, super high. It looks a little washed out.
We must talk. Citizens of Rapture. This is Subject Delta.
So now we're being introduced to Sophia Lamb, the biological mother of our little sister,
Or sympathy.
trying her darndest
It is a
to
beast
keep us away,
apart.
but
And as family,
can't stop
we
us.
must tear out its jaw and drive it back into the sea.
Dark without carrots? But I eat my carrots all the time.
Hard to find you.
Darndest.
Hold back the splicers until we
Whoa, PG. PG.
This fight's a bit random at the ends. The first 2 waves are pretty consistent, because they spawn on the opposite sides. Unfortunately, the 3rd set can spawn on either side, so... Wasn't too bad. If they spawn on that side, they can actually jump down and just
Thank
run
you.
away.
Now I must leave you, and I am sorry for this. But there are others I must help before the city drowns. This man
This is just my ADHD brain just going crazy. Like, I can't sit still. I gotta jump around, I gotta smack stuff with my drill, I gotta do whatever.
is an ally, and will guide you to Eleanor.
I know most people don't care when I do this stuff in runs, but I always feel bad. Like, there's probably someone out there that just, like, is so annoyed when I'm just, like, stuck in a spot and I'm just freaking out.
This
sure
is typically
someone-
where we save time in a run if we do diary skips, because we don't have to wait for this message to play out, or the one on the train here.
Someone hates it.
Well, look at you. A bona fide knight in armor, complete with iron horse. The name's Augustus Sinclair Sport, Esquire. Old Tannenbaum and I share an interest in the old Fontaine building, the very same place you'll find Eleanor Lamb. I think you and I can do business. Take the train to Ryan Amusements. I'll see you shortly.
So if you've ever played through this game casually, you may not have noticed it, but Ryan's Amusement is probably the worst amusement park in all of history.
It's
Yeah,
real
pretty
bad.
There is only one ride in Ryan's Amusement Park, and it's the Journey to the Surface, which is not too entertaining. But we need to do another diary skip, so we'll have to wait until the train comes to a stop to do that.
Whoa there. Now better apply the brakes unless you're aiming to dash yourself against that glacier up ahead.
Powering your voice? Yeah. I mean, once again, there's not like really audio engineers there. A lot of people just doing stuff or volunteers that just pick it up. So they get it as good as possible. BioShock 2 just has a problem with audio in general. I'm sure when we get to, if we get to Enter Persephone, the music there is just completely broken and way too loud for no reason whatsoever. It just always is. So there's spots in this game that just get abnormally loud. You just can't do anything about it. Unless you throw on like a compressor or something like that. Let me try this. First try. Nope. Second try. Nope. Third try. Nope.
Unfortunately, there's no way good.
There's no way
good. This because every time you go to do a run, your quick save is going to be different, and that affects the timing drastically. There we go.
Nice.
Typically, you want to get those in about 3 tries or less. Considering this is a marathon, it's not too bad.
Are all of them equally precise?
Yes. Like I mentioned before, there's a more consistent way of doing them, but it only skips one message, so you'd have to do it multiple times, and it wastes more time than it's worth. So we're gonna get our first upgrade here. It's gonna be drill efficiency, which we actually don't need for quite a while, at least until like middle of the next stage. But we don't get another upgrade by the time that we actually need it, so we actually have to get it here.
What a roundabout way of describing it. Wait, you get an upgrade that is not useful for another 10, 15 minutes, but because there's not another upgrade between now and then, you have to pick it up here. Getting a different upgrade, yeah, you get the damage, and just never getting the fuel upgrade, which really doesn't matter either way. So in the runs that I do, I tend to get the second upgrade regardless. Whichever one I don't get. I think I still feel like I pick up efficiency first, and then I get damage later on before Simon Wales. Either way, it's not a whole lot.
How many upgrades do you get throughout the run?
Throughout this run, we now get 3 upgrades. It used to be 4, we'd get 2 in this area, but we found a death warp that skips one of them, so.
Nice.
A pretty good trade.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was trying to think of where the second one was here, but it's right at the end of, after the second harvest, when you go through all of the stuff to get back to the main hub. There's a power to the people machine there. That we have a death warp for. I don't know exactly the tricks that are involved in this. Obviously, diary skips, the death warp. I don't even know if this will do the early drill dash. My guess is with a 140 estimate, 121, I don't think there's any shot this has. I don't even know if this is going to have theater skip.
So one really nice thing the devs did for speedrunners is they gave us this tonic. This is Sports Boost 1. Gives us a 10% increase in movement speed. Makes us go a little faster. We're about to get our second tonic, which is going to increase the power of the drill. First we need to skip Eleanor from talking. Now we're going to take on an actual Big Daddy. We'll have to kill multiple of these in the entire run. This one's a bit special. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get him over by the door so that when I pick up the little sister, I can immediately leave. So one thing you might have noticed if you're quick enough is that there is no option to harvester or saver. There's this picker up. Unfortunately for the first one, we actually have to go through the escort mission. later on, we just have to pick them up and deal with them.
Here it is.
So for now, we're just gonna protect her.
Don't you love escort missions?
They're the best. They should make a BioShock game with an entire escort mission.
Oh, please, dude.
A little jab at Infinite.
So bad.
I could give you great heaven.
At least the money didn't despawn this time.
Yeah, the money can sometimes just not appear.
We'll agree.
Money's not really an issue in this run unless you just don't know what you're buying.
I honestly don't know if at this point I'd played Infinite or not. I don't remember when I did my first Infinite runs. I mean, it wasn't... Infinite came out in 2013. Yeah, I don't know if I'd picked up Infinite at this point or not. I'm watching this run, yeah.
When I first picked up this game, I was blowing all my money all the time, but considering we skip a lot of stuff now and optimized it.
Yo, Roy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We are currently watching a very old run of mine from 2014, SDQ Summer Games Done Quick 2014. You know, over 8 years ago. This is me right here, looking so young and nerdy. Cringing at this, but yeah, welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. Hope we had a good stream.
But resource management is still important, right?
Yes.
A little Resident Evil 4, nice.
Buy fuel, as you'll see in the next stage.
RE4? I played RE4 for the first time a couple months ago. It was pretty fun. I'm looking forward to... I know some people aren't looking forward to the updated one coming out here soon, next year, January? Maybe? Oh, it looks like a pretty fun time.
What? Spoilers.
I'm sorry. Cover your ears. But sometimes I'll actually buy certain types of grenades to make the end fights go faster.
My ears.
Some spoilers.
Man, this stream.
So now we're going on the only ride in Ryan's amusement, Journey to the Surface.
Why does it exist? But it is what it is. I mean, yeah, it's his money, you know. Does it necessarily need it? No, but as someone who just played it recently for the first time, you know, there are some things that would be nice if it was updated, kind of just fixed overall. But as long as they do a good job of updating it, it's fine, right? If it comes out and it's like somehow worse than the original, or they just completely butcher it, then it becomes a problem, like the GTA updates or whatever, you know, or Resident Evil 3. But we'll see.
Just walk right through this.
I feel like RE4, they're not gonna screw up.
As bad as Small World.
Hopefully.
It's pretty close.
Oh, God.
It's not even finished.
My favorite song coming up.
I might actually have to mute this. Forgot about the audio.
Keep this barrel outside the room, not just to save the room from fire, but we're actually going to need that in just a moment for a skip. First, we need to protect the little sister again. If I just stand in this back corner,
Nah, go for it.
the turret will do a lot.
Completely understandable.
Unfortunately, some of the splashes do get by, so I still have to watch her.
Wow, that's lazy.
There is actually a method to keep them from spawning altogether, but I like getting some of the resources, so.
Wow, what a 5-head strat. Getting resources.
Not quite as lazy as I could be.
I think also at this point we didn't quite understand how to prevent them from spawning altogether. Maybe we knew about the electrical thing, but I want to say... Ooh, I didn't. I don't know. It's 8 years. Who knows? So music might be turned off in this. The doggy message isn't playing.
Looks like your turret's on fire.
Yeah.
Oh, well. It was on fire.
The turret doesn't always make it. He served the purpose.
For me, yeah.
Daddy, are you taking
You ain't her real dad.
Wow, that was harsh.
Yeah, some of the splicer quotes are just pure gold. Alright, so we're gonna take our barrel and head to the air vent.
They sure are.
Unfortunately, in this level, they only put one air vent in the entire section. Every other stage has like 5 per square foot.
5 per square foot.
And that's kind of why this game's really hard to break. Because of stuff like this, you actually have to go to a specific point to trigger the next event. So on. Alright, so we're gonna drop the barrel and put down some safety measures.
You're stealing. I know it.
This is a strat you're gonna see quite often.
Oh, yeah, this okay.
Hack something and purposely fail it, you'll just take damage.
I don't realize if we, you know, I'd figure that out at this point.
So I harvest this first little sister because I need the extra atom. I actually cannot do the route without it. A lot of people don't really care for that method, but they can't really help it.
Murderer.
Hacking a machine will never actually kill you. That's why we need the barrel, so we can do that.
Death warp strats.
This
Death
takes us right
warp?
up to the main entrance. There's a lot of splicers around.
That AI.
Now we're gonna head over and get Incinerate, which we need to melt the ice to leave. And we're gonna set up another death warp.
It's something I hadn't noticed before. Just occurred to me. Thinking about not reading off donations as much and stuff like that. Is nowhere on this layout do they have the amount of money they've raised for the event, right? There's no donation total. Unless I'm just 100% blind. Which is a crazy thing to think about. That's not on screen to some capacity. No money. Damn.
But I don't want to take too much.
Also, the fact that the name covers over the camera and stuff. Yeah. Should have between runs, yeah. I want to be super surprised. I mean, even between runs, like, here's this other run finishing, right? Here's me setting up.
For their effort.
Not there.
Hey, sir. This
time deal.
Death warp. Now we're gonna head over and get Incinerate, which we need to melt the ice to leave. And we're gonna set up another death warp.
You could just make up a number.
Too much damage otherwise.
Like, all right, everyone, we just raised $15 million. Woo! And everyone would believe you because it's not on screen. That's how it works.
Risk having to do another death warp.
How prevalent are death warps? Will you be using them constantly, or just this is a one-time deal?
There's quite a few in this run now.
Great answer.
This next death warp actually only saves like maybe a second. But it's for convenience sake.
Only a second, huh? Well, okay, if the big sister doesn't spawn inside the train station, then I could see where that argument's coming from, but if I knew it spawned inside the train station, then it is way over a second. I'm just foolish.
You're supposed to fight the big sister here, and we're actually going to. But we're going to do the death warp first, so we can get her to a spot that's more to our liking.
That you? It is me.
So if we come out to this broken clock tower and die on top of it, it actually takes us back to a different spot. So now we need a few splicers, hopefully. Come on.
AI, please.
There we go.
Nice shot.
I hear a creaking of the floorboard.
So we go to this Vita chamber here, and that door right there is actually locked. And it's only unlocked after you kill the big sister, so that gets us around that. But like I said, we need the extra atom, so we're actually going to kill the big sister. We're just going to do it inside the train station so she can't run away.
Yeah, okay, it says way more in a second.
Also, if you walk against this wall, you actually get stuck right here. Kind of a
I
weird
like to
feature.
look a man in the eye when I give him my word. You and me, kid, we're going places.
An old 2000 band.
Wow.
Sure, I see it.
That wasn't too bad. So now we've gotten the escort mission out of the way, the run really starts to pick up, and we actually get a really fast way of moving in Popper's Drop, which is why we need drill efficiency, and a whole lot of things are going to come together. But first, we need to buy more stuff.
Really quick, the developer is in chat and is trying to get a hold of us right now, so we're getting that set up as soon as we can.
There we go. That's the thing I was talking about before. And he does not get on Skype. It's super disappointing.
I'm sorry. The developer is in SDA's QuakeNet chat, so if you go to gamesdonequick.com and you want to ask him some questions about the game, that's where to go.
Somebody give me a laptop.
Dad's like, oh, that's really cool. Oh, man, that sucks. in like 2 seconds.
I'll be right back.
We're gonna steal this barrel from the brute.
Yeah, this is pre-Discord era. You guys remember those times? Those dark times on the internet when we didn't have Discord for stuff? Yeah, I said, when they said he's in our chat if you want to ask some questions, like, can someone get me a laptop? Because I wanted to talk to him, you know? I want, the whole point would get him on Skype to, interact, watch the run, and just, like, ask him just general questions about the game and stuff, but,
And we do this so we can get a little bit more money. We actually
nothing
don't
ever
need that
came of
money
it.
at all. We could live without it. Why not do it? So with all that extra add-on we got, we're gonna buy a plasmid slot, the decoy plasmid,
Ooh.
Wonder Blast.
We did have this.
And driller.
Ooh.
Okay. The Sinclair Deluxe. Find her and get that key.
So each one of these is going to come into play in a little different way. First, we're going to use decoy to keep this brute here. Typically,
I don't think I ever, in terms of like having group chats and stuff, used anything pre-Skype. Is it either stuff on stream? I used to use Twitch chat or like Steam messages. I think like Skype was the first time I was in like group chats of stuff online, and then Discord came along and just fucking killed that off. So, never used like Mumble or TeamSpeak. I mean, that was voice chat and stuff. But
he's going to run off and you have to chase him down. We don't want that. Next, we're going to enter the store.
More common now that devs show up and runs and donations. Yeah, I mean, devs across the board are just significantly more aware of speedruns existing, and also the fact of, GDQs being big things on internet and in culture, to where they actually like want to take a part in the event itself. Like personally, the most fun run I've ever done was the Prey Moon Crash run at GDQ. Like I like a lot of the runs I've done. I'm really glad to have shown off a lot of games that I did. But having Abigail Tyson, the community manager for Arcane at the time, on couch, and then meeting, fuck, why am I forgetting his name? There's another community manager there. I can't think of his name at the moment. Sean Baptiste, is there. He wasn't on couch. I did offer it to him, but he didn't want to be on. Like, that was one of my, if not favorite run to do. Just because the game's awesome, and then also just having that extra interaction is great.
Door code.
And now you come swanning into my neighborhood looking for me. Wrong turn, Tin Daddy. When we hang
Now I need to freeze the brute before he runs off.
And it's on that front, I'm gonna pause a lot in this because it's just fucking an old run. Who cares? When I went to QuakeCon, in whatever year that might have been, when we did all the Doom speedrun showcases. Like, that was probably even more fun than any of the GDQ runs that I've done, because it was talking with a lot of the devs, being on couch with them, showing off these runs, like a very hyped up thing. It was like so cool. Just spending like a couple days talking with community managers and devs of the stuff and getting to showcase the tricks the community's found over the years was awesome. But I think as a speedrunner, like the highest thing you can really shoot for, well, it's arguable. For me, at least, I'll say as a speedrunner, like the highest acclaim is to do a run and then have the developers behind the game see that run and appreciate it. Like, this is a cool thing. Sometimes just devs don't like speedruns. They build a game a certain way over years and they play it a certain way. And they don't like to see it broken, which it's understandable. But when like a dev embraces the speedrun and really like thinks it's cool or helps out or interacts with it, it's just like the most rewarding. So having any of those interactions is really, really cool to see. It's like devs react. Sometimes dev reacts are great videos. And other times it like hurts to watch because you're like, you don't get speedruns. It hurts to see. It's usually more like creative directors, people that like think about the story and building this lore in this awesome world, that hate seeing speedrun. Not necessarily hate, but like they're not as on board with speedruns as people who are building out all the mechanics and the features and level designers. It's like, this is my story. This is the story I want to tell, and you're skipping the lore. You're skipping these cutscenes. It's like, it pains them to see that. It's like, well, I love the game, but I can't watch the cutscenes. I can't do it.
And now we pick up the camera, which is actually really useful for the entire speedrun. I'll show it off here. Anytime you take a picture of an enemy, you can get certain perks. So we take a picture of this group, hit them with a few different plasmids, we get drill dash, which is this right here.
Tells you more about his DNA. Let's give it a dry run, shall we?
It allows us to move very, very quickly across the stage. But you might notice in the bottom left, we have a little gas gauge. That's why we need to get drill efficiency.
Just rev up that drill of yours and slam right through that.
Because every time you do a drill dash, it consumes fuel. So once you run out, you can't drill dash anymore.
But that big lug just dropped half my damn hotel in your way. Now to break through that mess, I expect you're going to have to work out how he.
So okay. Calling back to the Speedrun Explains, with the death that you do in the area that you set up, this is why. So once you come over here, you have to wait for this message to play out. We don't do a diary skip in the area to get past it at all. So this is why you do the extra death, so you don't waste all this time just waiting.
So at this point, they're telling me to go get the camera and drill dash and all that stuff that we already just did, because you're not supposed to have it.
Since you already laid your hands on a genetic research camera, this next part will be easier. That's it, son.
We're going to put down decoy to distract the splicers as we go through the Sinclair Deluxe.
Now,
and we're just going to drill dash through the entire thing.
Brutes and take them out on film. Before long, you'll be able to brush aside.
Two important things to know about drill dashing is if you do it in too small of an area and you hit a wall, you get stunned for a few seconds and it's basically losing time. And if you hit a splicer, you lose all momentum. And sometimes splicers just jump in your way. So we're going to buy more drill fuel. Something you'll see me do quite often. Here's a brute, we're going to freeze him.
Get on up there and persuade
yep, that's what we did.
Notice I'm taking damage and it's per death world. In case you haven't put that together.
Gracie's room is just up ahead. Now, she's been sending all manner.
I feel like I'm very condescending when I'm talking about stuff in this run. I'm like, oh, you may have noticed. Oh, if you're paying attention to this, if you're paying attention to that. Instead of just talking about it and explaining it, I just like kind of put it on the viewer to have paid attention.
us your way, so I'm not particular as to how you take that key away from her. But
Do you ever accidentally die in the wrong place trying to do a death warp? Or are they usually pretty consistent?
What was that?
Do you ever die in the wrong place trying to do a death warp, or are they usually consistent?
Typically, you can do them consistently if you don't take too much damage. There's a lot of ways to take damage at the very end if you really need to, but
I know what you're here for. Go on, take it.
most of the time if you die, you don't go that far back from where you actually need to go, so you only lose a few seconds.
To care for her child. And I tried. But baby Eleanor disappeared. And then one day, I see her walking with you.
So we don't really care about Grace at all. What we care about is the card on her desk and the chair that she just got out of.
We don't care about her at all.
It is slower to kill her, right?
Killing her doesn't actually benefit us, so taking the time to actually kill her
Yeah.
would just be unnecessary.
I think technically it does like save time in the next level or something, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's very, very, very minor. There is something about it though. Like if you kill her, it is slightly slower. I mean, obviously waste time killing her, but
Sorry.
But it's for plot. Character development.
Your call.
I want to say there's like turrets or something in the next area, like bots that come after you. Maybe I'm wrong. It's been a while.
For what it's worth.
So dying there takes us back down to the bottom. If you don't do a death warp, you can just jump straight down. Only a few seconds.
For Grace, the paradise of Andrew Ryan.
Also, if you hit an item, it can
was
just throw you
unkind.
completely to the
She
side.
spoke against him in song, and he had her
Usually that's not an issue, but
It
in
left
certain
her
areas,
penniless.
you have to
But
watch
in
out
the
for it.
family, she has found hope, a reason to draw breath. Ask yourself, Delta, do you deserve to take it from her?
Oh my god.
All of those swings, they're failed attempts at doing drill dash. I despise the fact, I've gotten used to it over the years, but I still despise the fact that drill dashing is like a 2-button prompt. And it's not pressing 2 buttons at the same time, it's like a timing thing. It's just like, just make it 1 key. That's all it takes. I mean, I know for console and on like controller, it makes sense to, you have a certain amount of buttons you can press. You got to find some solution to it. Pressing 2 things works out. But when you have keyboard and mouse, you have all of these extra buttons. So let me just bind it to 1 thing instead of having a 2-button prompt. You know, it's BioShock PC problems.
By sparing Grace, do you...
The one problem with drill dashing, 'cause I love it so much, is you actually have to hit 2 buttons like
Thank you, old self.
at the same time, which is kind of annoying if you get in the wrong timing.
Finally, someone agrees with me. It might be me, but someone agrees with me.
So I mentioned earlier when we had that crash that dialogue stuff doesn't transfer over, but if you do that last area fast enough, the beginning of this area actually gets glitched out for some reason. I still have no idea why, but Sinclair is obviously not speaking. This is the best.
Maybe he has nothing to say.
We get completely sniped out of this train.
Schnurped.
The train's still intact and keeps moving, but we just get thrown out of it.
Also, 31 minutes in, 0 donations read. Just want to point that out. Better? Worse? You decide.
So once again, we're in the water, which is pretty cool. And the door right in front of us leads to the next area, but we can't open that quite yet. We're gonna turn around and go this way. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick up these atom slugs. I actually don't need to pick them up, but they're right here, so I just kind of like to do it anyways.
100% go.
This is really where fighting becomes a part of the run. We have 2 big fights that we have to do. neither one is particularly difficult. There's a little trick I'm gonna try to set up. We'll see how it goes.
A beast of Ryan lives. Gather the family.
I think Mother knows I'm helping you like this. She's
We have to enter another door
accelerating my
code.
treatments. Don't give up on me.
Wow, what a fast door code.
So now the lights are already kicked off and we have to kill stuff in the dark. So I don't know whether it's entering the door code too fast or what, but you can actually glitch the lights to stay on. Typically it's really dark in this portion.
Yeah, I still have zero idea to this day, eight years later, of why sometimes the lights will be super bright here and other times it's not. It just kind of happens. It's very weird.
And then they actually stay on. We're gonna break out the camera and take some more pictures. If we take pictures of spider splicers, we actually get more movement speed.
Whoa.
This first guy's gonna jump even if you hit him with Winter Blast, so I'm just gonna use Incinerate in the machine gun. At this point, I'm really just gonna use Electro Bolt unless something goes terribly, terribly wrong. So once that pipe breaks, they're always going to spawn according to where you are. So if I just stand in this corner, I can always get them to come to me. Once we kill 6 of them, we've already killed 2. We're going to go for a little trick.
A little trick.
Okay. We're going to jump down. Jump across, and jump up. So this door's actually not here. Kill the brute before he actually is supposed to spawn in.
Well, nice. I'm impressed.
I'm impressed. What every impressed person
So that's
says.
the first big fight that we have to do. The second one's less of a random set of waves. It's kind of a quote-unquote boss fight.
Each of you know the child of the land. Through Adam, our souls.
He's basically just a normal spider splicer with increased health, which makes him really annoying to kill. So we're gonna get drill damage there. Typically we would have gotten that back in Ryan's Amusement, but with the new route we skip it. So once again, drill fuel for when we leave.
Depending on when, if this was in June or July, would make a difference. I believe I was 20 at the time. Actually, I know I was because I couldn't drink at this GDQ. I remember going out to dinner with some friends and they like got drinks. I was like, damn, fucking like a month away from being 21.
There we go. Okay, so I have all the research I want against those. Please leave them alone. Okay, so here comes the quote-unquote boss. We're gonna shock his little...
This was also fun trivia fact about this Summer Games Done Quick. This was the only one to be held in Denver before it eventually found its home in Minneapolis. I don't know where SGDQ 2013 was held, but this one was in Denver, Colorado, which is not the best venue because every like restaurant close to it closed at like 8 or 9 p.m., which was not great for eating selections when you went to like, oh, it's 10 p.m. and I want food, and there's nowhere anywhere close that is open, and don't have a car to do anything with. Like, can't go through a drive-through, can't drive to go get food somewhere else. It really sucked. Actually, okay, this is a little bit of a flex, I guess. You guys are, or at least know of Achievement Hunter Ray from Achievement Hunter, who's also a streamer. No longer works there, hasn't worked there for a long time. Was at this GDQ, and I had pizza with him one night. Fun fact. I had no idea who he was at the time, but I learned after the fact. I was like, oh, it's cool.
If you actually freeze him when he's jumping in the air, you can just get him stuck. Unfortunately, he didn't do it that time. It's always a fun treat. Okay. So once we hit that lever, we're actually stuck in this room.
Once you transfer
not a problem.
to Dionysus Park, we've got a tiny window of opportunity to get you inside. I don't have much
Now, do you keep invincibility frames similar to BioShock 1 where you won't die on it like immediately?
Yes and no.
They've cut the power on.
There's no no to that. It's just yes.
You go down to like 1 or 2 health, you have those invincibility frames, which last for a few seconds, but if you're continuously taking damage, like I was there, you just skip over those.
Alright.
Nope, wrong. Wrong. You dumb.
So this whole place is trying to flood, and we actually still have one more trick to do. Gonna take a second.
Attaboy, sport. I think you're closing
What
in
a
on
dummy.
Zion's underground temple. Now get down to pumping station number 5 and drain out the park here. Oxygen's running
So
thin.
the fun
in this
thing
train
about
car.
decoy, which is
I'd
the
sure hate
plasmid
to
you see
see
in
our
front of us,
partnership cut short.
it just shows up randomly. We can't actually use it.
yourself, Delta.
There.
You who have
And that's
suffered
not the
beyond
one trick I'm
measure
talking
at the
about.
hands of
Once we
men
get up
like
here, we can
Ryan.
actually get our weapons back.
What is the
And if I
cost
switch to the drill and drill dash out, I just get to keep it.
end
So
pain, to end
instead of walking
sin?
all the way over here, we can just drill dash.
Must we
Ah, I didn't go for the boost over.
Eleanor is my answer. Do you think me a tyrant, Delta? Vying for control of a dead man?
So Dionysus Park was kind of an iffy stage before, because it actually had an almost guaranteed crash at the very end. But with a new strat that has been found since my record run like a week or so ago, we actually skipped that crash entirely. So
Whoa, strats.
pretty nice.
Sort of a
Strats. Okay. Unfortunately, we're going to stop there. Now that the audio is better, I'm actually not cringing as much. I'd like to finish this. We might finish this at the end of the stream, but I have some other obligations to do. So we're going to switch on over to playing some Apex Legends for the new ranked split on Stormpoint with Biddy and Charlie, I believe. So we may come back and finish this. If not, maybe at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, we'll finish watching out the rest of the run, since it's like halfway through. What a fun time. All right. So if, before we hop into that, if you're not interested in Apex Legends, the BioShock 2 Speedrun Explained Watch Party stuff, I'll try to get that on YouTube tomorrow. If and when we watch the rest of this, I'll probably put this on YouTube as well. But plenty of speedruns and playthroughs on my YouTube. Just recently played through Slime Rancher 2, the early access. That video went out earlier, as well as the Rise of the Tomb Raider PB at 1:11:08 on YouTube. So, if Apex isn't your thing, I understand. I get that. If you want to keep chilling, you can hang out, watch it. But if not, you know, I'm gonna try to start Tomb Raider Legends playthrough tomorrow. You can come back for that if you wish. Let's see here. Switch things up. Also, because it is still September, I'll be matching gifted subs up to the first 100 that are gifted, since they are currently 25% off. New subs are 30% off if you aren't subbed already. So if you want to get an ad-free experience, get yourself some emotes, you can do so at a discounted rate, or gift some to others. That's also on the table. Let's see. I wanted to try this Discord overlay thing. So it's easier for you guys to recognize when people are talking. And who's talking. I'm gonna try. Oh, I should take speedrun tag out of it. Okay. Jeez, got so many things going on. I need to disable IQ real quick. Otherwise, the game will think I'm cheating. We don't want that. All right, launch the game and I'll try to get this other thing set up. Voice widget, that. Oh, is it gonna be okay? I'm gonna use a different text channel. Oh, is this not gonna give me the? No. All right, I'm gonna have to ask about it later. Okay, I can't do it because it's in a secret, secret voice channel. Oh, damn. Unfortunate. Things. So many things on my desktop. Check out the store real quick. What's new? Wow, stuff. Wow, more stuff. Wow. Wowie. All right. And as always, once we get into the games and stuff, audio needs to be adjusted. Feel free to let me know if people are too loud or the game's too loud or whatever. Let's see. Ooh, throw on a little Andy James in the background, maybe. A little of the Jamie Jams. Let's get down with a little Jamie Jams. I had too much open on my desktop. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna close that for now. Oh Jesus. Ah, jeez, Rick. Jesus. God damn it. Jesus. Almost off challenges. I don't even want the skin, honestly. I don't like it. I ain't a fan. Skin looks like trash. Big old pile of trash. I have no idea what you're saying, man. I don't mind the way it okay. I don't mind like the overall design. I don't like the colors. I think that's my problem with it. I still don't like the colors. Like the shape, the knife coming off the front stuff, great, awesome. Just the colors don't do it for me. And it's linked. What's linked? What are you linking? Linking naughty stuff? Wow. Wait, that actually embedded. What the fuck? Yeah, there's a couple guns that have like a bayonet. Like even this one has a bayonet on it too. Which, like, wouldn't effectively work because it's shorter than the barrel. Don't know. Classic game gun designers. It looks like trash. Looking like some big trash. Stab with a gun like that, exactly. You just not. I don't have a good Havoc skin. So sad. All the rest are charms. Vertical foregrip on my sniper rifles? I mean, yeah. You can do stupid stuff like that in Call of Duty as well. You put like a sniper scope on a pistol or a shotgun. Dumb stuff like that. XP boosting. Sheesh. How far in the battle pass am I? 76? God damn.
Close your peepers, Newt. They look like dropped mince and tatties.
That's a line. That looks awful. A Revenant skydive emote? Cool, cool, cool. Oh god, the spiders. It's not horrendous, but it's a fucking triple take. Just my least used gun ever. This is the 100. Not only is it a triple take, it's a triple take with animal print. It's fucking... I ain't using this. Blech. Yeah, I was really hoping for a, like an R301 or a flatline. Some sort of reactive skin for a gun I don't have a good skin for. Like, I need a good Havoc skin, I need a good flatline skin. Like that one, I need a good R301 skin. Kinda happy with my other ones. Could use a good G7 Scout. G7 Scout skin. Oh, and... No, I need a good longbow. I actually really like this one, but, like, these are just too bulky. Alright. I really like this skin here, this Mastiff skin. Wow, I can't believe Biddy doesn't want to play with us.
Say what?
Yeah, she just doesn't want to play. She's on strike.
Oi, bruvs. It's
Wow.
Jay saying it.
It's all for strike.
That's fast.
What?
What are we doing today? What game mode are we playing? Apparently, we're
Some
right
hot ranked.
now on Storm. Oh, really? Okay, that's the decision. Okay, cool.
I mentioned.
You're itching. All right.
Well.
Oh, it's on Storm. Oh, shit. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't slept.
It's fine. Everything's fine. I believe in you. Okay, there we go. BT, are you also streaming?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, yes?
Been live for 4 hours.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Do you want to do a squad stream?
We can.
Are you also streaming, Charlie?
No, honestly I forgot we were playing today.
Did you forget it was streaming?
Wow.
Well, you usually have this habit of like confirming.
Oh yeah,
and
I do.
You
I'm
didn't,
sorry.
so I was like,
It's Biddy's fault.
I did make a stream event. There's at least that. When in doubt, if I don't see anything, look for the stream event.
So I was like, okay, maybe she's not feeling well.
I did not feel good on Monday. I was low-key kind of dying. I woke up with like a horrible migraine and everything, and I was just like, this is fine.
Thor always wants attention, but then he'll go out of my reach. Oh.
But no.
Okay.
Ah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry if that made a really loud noise in the mic. Oh my god, my ear.
Out of like my norm
Oh.
to not do that. So we're doing ranked.
I mean, I'm hot still.
I didn't feel good. Didn't hear nothing? Alright, awesome. So I just slammed the shit out of my mic with
We changed my stuff and we also transitioned.
With my headphones. Oh my god.
Absolutely not. There we go. To mainly do that.
Alright. He wants attention, but he doesn't want to get close enough to where I can actually pet him, so. It's gonna be on him.
I am alright. I was not ready. Like, I was not ready to know what we're gonna do today. Like, I'm fine with whatever, but it's just like, oh yeah. Also need to turn you. BT, can you talk?
No.
Your wonderful voice for like 5 seconds.
No, I ain't doing it.
Thank you. Perfect. Beautiful. Charlie,
We're on strike, ma'am.
why are we on?
We're unionizing.
I think we're going to do great, friend.
I mean, I'm all for unionizing.
Let's break some circuits.
I'm not killing anyone till we get 5 gifted subs right now.
Well, you heard him.
Oh, I need to re-game capture this. There we go. I had a bit cut off.
This is your champion.
I survived
What?
being swallowed by
Game champion.
So you lot seem a wee bit
One
to me.
last.
I want a gun run, you know? No big deal.
Would that carry over?
I guess so.
I mean, it's cool.
You may be stronger,
yeah.
but I'm smarter. Try as you might, you can't kill a
Okay,
wild.
But once again, let me know if all the volumes are good. If things need to change as we go.
Hot drop and silver.
Can definitely adjust as we need.
I'm bronze 2 right now.
Exactly.
Let's go. Let's go that way.
Let's just go home.
Zero G, it's the
Home's
only way to
usually a good
travel.
place to go, right?
I mean, that's literally like cat mentality. It's like, I want attention, but don't you dare touch me.
Maybe not.
Where is Are they landing?
Team, yeah. We got a late team.
Soft landing.
Fuck
God, I'm
yeah,
not
2 burst
playing with-
weapons.
I got a devotion. God help me. Oh, this is not what I want right now. Are they here?
Oh yeah, one's over here. One's on BT.
He's outside. Cracked him.
I'm
Knock
coming.
one.
Nice.
One was inside.
Enemy removed from the data pool.
Nice work, you're good.
Yeah, there's.
Eye
you.
sharp. Take him down.
Got the fucking world's slowest gun. Jesus Christ, I get nervous.
Reloading.
Where's the third?
Okay. Hello, third teammate. Please show
I'm dropping a full in a car here if anybody wants them.
Oh, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Anything
And,
off of this devotion right now.
1x on the ground.
Oh my god, I'm like still
Not to be
waking up to the
pernickety
point where I
dears, but
still
the ring's on
sleep
the
with
move
my
and we're
eyes.
not inside
Fuck.
her yet.
Alright. Good morning. I'm here.
Hello? Oh.
There's grab.
Just topping off my shield.
Yeah, I think they're going away.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Go get.
I'm fencing. If the fence gets crossed, we'll know.
I see him way down there. What a fool.
Care package being delivered.
Supplies coming in.
I honestly forgot how to play this.
What? I haven't played since the last time we played together.
Wasn't that just like 2 days ago? Oh wait, that was
5 days
with
ago.
Maxie.
Yeah, it was mad. I was just there. I think I was there. I don't know if I was.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
I'm gonna run a sentinel.
Let's go here.
Care
Allons-y.
package dropping right there. Also, I cut my nails yesterday, and I don't know how to feel about touching my keyboard now.
Just touch it.
Mm-hmm.
My ultimate is at full power.
New kill leader appointed.
Keep
I
eyes on
have
the
a
new
sniper
kill
scope.
leader.
Snooper scoop.
I was wondering why my Volt didn't look right. I was like, excuse me? What is this skin?
Oh, talking trash about my skin?
No, I didn't like it. I
leader.
just was
New
confused
data.
because I wanted the clouds.
What?
I'm sorry.
Resolution of the skin.
Unless you get the hose again.
I paid hard-earned tokens to get that skin.
Did you?
Yeah, it's a recolor.
Oh. Oh shit, now I can't. I was like, oh, I like to look, let me look at it. And I realized I just fucking painted over it.
Hurts. I'm going on strike again.
Okay.
Well, that means I gotta go to.
I think they just got the purple Evo from this, I think. Because there's a shield on the ground. Don't know if it was a weapon.
They've gotta be in Cascade.
Probably. You like my little oh my god!
Here we go! Hey, I found him.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I did not fucking
Really?
Another wee pick me up.
Get the shit out of me.
Crack.
There's a different... is that the same team or a different team?
That's the same team.
No, I think they're fighting.
It's 2 teams.
Yeah. Let's gonna get to the building over here.
Zipline deployed.
Defense is complete.
Recharging shields.
I'll be there soon. I can't exactly climb. Oh, found a sniper scope finally.
Making contact with enemy.
Down 96.
Hit the octane for 79.
There might be another team going that way.
Can you queue me up by chance, BT?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pick me up. Deployed.
They ran out the back.
Yeah, there's another team.
Delivering replicator.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's raining
Here I go.
Team
I
behind
am
us.
taking fire, friends.
Oh yeah, up on the hill.
By my alt.
Yeah, I'm getting pegged by that team. Alright.
Got another squad. Being downed.
Oh shit. Are you inside?
No, I can get inside though.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Setting a fence. If
Oh, I went the wrong way.
you know. Laying fences.
Oh, oh.
I might be just gonna leave it open for now.
So that's what you're supposed to say, right?
Earnings.
That's not good.
Nah, I got a faint.
Could you be close?
On our building, BT.
Okay.
The enemies are shooting at me. I am down.
Oh, two teams.
Concrete.
You got a full team coming in.
Oh shit. On the stairs, Horizon.
Got him. Darkstar.
Oh, it's just two different teams. People here all of a sudden.
See, matey. The ring's close and we've got plenty of time.
You're positive. I'm still alive. I'm so sorry, Charlie.
No, I got forced off. For
Ring's close and we've got 45. Plenty
You
of
have
time for a
good
wee kit.
scratchies.
Newt.
Dude, I turned my drip.
I'm sorry, I love that noise. It's not a bad thing.
Ring's close and we've got half a minute, Newt.
Oh, I mean to do that. Oh.
And I'm back.
Is I inside? Or
Yeah, I died on the side.
We're on the stairs.
Ten seconds. Ring's so close I can smell it, Newt. Got our house banner. I claim this banner in the name of science. Oh, and also teamwork.
You do it, BT.
oh, I don't have as many meds as I thought I did.
Oh. You got this. Full faith. I have nothing but faith in your abilities with Mr. You fucking bee hopping and fucking wall jumping and everything else in between. Got this.
Ah, the zone.
I know. It burns. Did they get rid of the ring vision? Or it made it look like you're in like fucking heaven?
Oh, the blurry stuff. I don't.
Yeah. I don't know how else to describe like, how that looked.
I might be dead.
Need a wee rejuvenation. Just a tick. Healing up. Huh. Next ring's a wee trip away. Rejuvenating. Replicator entering orbit.
Cold mausoleum. Oh.
Wow, it's a gold. Syringes! They do exist. I don't know why, but I don't like seeing the syringe cartridge like slowly go in when it's like emptying into you. I don't know why.
I just hate that it's blurry up close. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't like the whole blurry effect thing too. That is also a
rejuvenating.
Odd. Oh, the little symbols on your character's hands.
Yeah, I love the gloves.
Those are so good. Charlie, have you had any food today?
Oh, the ring doesn't close for a minute. Enough time to bake some scones.
Didn't you snack?
I don't actually know.
Oh. Well.
Ring's near. Got
in a little
45
bit.
seconds.
You
Plenty of
snack.
time for a cup of new tea.
It has technically been a very long day.
It's true. As someone who understands the feeling.
I'm gonna get SRP if it's the last thing I do.
Over 24 hours.
Ring's not far.
sometimes.
And we've got 30 seconds,
am-
dear.
I slept for 12 hours and my body's like, haha, we're gonna be up for 4 days.
Fuck yeah, let's go. That's honestly how I've felt the past couple of days where I've just not been getting like any sleep. So I'm just kind of like running on fumes the last couple of days. It's like we're here, we're vibing, we're existing. We are getting all the RP because of BT right now.
Ah, I'm in the ring already. A spot of good news, that.
Honestly, very valid question, right?
Oh, there's a person there.
Oh, is there? Shit.
I think that's a prowler.
No, there's definitely a person in the building.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why the prowlers are surrounding the building.
Oh, wow. Are they all surrounding? Can you sneak? I'm not sure how to sneak around prowlers. I don't even know if you can. Wait, is that people?
Oh, that's a rat.
See my singularity? Rockstar.
Go, BT, go!
Shields recharging. Already in the ring. Only one question. Shoot at me. I'm using a Phoenix kit.
This is gonna have a mobile respawn on it. I know it.
I have full faith. I believe. It gives you a
The ring
crab.
doesn't
Good
close for a
enough.
minute. Enough time to
Fucking
bake some scones.
shoot him.
Only two more squads to
the
test our
crafter
equipment on
has
UT.
the
Best make it
mobile right
count. Ring's near. Got 45 seconds. Plenty of time for a wee cup of newty.
Ooh, the sneaky race.
This is gonna be tight.
This is gonna be
Nope.
something.
What did you drop on that care package?
Flatline.
It's not far.
You take
And
it.
we've got 30 seconds, dear.
There's pills here.
An extended supply bin here.
Some stuff.
I have come to save the day.
Oh my god.
I see. Recharged.
10 seconds, dears.
Like I'm playing
The
gun
ring's
right now.
close and we're
Guns
cutting
are
it
just
well.
like, Jesus
Close.
fucking Christ.
They're shooting at me.
Drop some heavy ammo here. Need it.
The ring's closing and we ain't in it. I suggest we move. Shields recharging.
the other team at?
I am taking fire, friends.
Shields.
Right here.
Well, that's a rat.
Just topping off my shield. Enemy shield.
Oh, damaged a wee beastie.
Down.
Frag out. Frag out. The enemies are shooting.
Girl,
Yep.
Enemy shield.
Ooh, nice.
Reloading.
Good crack.
I got you, friends.
Broken enemy shield. We're shooting. The ring's our neighbor, pal.
Taking damage, friends.
I'm taking damage. I'm down.
Put down what I could.
Shield.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Unleashing my singularity.
Great. The ring is close. Less than a minute.
Recharging my
right.
shields.
I need shields. Repairing.
Oh, down here.
Only got 2 shots of the screamer left.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close.
So your
That's not
ult's
good.
really right here on me. Up here on this.
Squad's popping their heads in.
I am taking fire, friends.
Shields recharging.
I got nothing.
Yeah, I was really hoping we could at least get second here.
Ring's close.
You guys can do it, I believe.
If I God, I die.
Line deployed.
It's tragic.
Recharging my shields.
The ring's
try.
moving, friends. I am taking fire.
Let's try to get second. Oh.
Oh my god.
Shields recharging.
Let's go. There you go. There you
Top 2.
Mute.
Let's
Just
go,
one more squad
top
for you all to deal with.
Good shot. Hey, at least he survived that long.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Wow, that the Loba heirloom cheating.
my god. How dare
Just cheating.
to?
You know, decent first game. Got second. I was definitely a play for second kind of angle. Some of those Kraber shots, I swear, should have hit. Lag. We got lag.
We go again.
I thought we were playing one game.
Anyways, what I was going to say before that oxygen pad scared the shit out of me. Do you guys like my beret?
Yes.
I still prefer deep current, but like, I'm gonna enjoy this skin for a little bit because it was one of the first ones I wanted, and it's finally back. Also, I need to stop playing with my fucking drawstrings of my shorts. I need to stop. I like get my hand all tangled up in it. It's like, stop.
Right, dears. Time for a bit of a float.
I'm not afraid. I'll never be.
Fuses set and capacitors charged.
Oh, you're going
Introducing your
Wraithy.
champion.
Rabies?
Wraithy, not
Mhm.
Raby.
You're foaming at the mouth.
Ooh.
Here we go. Ready up.
0G, it's the only way to travel.
I'm gonna land back here.
Let's go this way.
Oh god, I landed close.
Hi, Shark. A baddie landed nearby.
Oh, we got a team here.
Coming.
First blood.
I was on the roof and I didn't do anything.
Getting shot at. Broken enemy shield.
Reloading.
Throwing a grenade.
One's over here.
Hostile right here. Playing with fences. The circuit is complete.
Behind me? No, is that
I'm awfully sorry, pet.
I
but
hear their footsies,
just
but
what
where
exactly
are
was
they?
your name again?
Be on the roof.
Fence them in, fence them out.
Come down. On the stairs?
Open door here. I'm in trouble. Reloading.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Using my Phoenix kit. Need to recharge my shields.
Is it just the two of us?
Mostly.
Oh. What happened to the third one? You murdered him?
Yeah.
I shouldn't be so happy about you murdering someone, but here we are. Anyway.
Wow.
I have no idea where she is. I know I killed her.
Peacekeeper here.
We enjoy Moitas on a Tuesday.
Moid.
Did either of you want a PK? There's a PK over here.
I could use that.
We're all inside the ring. Fantastic.
If we see a snooper, please let me know. Not a wingman, because I'm too trash with it.
Oh man, what a crafting day today is.
Oh, I know.
Havoc and turbocharger in the crafter.
Just a moment. Crafting.
Oh, the turbis is more than the Havoc. What the hell?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Havoc's 30, turbo's 45.
Damn. Alright. Oh, care package coming down.
That way.
You'll come back to you in like 5 minutes. Don't worry about it. I'll just randomly blurt it out. I don't know what it is I was gonna say. What do you think it's gonna be?
Disappointment.
Alright, I'm ready for disappointment.
Yo, Stitch, what's up? Whoa.
I'll take the sniper mag.
I'm gonna just hide this gun.
I'm gonna go over here. You're just gonna hide it?
Yeah.
Just gonna yeet it somewhere? Go in a bush and live there?
Oh, wait, he comes with the 2X. Give me that.
Oh shit.
I'm dropping it.
Optics here. Mid-range. Backpack here. Level 2.
My turbis.
So I hear people, but it's really far away.
Nothing. When the laundry dries so you can go to bed. Hell yeah, I know that feeling.
Oh my fucking...
Did that song and dance the other night.
Can I please have a Sentinel game? I have all the attachments for it. Just give me the fucking gun. Please.
Just people in the building to our south.
Level 3.
Yes. I believe you are correct.
Laser sight here. Level 3.
Oh yeah, this went that way.
What a group of gamers. All the washers and dryers are full. Oh, yeah, you gotta wash your clothes after the weekend.
Okay, where are we going?
We can go chase these guys down.
Oh, I see them.
Right down to where we landed.
Mm-hmm.
Can I shoot him?
Let's walk up a little bit first.
Okay.
And maybe go on the
At
craft.
least I asked.
Wow.
Kidding. Nessie.
Okay, don't take the zip. See if they craft.
I saw one of them drop, I think. Emphasis on the I think, because they looked like a fucking pixel.
Okay.
Could have been a leaf.
Yeah, no, they're still inside. On the roof. Ooh, sorry. Laying over here now. That's my bad.
Bangalore on me.
He's
Nice.
on fire.
I gotta heal real quick. Yep. Heal real quick.
He can me.
He dropped.
Killed an enemy.
Nice. Just a bloodhound. Look.
Reloading.
Inside.
Yeah, they all.
Climbing up. Another team just came in.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's down there.
Beginning ring countdown.
Do we want to back off on this, or do we want to?
Oh, we can try to fight.
I just want to make sure.
Got a replicator coming in. Laying fences. The circuit is complete. I'm fencing.
About to have a lot of teams here.
Yeah. That's
Enemy in sight.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody has a charged up PK. Horizontal?
Laying fences. Anyone passes through here, you'll know.
Setting a fence.
Where are they fighting at over there?
Throwing Archstar.
Are they fighting inside?
Yeah. Oh, I just fucking fell.
Oh, Charlie.
That's fine. Oh, they're fighting down below.
I'm not here. I'm so sorry to fall like that.
Pick me up.
I'm back down.
I broke an enemy shield.
Recharging my
Healing up.
Yep. Back up. You okay, Charlie?
Recharging my shield.
I didn't know if I took a zip, it cancels my Q.
Oh.
Oh, Horizon's up here.
I can't see.
One's knocked.
Things lure me.
Batting real quick.
I gotta back up.
Yeah, we got one of them, so I'm just. Yep, take your time.
Bangalore's up there.
Oh, I should.
I think it's still two different teams.
No, this is one team.
Is it?
Horizon
Yeah.
Evo swap on Charlie.
Oh no. Oh.
I just turned my camera as she walked out. Damn it. Let's do it positive. Why is that? Okay, this is not Kings Canyon, people.
But it is rain.
True. I put in random favorite. Oh god, I don't know where this is.
Whoa, I got the ugly looking flatline skin.
I just put it on.
Which
I like the event skin.
Oh.
The killer carapace.
I haven't really looked at anything. I really just bought the Lifeline skin and the Watson emote. It's like, all right, that's all I want. All right, goodbye. As much as I like the Loba heirloom, I don't care enough, at least, to like warrant spending that much money.
Wow, Biddy hates women confirmed.
I fucking love women. The Whammons are great.
Whammons.
The Whammons. All right, got deep current on. You know it's getting serious.
more than
I
a
put
battlefield to me.
my favorite main skin at the moment. I was cracking up. I think it's I want to say it's my friend Alex who has the anime was the mistakes named because like I was looking at my list. I was like, that's not Charlie. Charlie would never say that.
Introducing your champion.
Alright, where do we want to go?
We can go to places.
To a place where we belong. I don't know.
Anywhere.
You belong here in my heart. You shut up. Don't talk about my friend like that. Please.
You can't beat the... We should move here.
COG, it's the only way to travel.
Team here. 2 teams.
Do we want to land far? Or
Nope,
close?
we're landing tower.
Landing tower. We are committed to the tower. We are asserting dominance over the tower.
Yep, they're gonna fight in middle, and we're gonna clean it up.
I want to clean them up. That just sounds gross.
Bye-bye now.
I ain't gonna do much cleaning without a gun.
We'll get a gun, then we can clean them up.
I got an RE-45.
Setting a fence. The circuit is complete.
Did you check down below?
Yeah. There's triple takes down there.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
Smart.
Not my preferred weapon, but I will use it.
Close. Damage the wee beastie.
Warning. Ring movement
Hi,
in progress.
Putting down
Forgive
the
my
fence.
BT, I'm
Fence
sorry.
Heads up. The ring's moving.
Forgive me, I'm the worst.
How they are?
There's people over here.
Damage the wee beastie.
What are you doing?
Being shot at.
You okay?
People way out there.
Hooligan.
This is you.
Still a guy way out here.
We science folk call a baddie.
There's one underneath us.
Care package coming in.
Shields recharging.
Oh yeah, out here.
Talking to Max real quick.
Fence in position.
The fence is complete.
Oh,
Dude,
turn.
there.
Contact with target.
Oh my god, that's right.
Fence there. Just tell me. Here's shot.
That was an arc start though.
Setting a fence. Anyone passes through here? We'll know. Frag out.
Go on the trigger.
Need to recharge my shield.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
People fighting on the other side.
Kill leader.
Oh, yep. They dropped?
I believe so.
Yep. One up here.
What did you have? What did you have?
They dropped, Dash dropped.
Let's go. I see an enemy.
Reload.
Sorry, here you go.
Recharging my shields. Enemy shield. Singularity deployed.
Come in.
I'm coming.
I'm taking shots. Reload. That's the last of that squad.
Oh.
This dimension's looking up.
Good job, boys.
Mm-hmm,
I was here to do absolutely nothing that entire time.
Recharging my
See,
shields.
they fight and we clean it up.
True. Oh, I just
Body
realized-
shield here. Level 4.
Oh!
I'm using a Phoenix kit.
I was about to say, I literally just realized there's a gold shield.
Oh. Shots from. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Recharging my shields.
Woo! Oh my god, this way.
Lean my Phoenix kit.
Trying to push up.
Oh, good. Right below us, Charlie.
Come on, this way.
Come up.
Zip line.
On my mic.
Getting shot at. Broken enemy shield. Fence in position.
Oh, he's so hurt.
Got him.
Come up soon. Just now. Hold on. Let me help you.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Fence in position. The circuit.
Reloading.
Nice.
Oh, lifeline's really weak. Wraith ran away too.
Hold on. Let me help you.
I gotcha.
Patching myself up.
Need a... Anyone passes through here? We'll know.
Here.
Oh, thank you.
I downed an adversary.
Nice.
I took out an enemy. Unnecessary evil to win.
You guys need anything?
Okay.
Yeah, chilling. For a different gun, but I'm not really worried about that right now.
They definitely didn't get rid of the Vaseline vision.
No, they did not. When I was spectating you, there was no...
Yeah, it wasn't last game, but
It's such a dumb vision, too. Like, I don't get...
Oh, there's one over there.
I can wait for them to come up.
Just a tick. Healing up.
Patching myself up.
There's a PK in this building if you want.
I'm good.
Peacekeeper here.
Yeah, there it is.
Hostile over there.
Crack that hooligan shield.
Using my
Reload.
Just wanted to die.
All those hooligans are down for the count.
Hold on.
Sure.
Shields
What they have?
recharging.
99 flatline.
Take a tiny bit of that ammo. We go. I don't know where we're going, but we're going somewhere.
Yeah, we can just play on the fence for now. See where it pulls to.
Sounds Gouda cheese to me.
My ultimate is at full power.
Kill leader eliminated.
You can sit back, drink a little mac and cheese lemonade.
Recharging my shields.
Oh my god, no. No queso on the rocks, please. Fucking Christ. Oh, I didn't even look up what's the current cursed food for today. I should probably do that. And Pod goes, what the fuck did I just hear? Mac and cheese lemonade. It's where you make lemonade and you take one of those artificial cheese packets and you dump it in there and mix it up.
And add a little noodle on top.
Ugh.
Keep calm, dears. We're already inside the next ring.
I'm fencing. The fence is complete.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Supplies coming in.
There's Are you excited for her like little witch skin to come back?
Yeah.
It's so cute. Ooh. Oh, there's a care pack.
Let's go here. Allons-y.
Oh, that makes it so tempting to go inside, but I'm being good.
Yeah, that's a death package.
Meatball. Yeah, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna wait. I don't really care for this flatline skin, but
heads up.
It at least matches my charm. Golden messy.
The charm.
The charm. Alright, where are we going?
I might honestly just keep playing here.
Prowlers? Prowlers sound like they're being killed and summoned.
Replicator incoming.
I could be losing my mind, but it sounded like prowlers were aggroed. Like more spawned out. Or it could be because we're right here. I'm not entirely sure. Do you see
Somebody
anything?
just got rezzed.
I can't tell.
Well, the care package hasn't been opened.
Yeah, they got rezzed right
Let's
now.
explore this way.
Okay. What's the plan, team?
Yeah, we're just gonna like hold this hill for now.
Run to the hills.
Yes, made it through.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Games. On my thingy.
Oh, someone got the package.
Not my package.
My brand. What, Nessie? Give me Nessie. Thank you. Oh. Come on. Why are you being stingy now? Heirloom, work with me. Thank you.
Wow, everyone's dying.
Wow. To shoot people in the video game.
Care package being delivered.
I'm gonna be extremely clear about that just in case.
Care package coming in.
Another care package coming down right here.
Ooh.
I wanna touch it.
Yeah, we can get that one.
Yay. Uncle BT said we could. really love getting his fucking rampages, goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
We're not all in the ring, dears.
Wait, this is okay. Oh, you have a sniper, right?
Yep. Oh.
Yeah. Let's go. That's so nice. Can I go fence up this?
No, we're probably gonna play these trees.
Trees?
Just want to like fence up around here.
Open supply bin over here.
Well, it's only 3 squads left. You know what? Fuck it. Take the building.
Oh. Alright.
Take the building.
Taking the building.
Mm-hmm.
Something unnecessary.
Playing with fences. Fence them in, fence them out. Combat continuity. Touchdown.
From our northwest. Yep, northwest. Oh, and then from where we came up on the hill.
Recharging my shields.
Is that Kraber?
Shields recharging.
Sorry.
Anyone passes through here? You know.
Good, we're inside.
Oh, the one out here's flesh.
Reloading.
I'm not exactly long range, but I am here to support you.
They're also a Watson. Yeah, it's definitely Kraber.
Yeah.
Just don't go down.
I'm not going down. Just popping off my shield. I'm just trying to kill my ultimate. It's okay.
We've got another squad on us, darlings. Shields recharging.
Let's go this way. Fence in position.
Just trying to see where it is.
Okay.
Not in a very good spot.
Recharging my shield.
Yeah.
Rings near, darlings, and we've got a whole 45 rejuvenating.
They're coming close. This sounds like it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
I was just playing our outside. When I get to down to like 10 seconds, just make a portal for the best spot you can. Whatever you think is gonna work. Is that in? Oh no.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
the best one.
10 seconds.
Yeah, just trying to make a portal for over there.
For a wee sunburn. Best keep your wits about you.
You want me to do it now?
Yeah, go for it. And we'll just
Placing a portal.
Rings moving.
Portal
I
placed.
should have my ultimate up very, very soon.
And fencing. Planting fences. Being shot at.
They bang ulted.
I ulted. It's not gonna be
play up on me if you need to.
some shielding.
Bang,
Yeah, I did get down in time.
Singularity deployed.
Oh, I was trying forever. I can't see.
We know.
Opening fire.
Each shield deployed.
behind the top.
Healing. Oh, that was. Oh, that's my bad. I thought I was in the zone. This is.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Rings nearby. 45 seconds until it closes.
Octane stick bit. Gonna throw a frag at him.
Tossing a grenade. I broke an enemy's shield.
Knocked.
Nice.
Popping a Feeny.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
They're over here. Dead.
Nice.
Swap.
An adversary. We're one step closer.
Close right there.
They're in this.
Something maybe here.
Firing.
They're in the
10
pub.
seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
One's right here. Octane.
Watch yourself. There's another squad attack.
Oh, in the smoke, in the smoke. Oh, she's almost lit.
Got her.
Nice.
Reload. Whole squad's down.
One
We
more.
made the right choice. Need to recharge my shield.
Nice
Reload
one.
over there.
Yep.
Jump padding to the left.
Getting shot at.
Oh, just a wee scratch, dear.
Oh god.
Got him.
Nice, let's go.
Good job.
Good job, guys.
You are the Apex champions.
I can't emote. No.
Also, I just hurt myself on accident. Ow. I just pulled a muscle in my fucking, like, boob area. Well, it's not, like, directly in the boob. It's, like, where your armpit and, like, that part of your chest kind of meets. Like, right there. All I did was stretch.
I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
I'm gonna get some water real quick.
Okay.
I'm not gonna queue because I don't know how long it'll take.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Back momentarily, chat. I'm gonna put on the next Jamie Jams track while I'm gone.
So, Charlie, I think the deep current is the play.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I do love this skin, though. It's so cute. It, ow. Okay. Stretched my leg. It was just like cramping up for some reason. I'm just a mess today, Charlie. How?
So, like, every other day?
You know, you're not wrong. Like, it's literally me on a daily basis. Like, I'm falling apart. Like, but like, really, though.
I'm back. Well, I'm back.
He's back. Also, with how much I've been playing like gun run and stuff, like my brain is like still conditioned for gotta go fast. Just fucking shoot to death and pray.
The games are anything but random.
It's necrosing. Oh no.
High power weapons, low power. How about no power?
Oh man.
Being stranded in
The Jamie Jams.
certainly brings out the fight in a lassie.
Your skin, yeah, it's a pretty good one. I really want to buy that, but I was like, eh. I don't play her enough.
You boys, let's go.
Poggers.
Poggers. That was a good crack. Ooh. Ooh. You can't beat the view I did not mean to do that. Alright, we're in this one.
Perks of having carpal tunnel.
You know, true. Maybe a team or two here.
Uh-huh.
I'm so sorry. I fucking was so distracted.
Oh boy.
Yeah, early RT.
An enemy landed near us. Thanks, Timkits.
Run away.
I'm coming.
I'm running. Fox is flying around like a person.
Recharging my shields.
First blood. Valk is all the way out there.
Yeah, Valks is.
Zoom in. Stop using this fucking gun. I'm so bad.
Ow. Who the fuck?
Oops. Titty fucks.
Eye sharp. The ring's near and closing in 30.
Flatline here. Sniper stock here. Level 3.
Need to recharge my shield.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Or buy it. Yeah. I mean, that skin you can't buy anymore. It was
I can't do anything.
a promotion a bit ago.
I am so bad.
Opening fire. Rings coming in.
Someone eliminated Sarah. I'm in trouble. I broke an enemy.
Oh, I hate the Sentinel.
For 108.
Reloading. Right here.
Grenade flung.
Right here.
Yeah.
Tossing thermite.
Long lifeline.
Enemy down.
One above me.
It's just Bangalore left.
On your feet, darling.
Thank
Plenty
you.
of fight left in you.
Who's over here?
Making contact with enemy.
Just topping off my
I'm
shield.
batting real quick.
Oh, shit.
Enemy removed.
Good kill.
I'm gonna have to get this shield swap.
I dropped a Sentinel on this body.
Oh, thank you.
Sentinel here.
And it's got a sniper scope too.
Optics here.
Do you want this PK?
Maybe. Did we get the third one? Or?
No, they got the res.
Okay.
Healing my wounds.
They're in this building.
One out the backside?
Not what I meant to do, that's fine.
Playing with fences. Anyone passes through here? Hell no.
Enemy shield broken.
Oh, they didn't get the res.
All squads down. We made the right choice.
Good job.
Ooh.
Taking a moment to heal up.
I cannot use the Sentinel. I don't know.
Time when we were here and I completely fucking obliterated the Pathfinder that was right here.
Yes.
I just had like a memory of that. I just remember it was just
The
like
longbow just clicks with me. The sentinel doesn't.
done in this game. I just put
I
him
don't know.
down like
Like
so
old
fast.
Yeller.
I really did though. Oh my god, it was so bad. So fucking bad.
Optics here. Mid-range.
That would come in handy.
Well, it's in jeopardy.
Found some materials. Sharing is caring.
Oh my god, it is.
Got to do some crafting, dears.
Making some ammos. Which, speaking of walls being in jeopardy, because it is September and currently gifted subs are 25% off. I'm matching up to the first 100. I've gifted out 12, or matched 12 so far. So if you want to give the gift of an ad-free stream experience, or give the gift of cabbage emotes to somebody out there, I will match it up to another 88 of those. At least before the month's over. And the promotion ends. Why the promotion ends and Twitch doesn't just keep it, don't know. No, this happens to be a rando that's also called Biddy. It's a really weird coincidence. Oh, I always figure you can carry 2 Phoenix kits if you have the bag. It's so weird. Not used to that change.
Already. Fantastic. You kill leader. You data. Level 2.
Oh, that's a crab.
Is that a creeper?
That's a crab. I saw the mirage. I have my stream
Shall we get a
remote
move
on.
on?
And it's a mirage with a crab. A crab? A crab. I don't know why Sully's are having an accent there. But, you know, it's a, it's a crab. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you can carry 3 of medkits and bats and then 2 Phoenix kits in a stack.
Ammo, capacity, mag thingy, mabobber. Please let me know.
Oh, they're just fighting on the building down there.
Enemy, that's away.
Oh, yeah.
I've spotted an enemy.
That's the crab. That's the crab guy.
The crab guy. Oh, bloodhound by me.
Coming.
Backing up, backing up. Get on top of the building here.
Thank you.
Woo.
Oh, they're behind you. Oh my god, they tried to stick you in the ass.
Wow.
I know, right? Souls.
What a bunch of not nice guys.
Very not nice guys. I'd like to get on the building.
You can climb up.
Where can I climb? Show me the way.
1 minute. Let's go this way.
Thank you. I'm baby. Don't know how to climb. Couldn't even climb trees as a kid. I was too short.
That's a fierce babe.
45 seconds until ring closure.
Can they just run away?
I guess.
Maybe.
30 seconds.
Wow.
So close.
Oh, BT. I wrote to
Oh.
ask you. So I planned on playing it this week. How was Slime Rancher 2?
I didn't play the first one, so I don't know how it compares, but it was pretty fun.
Oh, okay.
10 seconds.
It's in early access, so there's not like a proper ending for it yet. I'm sure they're gonna add more areas and stuff, but it was a fun way to kill like 8 hours.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
I heard the progression's
The first one.
pretty similar, so you might like get through stuff faster than I did. Because I didn't know what the hell's going on. It was fun.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
New kill leader appointed.
This is one of the first games I played on my stream, so.
Care package coming
Do we want to fight through this choke point or take our chances in the open water?
You guys pick. I always pick.
We're gonna go through the water.
Going for a swim. You got it.
I think my biggest problem is I just didn't really find a need to make a ranch for slimes, which seemed counterintuitive.
Yeah, when I played the first one, I had to like go for like specific slimes and things. There's people fighting way up ahead. But it was mostly for cosmetic stuff, so like I had to go out of my way to get like 50 pink slimes, just purely for their poop to make pretty trees. Because I didn't have any. For anyone that doesn't know, in either of our streams, Slime Rancher, you
collect poop.
You collect poop, and that's how you make your money. Is slime poop the entire time. They're called plorts. Which, oh man, sounds absolutely ridiculous.
There's a team behind us.
Oh, is there?
At the Prowlers.
Okay. Well, we should be able to take them out.
Got a replicator coming in.
Oh yeah, they're out here in the water. Yep.
Radiate. Oh fuck!
Hey, that's the crab.
Oh shit! Yeah. That scared the shit out of me.
Look at it. Yep. Just gonna try to hold them off.
They all.
Yep. Trying to push in hard.
Another soft landing.
Oh, I knocked one. Traded.
Cracked and flesh and titties.
That's the Kraber.
Yeah.
So unpositive.
I didn't know that was the Kraber team until it was like, hey, how you doing?
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that was. That hurt. I'm pretty sure I don't have a skull left.
I raised a corpse?
Yep. Fucking zombie over here. At least we went positive. All things considered.
20 gift subs if you win this next game, 10 if you lose. All right. Bet. Match those two. A match. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I mean, as soon as you get hit with the Kraber, they're gonna push that 100% of the times, especially with Bangalore. My ult, I tried to get both in my ult, but it just split the middle and didn't get either one, which is unfortunate.
The Gibson.
Because the Bangalore was kind of too far. I think that was the Bangalore on the far left, too far to really push effectively. Maybe that was the Mirage, I don't know.
Meow.
Should have backed up and then thrown the ult when they got closer.
And then.
But what can you do? What can you do?
Have a good time. What? Oh. We're having billionaires tonight, right?
Bolognese.
Yes. Well, my mouth's like freaking as I'm like leaning. I gave him a kiss just for you, Charlie. Boyfriend number 4.
I was gonna say 27.
No, you're number 4. I don't know who. I think Bach was his first love.
Might be alone.
Yes. We do have people landing at fingers. Doesn't look like anyone extended towards fish farm.
Round 1.
Looks like we're in the next ring.
First blood.
Oh, first blood. Oh, you can't solve the eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a few eggs.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
I had something I was gonna say. It will come back to me soon.
Flatline here.
Sorry. My brain isn't fully awake yet, apparently. I just can't seem to talk. I will say though, the best time to play ranked with me is actually when I am tired because like I'm not hyper and I actually can focus. Whereas if you play with me when I've had a lot of caffeine and I'm hyper, it doesn't bode well for focusing.
Wow.
We're inside the ring. I'm
I'm a
positive.
big dumb idiot. Did anyone check? No, I already checked below. Never mind. Thank you. Anyways, what guns are we looking for, ideally?
Hey, watch my back, pal.
I just need a sniper scoop.
There's a 301 and
Champion.
I need a
Just needs a slam of rain. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bye bye now.
Let's go beyond focus. See into the matrix. It's like limitless. So wait, what?
Care package literally landing on.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
My ultimate is charged and
Also,
good to
I
go.
just completely misread what Alp said in my chat. I thought you said I'm a big dumb dildo, and I just, you know.
Extended heavy mag here.
I'm gonna go
Level
eat
3.
myself out of a window now. Alright. Anyways.
Oh my god. Come on. Digital scope. Digi-scope. Purple armor.
Evo shield here.
And no weapon.
Feels bad.
No digital thread sniper scope either.
Feels super bad. Although I will say, yesterday I embarrassed, well, not really embarrassed myself, but like in typical me fashion, not really listening correctly. I was watching my friend Ram and Rue do like their like little podcast show thingy, and like I was reading something, so like I was like half listening but half reading, so like you know I wasn't fully paying attention, and he said coitus, but I thought he said, you know, clitoris, and I was just like, what?
I love how you got glitters out of that, and I thought coitus.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
And then, because they were talking about Terraria, I guess like there's like a big update or something coming out.
Say Terraria?
Yeah, they're talking about Terraria. And I just like made this dumb joke of like, cause you know, I told them what I heard. And I was like, hey, look! They found the clitoris! Congratulations, everyone! Anyways, it was really dumb. But I was just being a sassy little shit, and at least made people laugh with me just like mishearing things. Do y'all need a med kit, by the way? I have 3.
Nope.
Take 1.
You got such one.
See, now I've always called it Terraria.
Is it
I don't know which one it is.
I feel like it's like caramel and caramel. It's like one of those, you know?
The syrup and syrup.
Yes. I can come. Anyways, we started blasting. Wait, did no one
The
say
same
that?
difference? Nope.
Oh, okay. I might if I find another one. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a sniping day to me. Jesus fuck. But it's probably gonna be a bow day. I'll make it a bow day. It's always bow day.
I'm gonna watch our south real quick.
Okay.
See if we got any gamers.
Any gamers in the chats? Also, I am very happy my Nessie hoodie is on the way.
You got one?
Yes, I couldn't resist. I was like, I need this in my life. Oh my god. I didn't like need it, but like, I needed it. I thought about getting the onesie, but like, they're really warm to wear.
Yeah, the onesie didn't look great.
No.
Oh, cannon.
Grab cannon. One.
Replicator incoming.
Kill him.
I gotta catch him first.
Kill him.
Oh, he went around to the left.
Wow. What a punk.
That would make sense.
Might be trying to go for a res over there.
Could be.
Yeah.
That's a tree.
If you see a bolt for a shotgun, can you let me know, please?
Sure.
We can kill these spiders for one.
Short range. Oh. Alright. Alright, fine. I will endure the creepy noises.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, purple armor.
Oh.
Till ring close.
Shields recharging.
Right here.
Oh, God.
Oh. Let's go up the zip line.
Coming. Sorry, scooters. We'll fight later. I gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
So I kept him off. They're back around that one.
Okay.
Fences. If the fence gets crossed, we'll know.
Okay, let's put my ult down as a precaution. Hashtag work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
10 seconds, dears. The ring's close and we're cutting it. Well, close.
Hello? Fuck off. Why does that gotta be so loud when you clear the thing? Oh my god.
Ring's moving, brother. Keep the hustle.
I'm coming. Sorry.
You getting left behind?
Wait for me. I got little legs. I really do compared to both of you. Oh my god, you both are so much taller than me. Jesus fucking Christ.
Got those fish stick legs.
Care package. Dropping
Fish
from the
stick.
orbit.
Mm-hmm. Every time I walk around, they just snap. Snap, snap.
Oh my god. I was like, PT, I've met you in person. You have nice toned legs, sir.
I like fish sticks. They're crispy and
Crispy.
Mm-hmm. Got crispy legs.
How close? Oh, that's like right here.
Yeah. I'm coming.
And they just got ulted.
Oh, people behind us.
Oh,
At least one. Oh, two.
Coming.
Out here.
I didn't see what I was shooting at.
They're inside the building.
Oh no.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
I am absolutely stunned.
I think it's just Newcastle. Out on the deck. Last one behind you, behind you.
Oh, damn it.
I just got deleted.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Hey, +1 RP. Let's go.
Pack. Whoa.
Heirloom incoming?
Wait, it didn't give me a pack.
Nani?
Hello?
Pack of lies.
Yeah, I was like, excuse
What?
me?
Where's my pack?
It'll probably show up on the next game. They bug
That was my heirloom. I know it was. I want a
Did
refund.
Max ever check if he got an heirloom? Because remember you guys got like an
What is that?
pack and you didn't even get to hear or see anything.
No, I don't think check.
Oh, okay. What if he has heirloom shards just sitting there and he doesn't know?
What a guy. They'll never know. Oh, I forgot that was in effect. I might have played a little smarter. Alright. Match another 10. Thank you so much for the 10 pack. Appreciate you. Match that real quick.
Being stranded in space for a spell certainly brings out the fight in a lassie.
Oh, I gotta click the extra button too. Whoops.
Thank you. I
Introducing
have
your
been brought
champion.
to I don't want to pick. I always pick the worst places to go.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Much love, much love.
That's like a requirement of being the streamer, though.
You know?
Yeah, I forgot that was that same match. I might have tried a little harder. May not have tried to get my ult in that door. Whoops.
Then we have like the wise old man
Whoops.
is streaming BT. His most experience.
What?
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 Say what?
Say
You have
what?
a team here.
Yes, yes, we do.
I'll take the Mozambique.
Two in the middle.
Yeah, try to drive home.
We got purple armor. You kidding me?
Anyone passes through here? We'll know.
Can't see, so I'm just gonna blind fire.
First blood. Who'd have thought a blood sport would be so bloody?
I'm fencing.
Round 1. Begin ring countdown.
Next ring isn't close. Check it out.
There's another blue in the middle.
Healing up.
How much time? Ring spot.
Fence deployed. The fence is complete.
Not sure. Oh, 4 on the left.
Oh, god damn it.
Longbow here.
I'm coming.
One might be out this side. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I just saw him.
Engaging
Nice. Behind. Hit 41. Out here. Jumping down on top of you.
One more.
Nice.
Here, free shielding. Hi, BT.
Hold on. Let me help you.
Good
I'm dead.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Oh, my health's full.
Give me a sec.
Oh, it's just my shields. Like, why is it not healing?
I had all the things.
I'm using a Phoenix kit, pal.
Sniper scope in here if you need.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, I just had to charge when I pulled that fuse back down. I was like, no. You sit back down right now, mister. Jesus fucking Christ.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
I disrespected that man doing that, but it's okay. It's a blood sport. Get fucked.
Wow.
I said it. And I'm sorry.
Can't believe you'd say those things.
We got a care package from a Cascade and one by Hyper. What did this person have?
Trash.
Trash. They at least had a laser sight I could use.
Shots up ahead?
Yes. If we see a snooper stunk, please let me know. Thank you.
I just crossed over there.
Shall we head this way, darlings?
Yep. Are we just gonna follow them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
There's a new kill leader.
Meet my Nessie. Please. Please. Doesn't want to give me my Nessie animation. Why? Give me. Thank you.
Gotta hop up here. Kinetic feeder.
Okay.
My ultimate is at full power.
If you see a 4 to 8 times, we could do
Got some materials for us.
Scope. Unless we somehow find a yellow or a golden scope, then by all means, I will take that instead. Oh, there's a Loba shop over here.
Ooh.
Black market over there. Jump technology is fascinating.
Oh, people? I guess.
Got some materials for us. Unleashing my singularity.
One's in the building.
Yep.
Shields recharging. Bots are shooting at me.
Watson's cracked.
Yep. Ban real quick. Nice.
I downed an enemy.
Bye.
Fence in position.
On the roof.
Up and away, Newty.
Ring countdown.
Ooh, over by the other building.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, on our building. Okay.
Cue that.
Replicator
You
into
know,
an
it kind
orbit.
of works in our favor. that your ult?
Yeah. Just had to force him inside so I could get off.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Motherfucker.
Recharging shields.
Little bit cute on top of our building.
There's another team.
Yeah. Can we run out north by any chance? You guys to heal. You need a medkit?
I got syringes. I just want to get away first. Just so we weren't like, you know, getting pushed on. It's like I just
There's
shared
a
the bed.
medkit for you.
Oh, let's see.
Merci. Just a tick. Healing up.
Bless.
We're gonna go up through the wall.
Reckon we should head in.
And still a minute to go. To the wall. To the wall. I don't have those bits, so yeah.
The Twitch bits that you can use on any channel right now.
Champion's no longer part of the data pool, darlings.
We're close. 30 seconds.
Oh, my nose.
Oh, there's people over here. These buildings.
Coming.
I just left the purple armor on the ground too.
It's a trap.
Shields
Yeah, I was
recharging.
gonna say they're baiting.
My enemy is charged and good to go. 10 seconds. The ring is close.
Just trying to get over.
Yep.
Unleashing my singularity.
Cute out.
I think it's just a solo.
Over here, Liddy.
They're going for the car.
Supplies coming in.
That's fine. Let's go.
No,
I
he's
think it's
inside.
Oh, well, I'm gonna go pre-fence this then.
Little pre-fence job.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, I'm getting shot.
Let
What?
go.
I'm in trouble.
Ow. Ow.
Recharging shields.
Fucking going for my toes.
Putting down the
piece of
fence.
shit.
Fence them in.
Not the choose.
My toes.
Just topping off my shields.
Upsetty spaghetti. Speaking of spaghetti, I should put some of my foods
I think we are safe.
Indeed. We have a care package coming down here as well.
Okay. Might be a lot of teams out that way though.
I just put them.
Look,
Load it just in case they go for it. Also, if you guys want me to swap to life.
Oh, people already got it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they already came down. Alright, we're just gonna play these buildings over here.
Okay. Coming. If any point we want me to change from Watson, just let me know, because I don't know if it's working or not.
You can play wherever you want.
I'm gonna play Toes. That's who I'm gonna.
Merci.
I don't know what I'm thanking you for, but thank you.
1 minute till ring close.
I must have picked up something you dropped. I actually don't know. What,
Can either of you see up to those buildings? If there's people on them?
A body.
Rings nearby.
I don't have a scope to see up there.
I'm looking. I don't see any.
Might just try to wrap up that way.
Yeah, I don't see prowlers moving. Either. So we are possibly okay. Well, depending on how much RP I get in this game, I might be silver. That's all.
They're looted, but
Yeah, I didn't see anyone. Well, it doesn't mean they can't be here. They could be hiding.
We'll get some good news. We're in the next ring. Hey, care package. I love these things.
pretty sure that's people moving up there. It's hard to see.
Okay. Yeah, there is.
Yes.
I see him. It is definitely a team. I'm coming.
Laying fences. The circuit is complete.
If for some reason somebody tries to come up that way. Yeah, they're still up there.
Well, it's a short little fence over here. I want to go take the platform. I might die for this.
I'm coming with. We go together.
Another wee pick me up.
I think this is a rat. Part of that team.
Broken enemy shield. Shields recharging.
Somebody's above. Okay.
Okay. Just don't go down. Just like fence up this back half of the
Yeah, I just gotta.
thing. Yeah, you're good.
Because it's above.
Yeah, you're good.
They will hurt.
You can always play this backside too.
Fence placed. Anyone passes through here, we'll know.
Planting fences. And fencing.
Yo, Demonic, what's up, man? For the gifted sub, enjoy the emotes and the ad-free experience. You know, it's getting more value every day that goes by. Hope you're doing well.
Looks like we're in the next ring. Good.
I hit somebody.
Jen, can you trade me an E with you?
Is that a mirage?
Got him.
Firing.
They're right here on the track.
Outsider orbit.
Some good news. We're in the next ring.
Setting a fence. Is the fence get crossed?
Knocked one.
Reloading.
Nice.
I defeated an adversary.
Rocks flying up on the left. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You okay?
Yeah. They just all decided to look at me.
Mm-hmm.
They said howdy. I have my ult in 10%.
Days.
Give me my shields to recharge.
I'm in trouble. Taking a moment to heal up. Just topping off my shields.
It's either 2 and 2 or 3 and 1. I think.
They're literally gonna have to run right next to each other.
Yeah.
And one just got fried. There's one below us right here.
Oh, is it? Wait,
I don't have a lot of ammo left.
what do you need?
Light.
Oh shit.
Here's a stack.
I got it. Smooth.
Mhm.
Recharging my shields.
We have a lot of space back here to work, so.
Healing up. Give me a sec.
Rings closing in 45.
Putting down a fence. Fence them in. Get ready.
One just ran through my fence.
Cracked one.
No, I actually went through it. I got the.
Here's a finger skid too. Behind you.
He's on the right.
Reloading.
Setting a fence.
Recharging my shields.
Thank you.
They're pushing.
Yep. Where's this stupid rat? Nice.
Over there.
Oh my god, I'm trash.
Ah.
Fucking rat came out. Damn it.
Yeah. Good try.
Oh, I missed so many shots. I'm so sorry.
Nah, you're good. Alright, I was just waiting for us to fight so they could
Yeah.
come in.
Good try, though. That's some decent RP.
We go.
Halfway to silver. Also, I don't know what happened, but one of them went fucking flying into the ring after I threw 2 grenades. Like, I don't know what happened, but I just saw them just go flying, and I was just like, okay. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but that happened.
Well, I threw down my lift, so they might have gotten pushed out from that. I don't know.
Who knows? I just know I threw my 2 thermites and a frag and was like, okay.
We already went through another Jamie Jams album.
Game for the life of me today, but
Yeah, let me throw on this one. It's another second place. We'll take it.
Come on. We got this. We got this.
You ready for a wee adventure, Newt?
Let's break some circuits.
Oh, Thor's waking up for a little stretch.
This is your champion. I saw this coming.
All right, hope you're ready.
Oh boy.
Let's do this, brothers.
Got one team next to us, and we might have some late droppers.
Let's go here.
Yeah, we have a late team.
Materials forward.
Ah, yes, double prowler.
Beginning ring countdown.
Hell yeah.
Engaging the enemy.
Attention.
I'm in trouble.
First blood.
Laying fences. Defend.
Hey, I'm getting shot. Not too far. We should hustle.
I broke an enemy shield.
Oh, he came in behind me.
No. I think there's a second team here already. No. You might be able to res.
Recharging my shield. Rings right there.
Warning. Movement in progress.
Rings moving. Let's go. I'm in trouble. Fence placed. Anyone passes through here, we'll know.
Hold on, let me help you.
I fucking look ridiculous. 2 prowlers on my back. Jesus Christ, I have like no bullets left.
Recharging my shields.
Recharging my shield.
I'm in trouble. Shooting at me. Eyes to the skies. A care package. Reload.
Oh my god.
M62. I could try. In hindsight, I should have used my PK there. At least I could have done like a big 70 pump. Yeah, didn't you enjoy that?
Sure. Also, if I'm a bit quiet, you too. I'm so sorry. I'm just like shoving food into my mouth. I'm very hungry.
Wow. Imagine eating.
I know, right? Something I don't do enough of.
I've seen the future. Now I just need to get there.
Haha! Hey, challengers, you better watch out for me.
They'll go where I tell them to go.
I'm just feel so stiff. Need to stretch some more.
This is your champion.
Try not to blink. You may miss me.
Alright, Charlie. Lead us to victory.
You won't drop launch pad.
Spot to touchdown.
What?
You won't do it.
Hope you're ready. Let's do this, brothers.
Zero G, it's the only way to travel.
Looks like those are going to fish farms. No, they're going here.
Wow.
Oh boy.
They were really split.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to drop where I did. Oh no. I don't know where their third went. There are two on the phalanges, but
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
one out here, two out here.
Outside our orbit.
I don't know if they know we're here.
Broken enemy shield. Fill in the trigger.
Cracked one.
No, now.
Cracked two.
Coming.
Attention.
One's out here.
Right here.
One's down there. Don't know where the third is. Might be by you, Charlie.
Solve the eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a
Yeah.
few eggs.
You don't.
Back here.
Jet there. Shields recharging.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
You kill leader.
One out here.
Oh, there's one on the left.
Broken enemy
Apparently I can't use a wingman. Holy shit.
An enemy
Knocked one.
They went straight down. Reloading.
I'm crawling.
Shields recharging.
I might get that res off.
There's a Evo in this building.
That one's cracked.
Oh, hit her 87 flesh.
Just a tick. Healing up.
Thank you.
I'm back over here.
Rejuvenating.
Okay, I gotta back up to the building. Oh god. I think they could see me from there.
You want me to get you? I'm ending. Oh, never mind. I didn't see very much.
Yeah.
Taking fire, brothers.
Yeah, just keep crawling.
I'm trying.
You're crawling with your gun out.
I'm gonna start blasting. Uh oh. No. Alright. I kind of threw that. But I also didn't think they'd stay there and try to take that fight when I knocked one and then hit the other one for 87 flesh. I kind of thought I was okay. Oh boy.
I'm out of light ammo. Reloading. Reloading. Arcs are up. Reloading.
Hit two.
Frag out. Heads up.
Combat's too noisy. Shush now.
Taking fire, brothers.
Fence placed.
Knocked one.
Knocked one.
One down.
Cracked.
Got her.
Reloading. And that was the last one.
You can recharge your shield inside, Charlie.
Oh, they were juiced.
Yeah. You can get your skull piercer for your EMR.
From my learning beer.
For your number.
Taking a moment to heal up.
You want some pizza? From
Pizza?
Big Bang Pizza.
Secure
Ooh.
some
Oh, it's
materials.
empty. Never mind.
How dare.
Oops.
Got some materials for us.
I'm dying. I'm sorry.
Rip. Rippin' pepperoni.
Goodbye.
Secured some materials. Thanks, jump kits.
Well, I did like absolutely nothing. But you guys did everything. I'm very proud of you.
I mean, I died, so.
But you
I'm
died.
so
There's
very
a team
proud
there.
of you. He's coming. Coming.
Okay.
shot! Signaling an airstrike.
They're going
So
up.
far away.
Setting a fence. Anyone passes through here? We'll know. Just stopping off
They
my
zip that way.
Okay.
Using a Phoenix kit.
I'm selling it.
I'm gonna craft real quick.
Got to do some crafting, dudes.
So out there, Vantage.
He's looking.
Ooh.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
On the rock there.
Next ring's really far. For you folks not used to traveling intergalactically.
She's looking, Charlie.
I'm trying to think of how to get.
Say, brother. Replicator incoming.
Oh, I might have the idea.
That's one.
Enemy downed. Reloading.
Nice.
It's a damn shame you can't shoot, brother. Of course, they're running away again.
Yeah.
We're in the top half. Couldn't have done it without you, pals.
Yeah, they're just hard running now.
Rejuvenating.
These guys can like constantly be in our ways.
We can go this way.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah, we can just go around.
Any cells to spam? Sorry. We're taking. Okay, we're taking the long way. Okay.
Going round the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. I need cells and light ammo. Don't think this has been loaded, has it?
Oh, there's a little bit of light ammo in here.
Ring closes in a minute.
Huzzah!
Shield cell here.
Thank you.
Not a whole lot.
It's better than nothing.
Thank you.
It
Not
adds
too
up.
far, but we should hustle, guys.
Shield cell here. Eye sharp. The ring's near and closing in 30.
We got to go. This ring is going to be a nuisance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey?
We're gonna go up the spider choke.
RP.
10 seconds, right next door. Easy.
What skin is set on your longbow?
I don't know the name of it. Just some random purple one.
Oh, okay. Oh, it looked like it was like molten because it's combined into your, I'm assuming your car with the worm skin. That's what I was like, what is that?
Attention. Delivering care package.
It looks so different. Oh god.
Eyes to the skies. A care package.
Lagged for a second going up that hill for some reason. That was fun. That was not fun. Please don't do that again, game. A humble potato may request. There is 8 squads left. Okay.
Eat whole squids.
Yep.
Healing up.
Those beautiful, beautiful squids.
Here.
If we see hammer points, could you let me know?
Hammer points.
That's a kinetic feeder. Charlie, did you need a kinetic feeder for your peeking?
Shotgun bolt here.
Oh, thank
Level
you.
3.
Y'all need that too.
We're just getting the Gibson all kitted. Wait, BT, you said you were streaming before. What were you playing beforehand?
I was doing a watch party for Tomato Angus's BioShock 2 Explained video.
Ah. Didn't he have to briefly change his name to Angus?
Yeah, for GDQ.
Be more GDQ friendly.
But the G's silent, so it's okay.
There'd be a sear bubble. People out here. Some right here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just play these rocks back. Wait, can we play these rocks? Ooh, not really.
So you can put here.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, it's not bad.
we can play. There's so many noises going on over there.
The team away out there.
Yeah.
Target spotted.
I am, for the most part, just close range, so I'm just gonna chill.
No, so I got a car and a peacekeeper. I'm
I
all
got a
close range.
flatline and an RE45. Let's go. I only got 2 times some flatlines. I can't really see that far.
Adversary over there.
And someone right here
I
too.
see an opponent. I see an opponent.
They're coming down right here.
Over there.
Sliding towards the package.
Enemy over there.
I love his laugh. It's so wholesome. Just a big old hearty laugh. I'm gonna
You
wait to
big
put
ol'
down my
hearty
ults.
lad.
You know, you're not wrong. You know, if I ever had to make
Keep
a
calm,
ranked
dearies.
list of like who
You're
gives the
already
best
inside the
hugs,
next ring.
Gibby would be number 1. Like hands down, Gibbs would be the best hugger.
Damaged a wee beastie. Reloading.
So,
Not really, but you.
Yeah, I'll switch one of you armor.
Adding a bit of je ne sais quoi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Just adding a bit of packet here.
Woo!
Beginning ring countdown.
Recharging the shields.
We're just
No, we're just like sitting over here while BT
seeing
does
like
everything.
useless teammates right now.
Heal it up.
Okay, we got a team up the hill, team in the building, and I think a team down the hill.
Yeah. What's our plan?
Um,
A team over here.
I haven't really thought about it.
This way. You are the leader, BT. We will follow you to our death.
I don't know about this Wii stuff, but she definitely
I will
will.
follow to my death because I am big dumb idiot.
I'm just gonna ping some stuff real quick.
Brilliant, so Reload.
Yep.
Shields recharging.
Trying to see where this other team is. Can't hit anything.
2 different teams are looking at this now. That's a crab.
Our last resort's gonna be playing down here underneath the building.
Yeah.
If I can't think of anything else.
Ring's close. Recharging shields.
I think the other team just sent building. They did. Yeah. Push up to the building. Might try to take the inside of this part.
Not to be pernickety dears, but the ring's on the move, and we're not inside her yet.
Yep. We're just gonna play this half of the inside. Just be careful the roof can see you.
If the fence gets crossed, we'll know.
New kill leader appointed.
There's a new kill leader.
Hello?
What is that circle?
What is that circle? Jesus Christ. Alright,
Yeah, there's still a guy on the roof here.
This one? Are you kidding me?
A full team up there.
The ring's our neighbor, pals. And we've got a minute to find it. I reckon we should head here.
Alright. Well, when the time comes, we're gonna push out to here and then just hug the wall with the ring coming in. And just hope we're the last ones to fight. These guys might be pushing us. Pushing to the middle.
Yeah, they are.
What's a wee singularity between things?
One on me. Yeah, we can just back up a little bit.
Yeah.
We don't need to fight this.
Just a tick. Healing up.
A second squad is attacking us. Recharging my shields.
I'm slow as hell, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. Now we're just gonna walk in with the ring.
Recharging my shields.
We're still up on the trigger. The crab is also still
That team over there's gonna have line of sight.
Yep.
I see an enemy.
Flinging an arc star.
Oh, what just happened? Charlie, you got fucking flunked? I looked and it was just like crosshairs.
Damn.
Good try.
There's not much we could have really done there.
Yeah.
I ranked
I
up.
should have saved my ult.
Must be
I'm
the
so
astronaut
sorry.
in me.
Nah, you're all good. We had to either hope the team that fought us went up the hill, or the team up the hill shot down enough to stop them pushing us. And neither happens. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Some games are just unwinnable. It's the only different thing we could have done. So when that team tried to push us in the building, is we could have tried to just retaliate and chase them down, or at least try to kill one. But as soon as we do that, the other team, or the rat, is going to pop up and fight us. We're always going to be downhill, which is a disadvantage. We don't really have mobility characters to get up the hill. So it's just I feel like playing that wall and just hoping for the best was our play.
Jump master.
I don't
My
want it.
first launch, though I usually go the other direction.
Can I level with you for a sec? This
Hmm.
night is hell.
Try as
Yeah,
you might.
Newcastle?
You can't kill a what, son?
Oh no, you look a right jobby.
What the fuck does that mean?
Jobby apparently means shit.
I'm gonna look this up.
We do this for science.
Right, jobby.
Mhm.
Jobby is slang for feces. Shit. Well then.
Oh no, you look a right jobby.
Attention, first blood. That's a first of many nights to go at.
I'm awfully sorry,
That's
pet.
another
but
word add to our vocabulary.
what exactly was your name again?
We went pretty far, so I'd assume we're pretty safe.
Okay.
45 seconds. Ring is near.
I have a skull piercer for you, BT. Unless one of you are running a wingman, then.
I have 2 cars at the moment, so.
Shotgun pulse here. Level 3.
Damn, alright. That Twitch money really working out, huh?
Mm-hmm. We got 2 Lambos.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. God damn.
I like to drive it out here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like more than Lambos? Knowledge.
Shotgun pulse here. Level 3.
I could put that to use.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Ring's moving. Come on. I designed it to hurt anyone outside of it.
Extended sniper mag here.
Are you running a sniper?
Probably not. I think I'm gonna run the scout.
Okay. Charlotte?
Huh?
Are you running a wingy?
No. God, no.
Okay. Not a wingy day?
I don't have the mental fortitude to try to use a wingman.
Okay.
Care package being delivered.
Supplies coming in.
Yeah, we definitely went over the whole jobby thing before. Wee.
Do I feel like being a psychopath?
Sure.
Alright, I'm making a fucking turbo for this devotion.
The whole turbus.
Also, if you see a charge rifle, I'm just gonna be a little shit and run one if you happen to see one.
Found an Evo shield here. Level 2.
Un moment. I'm crafting.
Just a moment.
I need a
Crafting.
stun.
There's a hop up here.
Yeah.
Scope yourself.
Just a regular old stun. And hopefully we can find a charge rifle.
Level 2.
Left side, please. Thank you.
Toes.
Plateau! I swear to God, there's gonna be people think I have like an absolute foot fetish or something. It's like, no kink shaving or fetish shaving. Anyone that does, it's just an absolute fucking meme.
My ultimate is charged and
But
good
if you
to
do
go.
like toes, webbed or not,
Merci.
You know?
I feel like it's a legitimate question.
You know? Have you seen like, I mean, like, okay, so like when we're talking about like web toes, we're talking like little duck feet because like little duck
Yeah, little
feet are
flippers.
so cute. Yeah, like that's fine.
Is it fine?
Yes.
Flatline here.
I need a scoop.
Okay.
Webbed.
Good answer. I want a fucking charge rifle. Gimme. I wanna be a little shit with it. Where? Wait, what? Sorry?
Somebody was here.
Oh. I thought you said somebody's here, and I was like, you are very calm. Where there's gonna be people
Secured
here.
some materials.
Oh, there is actually people.
We are not alone. Look over here. Merci.
Being shot at. What's a wee singularity between friends?
I shot at an enemy shield.
Nice. Oh.
Planting fences. Fence them in. Fence them out.
I'm recharging my shield.
Oh, I think
Broken
I'm
enemy shield. Reloading.
One on my left.
Yeah.
Shields recharging.
Jumping in.
Oh,
I will blame that on me because I potatoed really hard.
Oh, I need to send you something. Speaking of that.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
All right. I'm slightly nervous, but all right. Let's play someone else.
There you go. If you're wondering what I sent her, it's in the Discord. If you go into the cafeteria channel and scroll up to the first of the two embeds that didn't work today, the old papaya salad. You want to see?
You see this? Oh, that's great.
Right, dears. Time for a bit of a float.
Now romp with me. I'm ready for.
I'd show you guys on stream, but I don't have desktop capture. And I'm too lazy to download the image and do all that. Sorry. Maybe it might be even Google papaya salad and see it pop up. Yeah, it's like the first thing that pops up. Just Google papaya salad if you want to see what I'm talking about. If not, then, you know, you're lost.
All right, where are we going,
Didn't you
Charlie?
smell me coming? I was upwind and I smelled you.
What the hell? What was that voice line?
My mom will be so mad at me.
Let us sit down here. Can you feel that? The heat of the flame calls to us all.
Them were some voice lines.
I'm awfully sorry, pet, but just what exactly was your name again?
We do have a team coming here.
oh wow.
Oh no.
Two land at middle.
I was gonna, I saw there was two, and I was like, absolutely not.
Blue armor. Two blue armors over here.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Oh, that dude shredded me.
Attention. First blood.
One of that outside, one on me.
Oh.
Find it.
He's got gold armor too. Oh, that's frustrating.
So that hurt.
8 shots. 160 damage.
Oh my god. Jesus.
We are all cursed. We must strive to make it our blessing.
With great power comes me. Being stranded in space for a spell certainly brings out the fit in a lassie.
This is your champion.
No one gives a crap who's better. All they care about is who's the best.
Alright, where are we going?
Nowhere. We're staying in the ship.
Alright, sounds good.
Break legs, my friends. Metaphorically, bend your knees when you land.
Oh, I forgot to switch the album. It already repeated itself. Whoa.
Got some materials for us.
Oh. Found a golden sniper mag. Love that for us. Oh, now he wants to give me a fucking charge rifle. Well, I got a golden sniper mag, so no. Oh, I didn't mean to, that was supposed to be a boosted loader. Sorry.
Sentinel here.
Ooh.
I could use that.
We are not alone.
Oh, titties. Coming.
Unveil yourself.
Engaging the enemy.
Grenade.
I'm a little far.
I'm absolutely.
Grenade. Reloading.
Attention. First blood.
I'm fencing. Anyone passes through here will know. I'm in trouble.
Knocked one.
Seconds, rings close. Got him.
Medding real quick.
On the roof.
Reloading. The ring's closing and we ain't in it. So unless one of us is back, parts that out. Killed a hooligan. Got him.
She's queuing off.
Enemy removed from the data pool.
Good kill.
Hey, watch my back, pals. There's a new kill leader out there.
I have our teammate's banner.
Attention. Delivery care package.
Care package. Dropping from low orbit.
I know this is risky, but
Oh, you're good.
come into the zipline.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
I think something may be here.
Got her.
Nice.
And that was the last one.
Deep pockets. Whoa.
God damn.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Healing up.
Good job. Welcome back, Sir Charlie.
Stay here. I found some materials. Sharing is caring.
Okay.
Shotgun
What do y'all
barrel.
need?
Sniper stock over here. Level 1. Shields recharging.
Oh no.
My ultimate is at full power.
I need syringes.
I drop some in that corner.
Oh,
Buy all the other stuff.
Recharging my shields.
much appreciated.
Thank you. Taking a moment to heal up.
Sniper stock over here. Level 2.
I could use that.
Standards. Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Sorry.
What?
I got the Nessie out of my heirloom. I'm so sorry.
Backpack here. Level 2. Phoenix kid here.
Dibs.
The cutest little baby in the world.
Get fast yourself. Here's a pick-me-up. Secured some materials.
I promise it was not enemies, it was just me being a fucking dumb.
Enemies.
Boosted loader.
Yes.
I see an enemy.
Wait, do you? Where? Where? Where?
What? No, I see an enemy.
Got to do some crafting, dears.
God damn it!
Mm-hmm.
That took me too long to understand what you were saying. An enemy.
I see an enemy.
Yes. Charlie, do you need any specific thing that you would you like? Some toes.
Some toast?
Toes.
I want toast.
Okay, but what do you put on your toast?
Butter.
Just butter?
Yeah, why not?
You gonna put anything else?
Not usually.
I put honey and butter on mine usually. Not too much honey, like the tiniest drizzles, just so it's like a little sweet.
Usually don't just eat toast by itself. I have like toast and eggs. Eat them together.
Solid choice.
Marmalade.
No growlers.
But no, marmalade's different than Marmite. I was thinking of something different.
Yeah. There's marmalade and then there's jam and then there's Marmite and
Vegemite.
Vegemite. Yeah. Which like I've had both Marmite and Vegemite, and like it's just you just don't put a lot. That's the thing that people fuck up a lot is they put too much.
I'm just not gonna have any.
Ow.
Just topping off my shields.
Also, if you feel like changing game modes at any point, just let me know.
Over there.
That's a team box.
Just topping off my shields.
I'm coming.
Yeah, we gotta move anyways.
Oh shit.
They're just gonna try to push me. They're on my ult. Yeah, they're just gonna come finish me. That really sucks.
Oh
I didn't realize the full stack was like right there.
Yeah. Happens.
Oh, that's frustrating. It is a tad on the frustration side. What's the difference between marmalade and jam?
Wherever we go, I'm at home as a ring.
And jelly.
Fancy a bit of a blather?
This is your champion.
If not even light can escape the event horizon, how do you think you'll escape me?
That was all his fruit preserves, but I thought that's what jam was.
Jump master, as above, so below.
I thought the difference between like jelly and jam is jam had like, well, there's a joke to be made there, that I will refrain from making.
We do this for science.
But that is that it had fruit versus not. Juice and peel of citrus fruits, boiled sugar and water.
Drop.
Oh, I was going for Larry. Guess we'll go here.
Attention, first blood.
Oh, first blood. Well, you can't solve the eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a few eggs.
What guns are we looking for, boys?
Guns.
I see. Okay.
A backpack here. Level 2.
Let's go, Dibs.
So if that's marmalade, what is jam? What do you need?
If we see a charge rifle, can I have it?
Optics here. Sniper.
That would come in handy.
Thank you. Temporary holding on to a wingman. Pray for me.
Of Pacton. What the hell is Pacton?
Thing for the life of me.
Gonna shoot some spooters.
Of a climb, it's alright.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
How are you doing this fine evening?
Well, can't shoot.
Same.
Optics here. Close range.
Did you want to
Recharging my shields.
Whole fruit cut into crushed pieces of crushed and heat water sugar until it reaches gelling or setting point. Dude, why does food gotta be so complicated?
I guess I could try to find a longbow.
Why can't it just be like, this is the thing?
Where are we going? I don't know where I'm going. I'm running in a circle.
I'm
going this way.
I don't know.
Where I'm going. I just literally just spun in a circle like a dog like 3 times.
Just open your eyes.
I can't.
There's a new leader.
If I do, then I'll see everything. And everything will be a lie.
It's a byproduct of fruit.
Helmet here. Level 2.
You guys are just making stuff up at this point.
But yeah, if you do sing a longbow, please let me know. Thank you kindly. Oh my god. Do y'all want some med kits? Why do I have so many? I'm hoarding.
Wow.
Put me on an episode of Hoarder. I had 5 fucking med kits. That's way
Jesus.
too many. I know. I just kept picking them up.
Thanks, jump jets.
And I was like, oh yeah. And I think I don't have med kits, and I just kept doing that. And I looked, and I was like, wait a second. Why is my inventory so full? Fucking Christ, Abs. Good job. I am great at being a potato. Why you guys play this game with me is beyond me. But I appreciate you for playing with me regardless. There should be a longbow in this building. Longbow! I have your attachment, please. Show yourself. Can you give us an E?
Yeah, them deep pockets. My pockets run deep.
Where are you? Speaking of, I updated Phasma today and it was like an 18 gig fucking download. I was just like, what the fuck? Huge download for the update.
So the game get a lot of updates?
Yes and no.
The store's open.
Oh shit, coming.
Where are they at?
Watch my back, pals. There's a new kill leader out there.
Orange marmalade and wheat bread sandwich? That sounds like something I would not enjoy.
Gotta hop up here. Double tap trigger.
Is that yours?
So I'm ready. Kind of. I can't use the wingman, but I'm fucking ready.
Are you though?
No, I'm scared. PT, hold me.
Replicator being delivered.
Running away.
Okay, goodbye. I know, cooties.
Cooties.
Oh.
She's got webbed toes.
New kill leader. Labels are a curse. And a target.
There's shots over here? There are shots. They might be doing the armory. Or are they fighting? The world may never know.
The world may know. Oh, I got the longbow. Yay! Now I just need a snooper mag.
Oh, it's not the armory. Oh, right here.
Enemy shield. Reload.
Drawing back the veil.
I'm on my way.
That was terrible.
I'm in trouble.
Well, let's back up.
Ow.
I'm so down.
We got circles, so we can just hold them out.
Wanna see my singularity?
Oh my god.
Yeah, just keep backing up. Yeah, shot the spiders. Yeah.
Shield recharging.
Trying to get up to this spot before anyone else. Nope, no one's there.
Playing with fences. Anyone passes through here, we'll know. Just
I'm out
topping
of
off my
batteries.
shield.
1 second.
Yeah, I don't have any more.
It's okay.
I got some cells, but
I got some. It's okay. Thank you. People just respawn?
Rejuvenating.
They're on our left.
yeah, just keep running this way.
I'm taking fire.
I'm not gonna make that.
I'm recharging my shields.
Just keep on running this way.
I'm using a Phoenix kit, pals.
I'm in trouble. Recharging my shields.
Are they on UBT? Or are you
Nope.
okay? You're
All good.
Not shooting, right?
Managed to pick off.
And they got into a fight with someone else.
Shoot at them a little bit just to distract, but don't know if it
We're all
was very
good.
useful. I am out of shields.
Here are some cells.
Bless you, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I am bringing down the team with my trash abilities. Are they still following us, or did they
Nope.
fuck off?
We're all good.
Oh, I see a team out here.
I see somebody. Adversary over there. I see somebody.
There are 340
Enemy
outs in
inside.
Ash.
My ultimate is charged and good to go.
Attention, delivering
Yeah, they're fighting. That's good.
Replicator coming down, my friend.
I see an opponent.
I need to tell RP if anybody could balance out the tartness of the fresh marmalade. I feel like there'd be too many flavors. If you had
So keep an eye on in case people go to it.
wheat bread, orange marmalade, and like peanut butter. It feels like a lot of stuff going on there.
Oh, it's so tempting to shoot them, but I'm not gonna do it. What was that? Replicator? Oh, it's replicator. Keep drinking my water too fast because I'm stressed out that I need to put my water bottle down immediately.
People over here.
I hear you. Enemy trap spotted.
Oh, people did get the care package.
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed the beam was gone. I actually completely forgot about it being a thing. Do we want to start moving soon?
Trying to see where all the teams are. Like there's no one over here, which is scary.
Just a little bit.
Alright. We're all inside the ring. Fantastic.
We'll quickly check this building
Care
for
package
meds.
dropping
Uh-oh.
from lower, but
Oh, are there people? Are you
No.
okay?
That's just usually how we die.
Oh,
There's gonna be people lurking.
me running off and getting myself killed? Absolutely.
Oh, just people just hiding.
I'm just kidding.
Being rats.
Being little rats. We also got another care package incoming. Let me put some chapstick on. With quote unquote winter approaching here, it's just like, oh my goodness. I'm gonna touch it. Oh, no, I'm not gonna touch those people.
Yep. Just don't go down.
Trying not to.
Just topping off my shields.
Round 4. Beginning.
We're just gonna go down to this building down here.
This way.
We are inside the next ring. This is our stage.
Oh, I'm hurting. Okay, Charlie, I just gotta say, you're...
Uh-oh. Run around the corner if you have to. Just get in here, we'll fence it up and hold them out.
I think
They're on
that's a
top of it.
crab.
No. And
Shield recharging.
look for the windows.
Yeah. They have a creeper on the left.
We can just play downstairs if needed. Yeah.
Fence in position. Setting a fence.
Really open another squad, we'll just look at them.
Oh my goodness, a mastiff.
Broken enemy. Reload.
Correct.
Right here.
We're already inside the next ring. Shield recharging.
Nice. Aunties out here.
Reloading.
Oh, I didn't sit on the stairs last like I'm so sorry. I don't think I should do snipers today. I think I need to stick to close range. I am too potato.
Ooh, a pack.
I'm so sorry.
Wow.
I received
A purple pack.
Congrats.
Whoa.
Wait, did I get the rampage skin? Oh, I did! Yeah!
The icy
Oh,
one?
it's actually so cool looking. Or no, devotion, rather. Excuse me.
Mm.
Devotion. Oh, it's so cool looking. I can change my charm for it now because the one I currently have does not at all go with the theme.
It's a shame in game you don't see a lot of the ice part of it though.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pink.
Feels bad.
Cabbage green, yeah. Unfortunately, I just really like the Bangalore skin I already have. Like, how do you beat this? It's fucking awesome.
That'll do.
It's such a great skin.
Which is not, it's a shell with.
Can't beat
does
it.
not go with the theme
Can't do it.
whatsoever, but.
You just can't. You can't do it.
Everything is fine.
Oh, the classic Andy James song. The banger.
I am playing like booty cheeks today, unfortunately. It's true. You don't gotta lie to me. I know I am. Excuse me.
Embrace yourself and know strength without fear.
Let's have a wee play with the laws of physics, shall we? I keep my squad mates insulated.
is your champion.
Run fast, hit fast, win fast.
Alright. I will do my best.
So I think the reason it kind of spiked up in difficulty compared to when we first hopped on, is because Charlie bumped up from silver to gold.
He says heat fast instead of hit fast whenever he says that quote.
And because all of the ranks just reset, people that were in, I think Diamond get reset to gold. And because he's playing with gold, they can technically get to like a plat lobby. So we're playing with like potentially high diamond players from the last reset. Maybe. Well, that's a whole load of nothing.
Got some materials for us.
I have a lot of Jesus Christ.
Pathfinder kind of close.
Correct.
Another one back there.
Wait, outside the door? Throwing grenades?
Got Pathy. Oh, behind me.
Coming.
He's cracked. He hurt me.
Healing.
Eye sharp. The ring's near and closing in 30. Killed an enemy.
He's pushing.
Reload.
Coming over.
10 seconds. The ring is close.
Oh, Logan. You see on that door?
Anyone passes through here, we'll know.
One side.
Charging my shields. We need to go. Ring, I'm down.
Oh my! Oh my goodness.
On your feet, darling.
I'm so sorry,
Plenty of fight
Charlie.
left
I
in you.
whiffed.
Got our pal's banner.
Thankfully.
Hey, watch my back, pals.
I am big
There's a new
trash
kill leader
today.
out there.
Big pile of trash.
I am.
Heal it up.
Some days it'd be like that.
I know nobody's upset, but still.
Just a
At least if me. I'm aware. And if you are.
You off the whole building. Love
Shields
that.
recharging.
A lot of ragdolling this patch.
Got some materials for us.
Shotgun ammo, yeah. Shotgun bolt hit. Peacekeeper here.
BK of a bolt
Dibs on
next to
that.
it right there.
Sentinel here. Optics here. Sniper.
That would come in handy.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I could not see my mute button.
There's a team on the building next to us.
My ultimate is at full power.
Thermite out. Bomb bots are shooting at me.
Engaging the enemy.
Unleashing my singularity. Arcstar out. Recharging my shields.
Look beyond the veil.
Flinging an Arcstar.
Knocked one.
Reloading.
Don't mind if I do.
Killed a hooligan.
Nice. First Pathfinder? I'm a little bit far away.
You're good.
They're shooting at me. shields recharging.
Oh, they're running out in the field.
Yeah, they're gone.
Okay.
I hit somebody.
Oh, is that really that low on ammo?
Recharging my shields.
It's gonna be a fucking nuisance.
I don't know if I don't like them or if I'm just not used to them, you know? Like,
Need anything that I can hopefully provide?
I just need light ammo at the moment.
I scored the hit. Come back
Where?
from the building.
Yeah, you're...
What we science folk call a baddie. Shooting at me. Tossing a thermite.
My arm real quick.
Flinging thermite. Recharging my shields. Need a wee rejuvenation.
Need snooper ammo. I think they're just gonna leave their friend's banner. At least I would not be surprised if they did. I'm gonna quickly check right here.
Let's go that way.
Just for ammo.
Round 2.
For the hammers.
Long walk to the next ring.
Half the squads are gone already.
I need to stop
Oh,
seeing
over here, over here.
Oh shit.
Bar.
Flinging thermite.
Replicator coming down,
Uh-huh.
my friend.
Yeah, they're just closing it off. I don't really have the stuff to fight this.
What do you need?
Light ammo.
Oh, I have none. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got 7 bullets.
Oh Jesus.
Here, I can give you.
Oh, thank you. Now I can fight this. They're a Watts though, so they got a faint stay off.
I just like panic put my alt down just in case. Like nope. Probably shouldn't have done that, but that's okay.
My finger strength right now is incredible.
Oh my god, yeah. How the fuck are you just... Damn. Alright. I want to see Rafe do that because she's got a good booty.
Might have to play Loba.
I would say Loba though? Ma'am.
Whoa, stuff.
Let there be stuff.
Medkit here.
One minute, my friends. Ring is close.
Thank you.
What's the plan, team?
We're gonna play for Slow Cliff, maybe.
Okay.
Really don't want to fight Cascade Falls at all.
Rings
Yeah,
near, darlings.
preferably not.
We've got a whole
Cascade
45
is-
seconds of free time.
Can go either really good or really bad, and oh, there's people landing over here.
I spotted an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
30 seconds.
At least I think that was people. I saw
Yeah, there's definitely a trail.
smoke trails. Yeah, so like I think I saw what I saw correctly, but I'm still gonna ask just in case.
10 seconds, my friends.
My eyes like to deceive me sometimes.
Oh, Thor is full on staring into lights.
For a sec.
Like he's as close as it can possibly be. That's fine. We just gotta play for ring.
Yep, coming.
We need to move. The ring is a bonus.
Oh, Cyrilton. Yep.
Oh shit, coming. I'm a bit away, but I'll be there soon.
Attention. Delivery package.
Eyes to the skies. A care package.
There's one down in the water.
I'm almost there.
You're fine.
Tossing a thermite.
So like back in the cave.
Offering my heart.
You kill leader. I'll make sure they don't sneak up on us.
Curious what he has on his body.
I hit somebody.
Go check it out real quick.
Okay. Even our care package shop in over here too.
I take that. Care package over there.
Around this door. There's a race portal over here too.
I take that back. Portal over there.
There's a person behind this one.
I'm back.
They're taking their portal. I don't know where it is.
Here's a pick me up, pals.
Yeah, I don't know where that portal leads to. Right here. Right here.
The next ring spar, my friend.
Dropped you some light back. Ah! I didn't know that was there. Oh my god. Behind me.
Drawing back the veil.
Shield recharge. Pick me up deployed.
Stand over here on the right.
There's a wee singularity between frames.
Horizon's shredded.
Yep. Oh, none of my nades hit. Nice. People down low too.
The circuit is complete.
Reloading.
Reloading.
I defeated an adversary. We're
I'm all out of shield stuff.
Tossing an arc, sir.
Rings close.
No, go on.
Shield recharging.
There you go.
Thank you.
I'm using a Phoenix kit.
Alright, we'll just wrap through Storm.
Sounds good.
We have another team.
Anyone passes through here?
Will not. Laying fences.
Good job. I don't know how all my nades missed.
If we see any snooper ammo on the way, just ping it for me if you don't mind. I'll
Okay.
grab it on the go. Thank you.
Just 10 seconds left.
Oh, we got a groove. People to our left.
Yep. I hear
Oh, yep.
Just gotta get ahead of them.
The ring's closing and we ain't in it. I'd suggest we move.
I do have a heat shield.
Eyes to the
Things
sky.
Oh, they're ahead of us. Oh.
Lifeline package.
Yep.
Oh, they're trying to revive somebody?
Maybe.
There's another team up ahead too.
Okay.
They went to the right, I think. Yeah, to the right. Okay.
I spotted an enemy.
Team to our left on the building.
Wraith is flesh.
Reloading.
Sorry, Charlie got me to walk before your shots. Surely as I did. Behind us?
Oh, behind me.
Got her.
Just stopping off my shield.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I have to pop this.
Yeah, we're in a really bad spot.
Reloading. Recharging my shields.
I was grabbing the meds off of her. Split them up in just a moment.
On me.
Oh, shit.
2 on my body.
Yep. Still with me.
Yeah, it's just a duo.
In the door. Feels bad. One second, I gotta bat. Come over here. Going around.
Oh my god, that Octane is so hurt.
Nice.
You got zone coming in, yeah.
I'm gonna die. Yep.
Oh, no, my
Good try.
Oh, that was bad. I'm so sorry. Holy RP game, though. Hey, I got a pack.
Pick.
A pack of disappointment. Yep, very disappointing. A fucking blue and 2 grays.
Best thing I've heard all day.
Right?
Fancy a bit of a blather? I know these territories like the back of my hand.
I fucking love this skin for her. It's so pretty.
I have your attention. I will not waste it.
Introducing your champion.
I could make some of it, but I would probably have to commission somebody for similar pieces.
I think it's just off camera. See, maybe I don't think he's gonna show up. He's like right. Yeah, he literally stays off frame
I'm very
every single time. He just knows where the camera is. He's watched this stream before. The stream sniper. Thor's a goddamn stream sniper.
I need to put my hair up. Ow, why does this part of my boob have to hurt? Jesus.
Oh, okay.
I can't lift my arm very well.
The Andy James stuff repeated.
Let's go. Let's go here. Allons-y.
Maybe you have 2 teams coming here? Emphasis on that, I think.
No, you think.
We got 1 team going to fingers.
Attention. First blood.
First kill. On the bright side, it wasn't bad.
Sentinel here.
45 seconds to get to that ring. That would come in handy.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Watch for the new kill leader.
Merci.
Alright. Where are they?
Got
No
some
idea.
materials for us.
Okay. Hey, Charlie.
Bomb bots are shooting at me.
Antagonist in sight. Close.
You absolute fuck.
Shields recharging.
Vehicle?
And it's going behind us and leaving.
I'm building. The bed is complete.
Ring is moving.
Let's position.
I'm taking fire. Reload. Draw him back to leg.
I'm just a storm.
Crack that hooligan shield.
them out.
Reloading.
Fence in position.
Care package being delivered.
Care package.
Fence placed.
I'm taking fire. Reloading.
Tossing thermite.
Rejuvenated.
Throwing
I'm taking damage.
Dropped it. I'm taking fire. Bleeding out.
Diagnostic.
Oh, he's so lit! He's so lit! Oh my god, you could breathe on him!
There isn't the cost.
Yeah.
Oh, they went down fast.
He's pushing that right side too.
No.
Good try. Oh my god, I fucking lit the shit.
Oh, if I just stuck with the hemlock out and didn't try to switch to my Volt, I would have had him. Unfortunate. Wee.
Fucking wee.
Let's break some circuits.
In the name of science.
Ow, I just hurt my pinky.
We are all cursed. We must strive to make it.
Please don't ask me how, because honestly, I don't know what the fuck I did.
Introducing your champion.
I honor those who've risen, not those who've fallen.
I just saw a great tweet.
I doubt it.
Me to the waiter. Excuse me, my onion rings? Waiter, answer it then?
Nice.
Sorry, it's really dumb, but I love it.
Let's go that way.
That's what my parents said about me.
What?
Whoa.
Oh my god, BT!
Attention. First blood.
The first legend falls.
I believe you're very much alone.
Yeah, there's a team over at Larry.
Round one.
We are alone for now then.
We're outside the next ring. Did you know
When you
it's
see a
silent?
charge rifle, can you let me know?
Found an peacekeeper here.
Please.
Thank you. I don't know why, but the fucking Mission Impossible theme stuck in my head. I'm so sorry. Anyway. I don't know why it's in my head, but it is.
Yeah, I don't think the skin's doing it for me. Oh.
It's a great song. It's iconic.
Hmm.
But I don't know why it's in my head right now.
Warning. Ring closing.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
The ring's closing and we ain't in it. So unless one of us is packing sunscreen, I'd suggest we move.
Shield battery here. Gotta hop up here. Boost the
Okay, what does everyone need?
The juice.
The juice?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of juice? Like grape juice, apple juice, a virgin apple juice?
One virgin juice, please.
Delivering care package.
Eyes to the skies. I care Care
Charlie's
package.
gonna yell at me for that one.
Thought
I feel
about
like
it.
I feel like you just literally just gave me like a slight frown. It was just like, God damn it, shut up. Okay, what does everyone need?
I need a scope. Fuck you, dragon.
Okay,
Clip the flyer's wings.
that answers my question.
Gotta hop up here. Skull piercer.
That's not what I want.
Your backpack. You killed it. It's all yours.
Whoa, all the things.
Thank you.
I don't know what I'm thanking you for, Charlie, but thank you.
I don't know either.
It's just like gave me the options. I was like, okay.
Good to go.
I'm assuming you want to kill the spooters.
No.
Okay.
I don't want to go anywhere.
Okay, we'll stop right here. Then we'll make.
Okay.
There's 3 rooms. Everyone pick a room. Congratulations. This is our new home.
The fuck is this invisible box?
2022. Unheard of. Hey, Charlie.
Yes.
Did you know you're adorable?
She lied to me.
I ain't lying to you. I am. There's people.
We should move here.
Okay.
Come back. Hold the phone. We'll continue that talk later.
I don't see them. Where are they at?
They're in that building. Across the way.
We should move here.
I heard their toes.
New kill leader.
At least I
New
swear it could
data.
have been Charlie's toes, but it sounded like they're in the building toes. Maybe I'm going crazy.
Might be.
Just a teensy bit.
I don't feel like they'd be ratting in there, and I don't see them at all.
Okay,
I think you heard your own toes.
I wasn't in the building though. I was on the ground. It sounded like building toes. That's. I swear I heard something. I
I
don't know.
don't know.
Apparently, I'm just fucking losing my mind. I'm so sorry.
You lost it.
Maybe I'm just like hearing things I want to hear. Like maybe it's just because like I.
You want to hear toes?
Yeah, I want to hear them feet slapping, just like just like that on the ground. Where did? Okay, if there were people, where would they have gone? Because we definitely didn't loot this. Where are they?
When they're fighting? Yeah.
Okay, so there was people.
Oh, these are new people.
Only slightly crazy.
I think you're still crazy, but
Okay.
there's happens to be people over here.
Listen.
I've broken enemy shield.
Thermite out. Flinging thermite.
Reloading.
He's flash.
Reloading.
Got him.
Reloading.
I finished this up because there's another team in there.
It's
Yeah,
just a
I'm
wee
trying to
scratch, dear.
get to the
There's a new
door.
laying fences. The fence is complete.
Yeah, they're a Mad Maggie rampart, so they're just gonna hold it.
Hemlock here.
Oh my god. Golden Hemi?
Need to compose
I
myself.
don't fucking want it, but like, that's cool.
It's just gross.
That's just gross.
I'm gonna go back up the hill. Ooh. Did they open the door to shoot at me?
Yeah,
Singularity deployed.
Yeah,
Ninja.
Look beyond the veil.
Recharging my shield.
Tossing Oxnard.
Reloading.
I am taking fire.
I'm in trouble.
Why are you trying to long range a PK? Why can I? Oh, it's going through. Okay, I was like, wait a second. That makes sense. Okay.
Just topping off my shields.
Look at her. She's just trying to long range a PK. Like, it's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Are we leaving?
Yeah, there's no point. So,
That enemy shield is broken. Fini.
Well,
Reloading.
I cracked the shit out of him. I knew what I wanted to do.
Nice, nice.
Maybe it is a Sentinel day. I just need to have more faith in my shots. Where are we going, boys? What do we do?
I'm just gonna wrap around.
I'm gonna wrap around Charlie. And be like a little snake.
okay.
Should we just talk about how cute Danger
Another
are?
soft landing.
I think sinks are adorable. They're like little cute eyeballs. You got cute little bodies. They're just really cute.
Attention. Delivering.
But they ain't got no toes.
They don't got no toes, but they can wear little hats.
How are they gonna wear shoes with no toes?
They don't. They just wear, I don't know, a rubber tube or something.
Damn.
Yeah. We got a care package
Let's go
shopping
here.
over here.
Allons-y.
Champion eliminated.
And so ends the champion's reign.
Care package is looted.
Allons-y.
Okay.
Round 3.
Ew, gross.
Countdown.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Yeah.
fun ring.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator incoming. Now, what to create?
Alright, team,
I'm
what's the
recharging my
plan?
shields.
We're gonna go up the hill, and I gotta see what's open.
Okay. People chasing behind us. Nothing on the kill feed, so I don't know what guns they have. It's like a crab or something.
That was like a Sentinel.
Yeah.
Check for some rats back here.
Hello.
Shit, this isn't a terrible spot to play. You got all of this beautiful rock. Oh yeah.
It's gorgeous.
We just fence it up and we're all good. Oh yeah.
Falling down a little bit.
Nice.
That's a nice fence. Anyone pass
passes through here?
We'll know. Fence placed.
Watch for the new kill leader.
Wow. All these fancies.
Good enough.
Mhm.
It's a deterrent more than anything.
Yep.
Over here.
Enemy.
Yeah.
Feels that charge in the air. We're inside the ring.
We're very far out.
Supplies coming in.
Damn it,
Ooh, hit one.
beastie.
Whoa, care package, yeah.
Does my ultimate also charge up your guys' Qs faster and stuff?
No, just shields, I think.
I hit somebody.
One of them for 88.
You see something floating like this way?
Yeah.
Can't tell what that is. Oh, hit him 30.
God! Oh, those were juicy shots.
Oh, floating one away.
My thing was charged, would knocked him.
Hit him once for 34.
I'm almost to red. I'll swap my ego one of you shortly. Come on, this rock.
Yeah. Team out here on a heat shield or something? Looks like.
I'm in trouble.
Being shot at. The ring's close, and we've got a whole minute to dawdle.
Oh god. Ugh. Eek. Oh no.
45 seconds to shield enclosure.
They're going this way.
Yeah, going for the package.
Hit the Bangalore for someone.
Eye sharp. The ring's near and closing in 30.
Really one shot off. Red Evo.
10 seconds. The ring's close and we're
We're just gonna slow down to this building.
close.
Sounds good.
You probably shoot the dragon. If you... Oh, how close you are.
You got it, you got it. Nice, Charlie. Warriors.
Bat here.
Shield battery here.
I still have 4.
Putting down a fence. If the fence gets crossed, we'll know.
Only 2 more squads. They'll fuel my pool soon enough. Got some materials for us.
Should be a team up the hill and a team in the building, or they're both in buildings. Okay, I guess they're just both in buildings.
Can one of you come here and I'll swap my Evo for you?
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown.
I'm taking damage.
Oh.
Shields are recharging.
Arm of the storm. Setting a fence. The circuit is complete. Planting fences. A few more meters to the ring, and still a minute to go.
I don't know if they got a weapon. If they did get a weapon, it might be like a mastiff or something close range.
Yeah.
Using it. Whatever it is.
Being shot at. Eye sharp. The ring.
Nice, 88. left here.
Okay.
You want to search
They were bottom floor, right?
Yeah, they were.
Okay. I might try to take that roof.
Shields recharging. The ring's closing and we ain't in it. I'd suggest we move. Reloading.
Don't play back on these fences.
And fencing. Fence them in, fence them out. Fence deployed.
Yeah, I think we're gonna take the roof.
Pick me up's a coming.
Come.
Okay. I think the one below us is just a rat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need shields. Oh, sorry. I don't need shields. I just wanted to charge my rifle.
Final round. Beginning ring countdown.
Not a big deal.
And fencing. The fence is
I have
complete.
my ult in 30%.
45 seconds until ring closure. Laying fences.
They're shooting at me.
30 seconds until that ring closes.
What's your Evo at, BT?
600.
Shields recharging.
Thank you.
I'm fencing. Anyone passes through here? No. 10 seconds.
Can you circulate that? Just like that corner of that building,
Fancy a wee stroll this way.
so we can see where they go.
Drawing back the veil.
Final ring. Oh, there's a trouble in Monaco.
That's an entry fence. Setting a fence. The circuit is complete.
I have my ult down on me. I got you.
Deployed. Mind your car keys. Arc star. Slinging an arc star. Grenade deployed.
Nice. I think in our building.
From the data pool.
The circuit is complete.
I do have a heat shield.
Nice.
Things get really sticky.
Yeah. Oh, we're just gonna all drop together. Should be fine.
Oh, shit.
There's still a rat in there somewhere too.
Yeah. I did mean to drop down. Octane has a massive. The rat's right here. The rat's a mirage. Right down here. Rip load. I can't see. Right here. On the left, on the left, on the left. Octane's staying on my team. Last one on the right. Octane's still in smoke.
Got him.
Let's go! I don't know if I was helping, but
No, you were. You were.
yeah, I did not mean to fall down.
Are the
Oh,
Apex
shit.
champions.
Good job, you two. I did nothing. I gave
Never seen us lose those.
by just sniping.
Just farming the damage.
Contribution to the team.
It helped.
Red Evos. Thank you. Rink up, let's go!
Whoa.
I have finally made it to silver, boys.
Woo.
Woohoo!
They said it couldn't be done. Never seen us lose those.
Or, no. 5 more for the 100, then another times 15.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
I'm at like 80 something.
This force can light up the galaxy.
Getting closer to 100 wins on Horizon. It's like number 98.
Make it so they cannot help but look. Then they are yours.
I think.
I've seen the future. Now I just need to get there.
98 wins.
Chili's your gold.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's why difficulty spiked like halfway through us playing.
Oh.
I can cook, clean, and defend my teammates.
Can I marry you, Newcastle?
Rip Maxie.
Oh no, you look a right jobby.
Listen, Max has accepted
For
that I am like head over heels for like Chris Redfield and stuff. All right.
Can you feel that?
Chris Breadfield.
Yeah.
A whole field of bread.
It's just way too attractive. It's unfair.
I pegged you for the boulder punching Chris.
I really like RE8 Chris because he's got like a really nice like pea coat on and stuff. Like he just looks super clean. But like leather daddy boulder punching Chris.
Take a team like
I reckon we should head here.
Over there.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Keep calm, dear.
Yeah, team
We're
did
already
mind
inside the next ring. Longbow here.
Are we fighting?
Shoot at me.
Assholes.
Awesome.
I chose
And
violence.
now they scammed me.
I'm coming. On your bridge.
See through the veil. I shot at an
Oh, he's so hurt.
Cracked one.
I'm down.
Fuck.
Oh man, she's so great.
No. Missed so many 30-30s.
I'm sorry, but that was amazing to just see you like turn around, just fucking insta knocker.
I didn't know one of them was a Valkyrie.
I shouldn't have taken the 30-30, but I thought we'd have more time to fight at range. Garden Omega My Sheet, huh?
Should I go someone else other than Watson?
You can
I
play
don't know if
whoever.
I'm playing her well enough today.
No,
I'm
you're
sitting
fine.
here like questioning myself, like, am I doing an okay job? I don't think I am.
When in doubt, just place more fences.
I would like to say I've been doing an okay job at just random fencing. Could be better. I know there's like really good placements and stuff.
Will be on our side,
I'm
Fly Fighter.
It does not feel like it's 10 p.m. Jesus Christ.
Even gunpowder needs a spark.
This is your champion.
I honor those who've risen, not those who've fallen.
I love that fucking Bloodhound skin. It's so good. I wanted to buy it when it was in the store, but like I just don't play them enough to like justify it.
Why not just buying every skin? What?
Prepare for battle.
I know. Like there's another fucking like life. There's 2 lifelines.
The only way to travel.
Get really sad. I'm just like.
So what you're saying is people should take advantage of the September 25% off gifted subs so you get more money for more skins? Whoa. Or they could check if they have a Twitch Prime they can use for free.
Are we going close or far, by the way?
There's like 3 teams here.
Alright.
This is gonna be fun.
I feel luck, boys.
Oh, whole team just punched me out.
Oh, she's so loud.
Woo.
We're up here.
Oh, he had purple.
Love just getting punched out by a full team. It's great.
We're gonna play her once. It's gonna probably go really bad, but that's okay. But her pirate queen skin's coming back out, and I'm just like, ooh, child, give me. I want it. It's so pretty. Oh, I forgot that I got the reinforcement kill thing on her. Where you literally kill somebody at like within 10 seconds of them coming out of a dropship. Yeah.
How could you?
Completely. Listen, it was gross. how quickly I killed that person. I had
Just
a
disgusting.
PK. Oh, it was disgusting.
Get ready. Today is not gonna be
Absolutely.
easy. The mysteries of space. Solved a few of them, and there's one more to go.
If the gods will it, Vivenna.
This is your champion.
Alright, where are we going?
Mm-hmm.
Chade?
Good thing.
Oh. I need to put chapstick on. Oh, and drop my wallet apparently at the same time. Good job, me.
This album bloop yet? Or is it about to?
Prepare for battle.
I forgot my chapstick's minty.
Oh, okay. It's got a couple more tracks.
What is this again? Burt's Bees. Bee wax lip balm with vitamin E and peppermint.
Puppy mint.
Yeah, some puppy mint. Oh my god, Charlie, I forgot to tell you. One of my friends is very happy that Biddy Hyper's back to looking like it's a henchai lover.
Keep calm, darlings. We're already inside the next ring.
No tentacles.
Peacekeeper here. Got some extra supplies.
Crack that hooligan shield.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
He went straight down. Reloading.
My fingers don't know what to do with themselves right now.
I got the knock, but I cannot finish him. He was way down here. Pretty sure there's another team out here.
Yeah. Probably.
Recharging my shields.
What's our fan team?
Thanks.
I don't know. Way out here.
Numpty there. This could get interesting.
I can't fucking see apparently. So I'm a good
Care package being
Scanning the area.
Care package on high.
I was like, keep instinctively wanting to go to hit Q, thinking I'm fucking Watson now.
Just be really careful over there. So I have no idea where the other team went.
I need a backpack. Oh, there's one. Thank God. Over here.
Explore this way.
Damaged a wee beastie.
Oh, careful. Are they in middle?
Yeah. I'm just backing up to the building.
Oh shit.
Shields recharging.
Crash.
Recharging my shields.
They're right above me.
I'm looking. One dropped on you.
Oh, I cracked two.
Shield.
Reload. I have fallen. Up that close. Can't use liability.
They just put him down like all the
An enemy shield.
Boy. Sorry. That's my bad. Oh, and the other team's showing up right
An enemy shield.
Oh.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Shields recharging. Recharging my shields.
Did you change skins?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, good try. I'm gonna blame that on me. I'm so sorry.
I think I'm gonna call it. I'm too tired to be playing this.
Oh no, you're fine. Thank you for playing though, goobers. I appreciate you both.
You done as well, Biddy?
Yeah, I'll stop for now. Are you gonna keep going?
Yes, but not on Apex.
Okay, that's fine.
You can do it all.
I'll bring the
Stuff on the side.
hooligans over for whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for playing.
GG's, GG's.
Fun. If you want to play again at all this week, just let me know because I know you said
Yeah. It's a possibility. We'll see. We'll see. Thanks for the games.
Yeah, thank you. Well,
All right. Yeah, I think we'll do it. I think we'll go back and finish up the leave that on for a second. Gotta go back for a little watch party of the BioShock 2 from SGDQ. 2014. We watched half of it earlier. Go ahead and finish it up. That way we can just start on... what's it called? Can't even think. Literally can't even think. Tomb Raider tomorrow. Alright. Switch scenes real quick. I forgot how much I didn't have set up. Sheesh. Oh my god, a biddy raid. Whoa. I didn't see that coming. Where we at? Is this the VOD? Give me just a second, you fine folks. We're doing a little something here. Do that. I just want theater mode on this. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to recapture it anyways. What's going on, all you fine folks? We started this earlier before Apex, and didn't get to quite finish it. I'm just kind of killing time, so we're gonna go back and watch it. But thank you, Biddy, once again for the games. Welcome on in, everybody. So if you weren't here 4 hours ago, probably 3-4 hours ago, this is from Summer Games Done Quick 2014. 8 years ago, back when they didn't even have donation totals on the screen. And everything looked pretty bad. And this is me. This is a young BT. Not really any facial hair. Just awful. Just awful in every way. But we're going to continue watching this. We got through like half of it. We'll watch the second half now. Pause it and talk about stuff and do the things. Give me just a second though. Yeah, welcome on in. So want to mute alerts during this. All that good stuff. All right. Back to it. This is also back when the estimate was 1 hour and 40 minutes, which is just insane to think about, because the record is now under 50 minutes. Little crazy. Baby BT. Indeed.
It actually had an almost guaranteed.
Okay, let's back up the thought.
Do you think me a tyrant, Delta? Vying for control of a dead man?
So Dionysus Park was kind of an iffy stage before, because it actually had an almost
First run of yours you saw on that?
guaranteed crash.
Been a baby fan since.
But with a new strat that has been found since my record run like a week or so ago, we actually skipped that crash.
It's amazing that you saw this and you're like, that's a cool guy. Because I see that, I'm like, wow, how did anyone put up with me? But it's all good. You know, you got to start somewhere. Also, because it is September, new subs are 30% off, right? And then gifted subs are 25% off, and I'm matching the first 100 that I get with that thing. Matched some before, but hey, you're like, hey, I want some cabbage emotes or an ad-free experience. Matching subs for it kind of is as long as the promotion goes on, which is a couple days. For some reason, Twitch doesn't do it the entire month of September, or just discount it 25% altogether. You know, that'd be great. That'd be cool.
Pretty nice.
So, completely irrelevant. I'm going to pause this all over the place. This part of the run, if you've watched a run nowadays, is where things really diverge. The old school route did not have all the fancy tricks that we do now, so we get to watch the old route. The unbroken old route.
Retreat for her social experiments. One night it flooded, killing all her guests.
So we need to kill this splicer to move on.
It was cult related.
And this is Houdini Splicer that will teleport away if you let him. So setting him on fire and then hitting him with the machine gun keeps him there.
Subject Delta has drained and infiltrated.
Also, side note, if you weren't here earlier, and speaking about older GDQs and just the nature of how they existed, up until this point, which is 38 minutes into the run, there's not been a single donation read and tons of dead air. There's no donation total on the screen, which is crazy. The fact that my name cuts over this camera is crazy. So production values were definitely not up to snuff back in the day. That's for sure. Also, the mics are god awful. Not using headsets, speakers in the venue. It's just awful. Don't miss these days. 2014.
They're gonna buy more drill fuel. So why not? Gotta stock up.
Why not?
we're gonna do is activate this door. We're gonna set up. So we're gonna do a diary skip here.
Very informative. Also to mention, going back to the earlier parts in this run, when we do these all-in-one diary skips, they are frame perfect, and for the most part we do them at the beginning of level, because we always know the timing from the beginning of the level to the first message speaking, which is where we use the skip. Mid-level audio diaries aren't great, because a lot of times they queue up behind each other, and it's really hard to time that. But this is one instance here in Dionysus Park that the time starts after the door opens, which is why we use it instead of something earlier on in the level. It's just really convenient to do it here.
Little too late. Some of the messages have a little bit of delay before they actually start playing, so it makes you think you get them if you try to go too fast when you actually don't. Alright, there we go.
And not a single clap was had. Wow.
Is it alright if I read a couple donations real quick?
Oh, 39.38. They asked for a donation. Read.
Maybe just one.
Maybe just one. Oh, I love it.
Okay. We have a $10 donation from Decided Sloth saying, "What's up, Scrub Thunder? Sloth here. I'm pretty disappointed I can't be there for your run, but we'll be sure to catch up Thursday. Remember not to sloth it."
Decided Sloth was a very old Dishonored runner. One of like the first big Dishonored runners. It was like him and Fearful Ferret that really like pushed the scene. Cool guy. He like recently came back to Twitch in like the last year for a little bit. I don't know if he's still streaming or not, but I remember him popping on during some game. To sloth it. There's something related to doing that in Dishonored. I don't remember the context behind it. Basically just like not messing up, not throwing something silly. I'm sure.
Alright, so we're going to pick up a really useful weapon here, the grenade launcher. It's not going to be useful here, but once we get into the end game, it becomes the most useful weapon you can imagine. So we're going to activate this goal, and we're going to come over here and do a death warp.
Death warp.
Hopefully these splicers will shoot me. And now begins the really fun quest. So our mission here is to interact with 3 little sisters, meaning either save or harvest them. And in order to do that, I need to take out the big daddy. The one on the left here will die in one hit, and he actually doesn't have a little sister. If you manage to save him from the splicers, you can actually get him draw a little sister out of hiding.
Record's 40. We looked at it earlier. Record for BioShock 2 is like 48 something. But it's also in-game time as opposed to real time like this is. 48.58 by KPC. Death warp.
The one unfortunate thing is I ran out of Eve. But luckily there's some arm-piercing rounds right here.
Eve is a huge thing to run out of during this part because it's really nice to have for Electrobolt, but you run through it so quick in this game, especially during these fights. It sucks, but it's pretty much always going to happen. Nowadays, I mean, not nowadays because we don't do this route anymore, but when you go to buy drill fuel, a lot of times you'll buy Eve hypos as well, just to be 100% sure you have enough for fights like this. If you're not doing the new stuff. Even if you're doing the new stuff, you still need a ton of Eve.
Little sister did not follow. So at this point, you might ask yourself, is he harvesting the little sister to save time, or is it for more Adam like I need it in Ryan's amusement? This one's actually for speed.
For speed.
Although the saving animation is faster, you have to take him to an air vent to make that actually happen, so... Unless
One bid war? No, I don't think so. I think the only run that did a bid war for ending was BioShock 1 at SGDQ 2016, which was flubbed by me. I think that's the only time I've done like a bid war for an ending, and haven't done it since.
So because we did the dire skip before, Eleanor's not actually speaking, which makes this cutscene a little awkward.
This one's a little bit harder to do that. Not really, but it kind of affects stuff with the route. I probably won't explain it here. But there's a weird quirk to these Eleanor cutscenes that go on, that if you alt-tab when they're going on, and then wait X amount of time, and then tab back in, they'll speed up to catch up to whatever time was lost. So if you alt-tab for 5 seconds, it wants to catch up to that 5 seconds, so it just goes in super speed. Which is it's a weird quirk, but it doesn't really save time. You just have to wait anyways.
Alright, so now we're back into the run.
I was supposed to get the bad ending in that BioShock 1 run. That was what was voted on, I'm pretty sure. But the unfortunate thing that happened is I made a whole bunch of safety saves beforehand in case things went wrong, crashed, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then something did go wrong in the run, so I had to load a backup save, but I didn't take into the account the bid war making those. So all of those had the good ending, because that's just the default that we go for as the thing. And where I messed up and had to reload, that was past the point where you could really choose, because it was like right at the end, what ending to get. But there was some redemption. It's still scuffed. But I did 2 runs that GDQ. I did BioShock, and then I did Wolfenstein: The New Order. Yeah, because I did Old Blood the time before. At this point, I knew about editing cutscenes. Well, not this point, GDQ 2014, but that one. Because we replaced the first cutscene with the Windows update thing. So I was like, I have another run coming up later. What if, because I fucked up the ending, before I do Wolfenstein, let me go back to BioShock on the final fight, and I'm just going to replace the 2 endings, just change the file names around, redo the fight, and while it's going to give me the good ending, it's going to show me the cutscene for the bad ending, which still ended up being scuffed, but it gave me the good ending audio over top of the bad ending cutscene. So it just looks really, really weird. It's like the best I could do at the time. I figured the audio would be tied to the cutscene, but it's not. It's its own thing.
We're gonna buy a really cool plasmid scout.
Once again, that has nothing to do with this.
Although we haven't used Winter Blast all that much, it's gonna become important just a little bit. For now, we still need electrical. So here I'm gonna buy drill fuel, but I'm also gonna buy Eve, because if you make
there we go. Clean kill? No. Oh. Almost a clean kill. Close.
Alright, so I actually am gonna save this little sister, because it's like basically even. And doing this allows us to choose whether we get the good or bad ending in the end.
Oh no, does this have the... It's maybe one of the few instances where this happens, of having the Steam notifications popped up, because back then, production value wasn't super great, so people would be like, oh, your Steam notification's on, I'm going to spam you with tons of friend requests, and which is why if you do a run, a PC run, at any GDQ now, they will 100% make sure that you have the Steam overlay off, or friend notifications off, or you're offline, all of these things, those like hound you, like make sure you have that off.
And there's conveniently an air vent right along the way. Normally I would drill dash here, but that splicer spawns, so I would just...
We'll see if things pop up.
Once again, we get a nice little cutscene.
More exposition.
This part actually explains how Eleanor became your little sister. And they try to make Stanley out like a bad guy, but in reality, he's the one that brought you two together, so...
So you're saying he's an anti-hero?
Is he?
Good question.
World may never know. So we're gonna just buy a little bit more drill fuel. Anytime we can stock up, it's better to do so. So that's two of the little sisters that we need to grab. Last one is over here. First, we're gonna open up this. Because it's a very slow-moving gate, so it's better to open it early and get it on the way back.
That wasn't a bad kill.
And finally, this little sister we're gonna harvest once again, just it's faster.
You monster.
That splicer just now really wanted some pain.
Now Stanley's gonna flood the place, which leads to Dionysus Park being what it is.
Wow, what a jerk.
Just dead air. Let's sit back and watch this cutscene. With no audio.
So we're pretty much done with Stanley at this point.
It's great.
Train station.
Watching cutscenes with the boys.
So typically there's a diary message right before you get on the train. And in the old method before the diary script that we have now, you'd have to manually skip it, which would lead to a crash in like every third run. So now that we do the diary script, that's not an issue. Unfortunately, we still did crash earlier.
Yeah, so it's because we did the all-in-one diary skip, you don't have to do the individual message, which is save, load, play a message over top of it. Which, yeah, it did lead to a lot of crashing. It was ridiculous. That might even be solved. That might still just be a texture thing, honestly. It's kind of the same for one. You run into the most crashes when you're like saving and loading the game constantly, and it might be like a texture loading in or unloading or something. Like that might be the root cause of that happening. No idea, but it's not something we had to worry about in this route or the current route, so that's great.
Now for Fontaine Futuristics, probably one of my favorite stages. There's actually two halves to it. The first half is pretty tricky. The second half is all about fighting. So we'll see how.
If this has theater skip, which I'm assuming it does, this is definitely not my favorite level. I don't know why back then. I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. Theater skip is cool, but it is cancerous to do. I'm so glad it's not in the run anymore.
If I'm right, Eleanor's mama's using Adam to force all Rapture's minds and memories into the
So we're gonna pick up one last tonic, which any research we've done, like getting more damage against one enemy, that's amplified, so there's a little bit more damage.
To keep you alive, we need to sneak in and
There's actually a nifty trick you can do here to keep your drill out, so you can drill dash.
October 9th.
Unfortunately, it messes up the setup for the next diary skip, so
My name is Gilbert
no point to use
Alexander. And by the time you hear this, I will be clinically insane.
Like in Dionysus Park, I was explaining, we usually don't use messages mid-level. The earlier we can do it, the better. But it just really works out with opening this gate to do it. Luckily, we don't have to do this anymore, because this is the worst one. And it's awful. It was also the most important one.
Do the tonic as well as the research you gained from the spider slicer still apply?
Anyone I might threaten.
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't
Actually,
apply?
What?
Underwater, do the
be clinically insane. I am
now while underwater, do the tonic as well as the research you gained from the spider slicer still apply?
Anyone I might.
So he's asking about the movement increase, and I honestly don't know if it helps or not. I have never tested it. It's a good question.
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't?
Actually,
My next message awaits you beyond the security checkpoint. The bioscan will ensure.
Okay, so I'm going to do a quick save right after this message pops up.
I would like to think that it still applies, but no idea.
I'm actually
8 years of not knowing.
Save once I enter the room, and that's just the setup I have for it. I don't know why. I just find it easier with 2 quick saves than 1.
Yo, Dan, thank you for the gifted sub. I gotta open my dashboard again. Time to go in and match that real quick. Let me try this to take me to get the diary skip.
This is probably the most important diary skip to get because it actually works for both halves of Fontaine Futuristics. So it extends over a long period of time, so
nice job.
Finally got it though. Typically I would actually buy stuff here first and then do the fight, but I found that doing it the fight first and then getting stuff is actually better. So we're gonna put down some trap rivets. They're fun. And this is kind of where Winter Blast is going to take over the main plasmid of choice.
Yeah, I guess it does. Yeah, thank you again, Dan Soul, for the gifted sub. Match that. Given the gift of cabbage emotes and an ad-free experience to 2 more members of the community, so appreciate you. And the reason that the diary skip here is the most important is Fontaine Futuristics, both being 1 and 2, because it's the same level. It's just the longest part of the game, and it has a lot of stuff you're waiting for. That's why. Pretty self-explanatory, but in case you're like, oh, I wonder why it's super important to do this. That's why.
We actually gave up a plasmid earlier that we're going to get back, and that's telekinesis, because we need it for a certain skip. We're actually going to get
theater skip, yeah.
which is one of the main plasmids I've been using. Like I said, Winter Blast takes over from this point, so. So I need to start setting up for probably the hardest Alpha Daddy fight in the game.
Sheesh, a 5-pack? Oh my god. Alright, let me go in real quick. Match it. Thank you so much, Dan. The 6-packers? Oh my god. Like a nice pack of soda. Soda pop. That's what we're drinking here, for sure. Another 10 members of the community get an ad-free experience, cab emotes, and badges of all sorts of varieties.
And when you see it happen, you might think I'm being sarcastic.
Much love, much appreciate it.
Not sarcasm in the slightest.
You got gifted a sub, be sure. Spam those cabbages.
So this bot can actually set off those proxy mines. If I stand on that floor down there, they'll be too close if I stand up here.
Well, what's his name? Alex the Great. He doesn't really count as an enemy. You can't fight him. You can't kill him. He can still trigger those proxy mines. So you also have to be careful not to get him too close, which can definitely happen. You stand like right next to him. There was at one point in time, we looked at a skip earlier, that never really made its way into the run because it was so cancerous to do, where you can like boost up in the air. Essentially the flings from BioShock 1, but they're just way harder to do and less reliable in this game. There was a way to get up into this little hole in the ceiling using that trick. Like potentially you could kill the Alpha Daddy earlier, but like I said, it never made its way into the run, thankfully. Nowadays we skip this entirely, but for our own sanity, thank God that never made it into the run.
Nice job. Never gets old.
And like I said, that's the hardest Alpha Daddy fight in the game, so.
True.
Can you just imagine what the rest are like?
I couldn't tell.
How long would it take without the setup?
Without using the proxy mines, it just depends on what you want to use.
Yeah, I only say it's the hardest fight in the game because it's when you don't have any research on them and like your weapons aren't upgraded as much as they could be. Which is why it's the hardest. Once we get past that, everything becomes a one-shot. So we have the extra drill damage, we have Winter Blast 3, we have grenades, and it just becomes a complete joke to fight anything. That's why it's the hardest. Big fan of the name Alpha Daddy. It's pretty good. Let's see if I can find it. There's different types of Alpha Daddies. Like there's different types of Big Daddies. Like we play as Subject Delta, and whenever it's done, you play as Subject Sigma. There was concept art for one that I really wish had made it into the game. That didn't. I thought it'd be a really cool fight. Let me pull this up. Of this Subject Gamma, which is like this super mutated Big Daddy that's like leaking out of his suit and stuff. I thought this would be like such a cool like final boss fight, kind of like Bane from Batman showing up, or the Hulk or something. It just never got used, unfortunately. There's also concept art of Little Brothers as well, and they look monstrous. There's a lot of really cool concept art. Maybe these don't look as monstrous as I thought they did. It's taking forever to load. What? It's not what I wanted. What? Okay, well, if you want to see it, just look up Little Brothers concept art. Will it nix it? No idea.
The proxy mines won't ever kill him because he can't die until he like, fully spawns in. Which is why I need to hit him with something else. I just use the machine gun.
I wish I knew.
All the stuff I just picked up I probably won't need, but old habits die hard.
Alright.
So in this part we're supposed to take out 4 signal relays. The first 3 are really easy. The 4th one's actually hidden behind a wave of fights. But we have a little surprise for that. It's probably really the only skip that is iffy in a run. Dire skips are inconsistent, but they're not too bad. We'll see what happens when we get there. We're gonna head upstairs first, pick up some proxy mines. You may notice a little timer on the left. That's setting off a security alarm. The security alarm in this stage actually goes off by default. You can't actually control it. So. Luckily, the bots never catch up to us. We're just too fast.
Let's see how theater skip goes.
So now we've taken out the first 3 relays, we can go for the 4th. So we're going to bring this sign with us and just throw it down the stairs. We actually need that sign to be knocked over. Next we need the turret. And the turret's really the key to this whole thing.
Oh, I'm so scared. I love the concept of this trick. I hate actually doing it. Oh, the Big Daddy showed up. Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Sometimes even through a death warp, splicers and big baddies will still find you. So typically when you die, all their attraction gets lost. It's kind of a luck thing. Okay. So now we need our last sign. Luckily they didn't knock over.
The fact they didn't knock over any of that is insane. That's actually crazy. I'm in complete disbelief. They didn't knock over either sign. Wow. That is, I mean, it's bad luck for that to happen, because it usually doesn't. It's very rare if the enemies find you. More often than not, if an enemy does find you, it's like a single splicer that's walking down that hallway on just like a normal route, and they get close enough to aggro onto you. The fact that all of the enemies chased me there is like really, really rare to happen in a run. And then the Alpha Daddy usually like throws a grenade or something, and just the explosion from that is enough to cause things to fall over, or the splicer shooting it. The fact that nothing moved is crazy.
That we set up before.
I'm sure I'm going to touch on this, so I'm probably pre-explaining. Well, the reason this trick sucks so much is because the way objects work in BioShock 1 and 2, and that if they are moving at all, when you save, they will lose collision forever. So even though they're like stacked up on each other, currently we can stand on top of them. But if they're moving even a little bit, even if you can't even tell they're moving, but they happen to be on some microscopic level, and you make a save, then the entire trick is just fucked. Because as soon as you load in, you can't stand on that anymore. And it's just GG. So you have to do this with no save, and you're stacking items and jumping on different stuff, and just hoping collision doesn't get all wonky and throw you off. It's not too bad for the first two, but when you have the turret and the sign stacked on top of each other, that's usually where the problem pops up. Because like just the interaction between those two being stacked on top of each other really does not like to behave at all. Which is why the turret is the key. If the turret's in like a weird spot, I can just like flip back and forth and be really annoying.
Like I said, we actually need this one to be on its side, so kind of toss it around.
Also, you can't rotate items the way you want. You pick them up and they'll just rotate freely. You can kind of bash it against walls or chairs or something, but even that's not like super consistent or fast to do.
If everything went right, we can just jump on top of these.
Wow, clean. Let's go.
Set up. There we go.
Nice shot.
Making it look easy.
I'm just gonna hack that.
And then I mess up the hack. Nice.
So here's our last upgrade, launcher clip size.
Oh yeah, you can see the Steam notification pop up. See, the best thing to do is, I'm sure there's gonna be more popping up. I don't think at this point in time, there weren't enough people watching that really knew what that meant to capitalize on it. It got way worse in future GDQs for other runners too, where people would just spam it constantly. Is you just don't pay attention to it, right? If I had been like, oh, Steam notification, that's weird, it would have amplified it tenfold, right? It's like, I see it happening, I'm like, oh, I can't do anything about that. Well, I guess I could if I alt-tabbed, but it's like, just go away, hope it doesn't show up, and that's that, you know?
So I wasn't
It's also, anytime I watch through one of my old GDQ runs, or just any advice I give to people who do GDQ runs now, is if you make a mistake, do your best to not mention it at all. Because most people watching will not realize that you made a mistake unless it's blatantly obvious, in which case it's like, either make fun of it happening, or just brush it off and go past it. Because a lot of times you make a mistake in a run and it's like something only you would notice, and it's just not worth talking about, or like, oh, I messed this up, or oh, I lost 2 seconds there, blah, 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 blah. Just take it in stride and ad break. Oh no.
I'm actually supposed to fail that hack.
Not the ad breaks.
So I mentioned before about a nice trick to keep your drill. So if we just use Scout, which makes our character come out of his own body.
Probably didn't make people think it was so unnatural. I mean, there's that aspect, but also if I keep talking about stuff and just ignore it completely, like it's down here kind of at the bottom of the screen. They may be looking at this part of the game or the camera or something, and it's just talking about it would obviously make them aware of it, but just keep them distracted, you know?
Yeah, gotta keep her.
The illusion.
Okay.
Good game.
So now we're gonna go into the second half, which is a little bit more fun, in my opinion. We also have to collect 4 things in this part. This time it's flowers.
It's not the rule of 3s in this game, it's the rule of 4s. For some odd reason. They're like, oh, you need 4 relays, you need 4 flowers, you need 4 of this, 4 of that. Just be special.
First we need to turn on the lights. There we go. Because I'm afraid of the dark.
Yeah, another one popped up. I'm calling attention to it 8 years later.
We hack that for later. We have free time here.
One thing it just occurred to me. Not that it matters at all. Just thought I'd give it a little behind the scenes stuff. So they're looking at my monitor to watch the gameplay. I'm not playing this in full screen. For the most part, until the recent years, I tend to not play things in full screen, or at least then. So I only had like 1 monitor at the time, or 2 monitors. So I'd have the game on like 1080p, or not 1080p. I have it like 720p on a 1080p monitor, so it's a little bit in, and I have live split on top of it, or like chat next to it, and it's kind of on one thing. So they're not even looking at a full screen version of this, so it's like kind of hard because they're back on a couch looking over my shoulder at a windowed version of the game instead of having it like postered up on a projector or something like that. Very minor thing, but it is funny. Not in this clip, but when I did the first and kind of the second, I think, the BioShock cutscene replacement stuff for the blue screen, it was the same thing. I was playing in windowed mode, so anyone that was looking at the actual monitor saw that happen in a windowed screen, so it's very obvious that it's just a cutscene replacement and not actually happening. It's not the whole thing. But the people on tech that are just capturing the game footage, or people watching on the projector or at home or something, just see the window, not the whole desktop. So it looks way more realistic, obviously.
So at this point we buy Winter Blast 3, which is the final upgrade.
Fun behind the scenes thing, I guess.
You want to sit in the big chair? Well, come and take it.
So the real reason we want Winter Blast 3 at this point in the game isn't because it does like extra damage or anything cool. The only upgrade from 2 to 3 is the fact that when you kill something, it drops a lockbox that has their loot in it. If you use Winter Blast before, the downside to killing them faster is the fact that you didn't get any loot from it. So it's the trade-off. With Winter Blast 3, that's not the case. You still get their loot. So that's what I was looking for on the floor here. Usually it drops exactly where they are. So I kill him, loot this guy, so he died beforehand, look for the lockbox, it's not there. You don't really need it, it's just nice to get. It's extra money, possibly extra nades, maybe just some random ammo you could have, which is why it's really nice to have in runs. Especially back then when we did a lot more fighting.
Okay. So, as you can probably tell at this point, we're setting another death warp. Only this time I don't have Incinerate, so I need to find another way to actually kill myself here. So we're going to use this heat-seeking rocket.
Am I gonna mention the
The
cutscene?
reason I walked around the outside of the room instead of just straight through it is because there's another Vita chamber in that area that you don't want to activate. And just simply walking around the outside prevents that.
Yeah, so there is a... You're supposed to go in there and get the flower, and on your way back out, there's a fight that starts. But where the fight trigger is, and where the Vita chamber are like tied together. As soon as you get out of the Vita chamber, you hit that fight trigger, or you just hit it normally on the way out. So if you activate it by just going through the middle of the room, and then you die, when you come out of the Vita chamber, you start the fight, which is super obnoxious. But I don't know if at this point we knew about it. There is a way to just jump out the window the way you came in. It's slower than death warping, but it's a good backup. I don't know when that was found exactly. Somewhere along the way.
A little cutscene from Eleanor. But...
Oh hey, more broken dialogue.
So are these cutscenes actually faster with the diary skip, or do they just become silent?
They just become silent. For those, there's two things stopping you from moving on. The message and the actual cutscene playing out. And we can skip dialogue, but we can't skip the cutscene. So that's why it's silent. They're gonna open up both doors.
Yeah, another Steam notification.
I could use another grenade here to make it a little faster, but there's no point in wasting them. Because I will actually need grenades for this fight.
It's also not really faster, depending on how you... I mean, if you have the perfect setup for getting your health down low before you get to that spot, it's not really worth death warping from purely location based, because you can like drill dash back here pretty fast. But on your way back, there's an Alpha Daddy that spawns that we tried to avoid. So while we are kind of kitted with some upgrades, grenades, Winter Blast 3, that kind of thing, just throwing an extra one in there isn't super great. We have like just enough to get through the run, and adding more becomes a little bit of a burden. So it's purely really for skipping that Alpha Daddy.
How long have you been running BioShock 2?
I've been running BioShock 2 for probably close to a year or so, but I didn't seriously pick it up until after AGDQ.
Yeah, this is back when like nobody ran BioShock 1 or 2. It took a long time for like anybody else to run BioShock 2 in any real capacity. BioShock 1 got some runners here and there. We talked about it before, but Laser Long and Couch, he ran it a couple of times. Never took it super seriously, but this was when like I was primarily routing things by myself. Pablos would come in with tricks every now and then, be like, oh, here's theater skip. Oh, here's early drill dash, but he didn't really ever run the game. He just found stuff for it. I don't remember who like would be number 2 and picking it up and learning it. Someone random.
What I'm looking for here is the container, which contains all of his loot, but he didn't seem to drop one. Sometimes even if they do drop one, which they should, he goes flying off. There's one.
So I would have picked up there was the loot box.
The money. Well, we don't need a whole lot. We still need some. Some splicers love the he's gonna be mad at us.
Yeah, so the Big Daddy, the normal Big Daddy, not the alpha ones that spawn in this area, you don't need to kill for this fight. He's just roaming around the area. So we try not to aggro him because he has a lot of health and he takes quite a while to kill. And it's just not worthwhile. It's not worth, you know, because we don't need it for the fight. Obviously, it wastes time, waste a ton of resources. The best bet you can do is either use decoy on the ground if you aggro him and he'll attack that, or just constantly use Winter Blast. But because it's kind of late in the game and he has more health, Winter Blast also doesn't last as long. So it's not super great to use that either. Not something we really have to worry about anymore.
That's a fight. Nothing too impressive.
Nothing too impressive.
Yeah, he's still mad at us. And Winter Blast does not hold him for very long, so.
The number one thing you should say during a run is, that was not impressive. Does it really take 20 minutes for Inner and Outer Persephone? I'm sure the fight skips aren't.
You may be wondering why I don't use the scout trick to keep my drill again. There's just no reason. Dashing here wouldn't be effective.
Seems like a very short distance. What is your PB for this game, by the way?
My personal best and current record is 1:16:32, but
Sheesh.
that's my record. We found about a minute and a half worth of time savers and some optimizations. So,
what's a good guess that you would say this time can go as low as possible, assuming tricks aren't found for it in the future?
if you manage to actually get first try dire skips of everything, you can get like a 112.
We're finally here.
But
Find Eleanor,
getting
son.
first.
A 112. Crazy. Look at it now, 49 minutes.
Try dire skips.
Look at the baby, oh my god. The sad thing is if I shaved what facial hair I do have, I would like look this young still. It's the sad part about it.
Not a pleasant thing.
Wasn't this game at 1.2 hours?
Before I picked up the game, the current, like, the best on YouTube I could find was like a 212.
Oof.
Wow.
That wasn't really an actual speedrun.
Like that, yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of people who have grown facial hair are like, I don't want to shave it. Even if it's like uncomfortable or something, I'm not giving it up. I'm not looking like a baby again. I'm gonna wait until I'm old and wrinkly, then maybe I'll shave it off.
Pretty much. So now we're just gonna drill dash through all of this.
That roast? I mean, it's true. Back then, pretty much any FPS game, if you looked up speedruns for, it was all like segmented stuff, if you could find anything on it at all. A lot of speedruns at the time were Nintendo games, big popular franchises. You had Doom and Quake and stuff like that, but it was very different in terms of speedruns. That was like a lot of just individual level stuff or individual missions, stuff like that. BioShock 1 and 2 both were runs that I picked up in fear. I know at least those three for a fact. When I went to do runs of those, I had to like watch segmented runs and just ask the community about certain tricks. Like, oh, are there more tricks that haven't been put into a segmented run? Or, you know, is this trick possible to do on a reliable single segment sort of attempt? And then implement tricks that way. Which, yeah, it's fun. You know, it's fun to do that instead of just picking it up and be like, oh, all of this stuff is already found for me. I'm just copying a guide, which, you know, isn't bad. I've done that for plenty of games. We did it for the Tomb Raiders. But there's definitely like a lot more routing involved and like really piecing stuff together, which is, I think, my favorite part of doing runs. Which I think a lot of people unfortunately miss out on you know, when a new title comes out, you get that to some extent, but at least in the FPS scene, if you watch, anytime an FPS game comes out nowadays, it's broken within like 3 days. Like just broken beyond belief. And you skip past all that fun routing and stuff because it gets down to 20 minutes and you're like, well, it's fun to grind out, but there's not really room for improvement or putting my own twist on things or whatever. Yeah, Half-Life 2 did a lot of Source games. Portal Done Pro is a very, well, at least it was a very famous segmented run, which is what got me into speedrunning initially, because that was my first speedrun. It was Portal, and watching that. But yeah, the Source games were definitely big for doing like segmented runs and community segmented runs at that. What happened with Deathloop? Yep. Prey, Deathloop, Doom, well, Doom Eternal at least. I mean, yeah, non-FPS games for sure. But even Elden Ring, the one who found most of the stuff for Elden Ring was Seeker, and Seeker comes from the FPS community. So it kind of related. They're just too good.
So if you don't want spoilers for this game, you probably want to turn away now because
Yeah, more messages pop up down here.
and we can't skip them.
Have you any idea what my daughter?
So these tables that are flying around can actually throw me into a wall.
I envy
Keep me stunned for a bit.
You still believe.
Yeah, right, this trick.
Be any magic tables, right?
You can actually do a similar sort of thing, but something you may not know is you can actually skip this fight here, which is typically two big sisters. By using Scout, you clip far enough into the room that you hit the trigger for this cutscene, and you're still going to hear Sinclair say you need to like activate the lever.
Use the controls to break the quarantine seal.
That's because he still thinks I haven't activated and fought him, but I'm already past that part. He comes in really late here.
Wonder what this is. Must be plot.
And she has been watching you ever since, exalting your every act as gospel.
I thought Sinclair had another message that popped up through here.
What are you waiting for, kid?
Yeah, there's Sinclair.
Good reaction from the crowd.
The girl lying on that bed.
Trying through the anthology runs on YouTube. Hell yeah, they're long VODs. I don't blame you.
Nor my life's work. She is a monster.
Here soon we'll be doing Tomb Raider trilogy runs, which would be pretty fun. Still gotta learn Shadow though. Grind down times.
But there is one detail of your
Also, the bear in the corner is just seeing too much.
Your
Communist
body
Teddy.
was designed to lapse into a
You say communist Teddy?
Your
Communist
body
Teddy.
was designed to lapse into a coma when her heart ceases to beat.
Yeah, there's still more popping up, but
Forgive me.
I'm honestly surprised the staff didn't say anything. I don't remember. I think this took place midday. Like this wasn't a run that a lot of my runs end up in the graveyard shift at like 2 to 4 a.m. Just because they're a little bit more violent, shooting a lot of guns kind of stuff. It's like, oh, we'll put it super late in the evening. So it's like all the people that are family friendly are going to sleep, tucking in their kids. Then the adults come out to play. I think this was like a 4 o'clock kind of run, like 4 p.m. kind of thing. Don't know. Don't remember. So it's like, usually there's more staff around in the middle of the day is why I say that. Usually it's just like a couple of people when it's at night. So something like that would have been
Is this the end?
Yeah, it's the end.
a big thing to look out for.
Credits roll. It must be the bad ending.
His body is shutting down now, naturally. But if
There's kind of a fun fact about this part that really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. when I gain back
Oh,
my vision, I'll be facing towards the wall. After we go through the next section, I'll actually be back in this area facing the opposite way. But our character can't actually move as he's restrained to a table. So somebody came in the room, turned him 180 and left.
I'm so sorry. Mother stopped my heart long enough to sever our bond. Staying near me won't stop you from dying now.
Yeah, so if you look here, when we're in this room, we'll be facing towards the wall so that we watch this cinematic while we're strapped to a table. And then when we come back here after the little sister segment, we're flipped to 180 so that we're watching Eleanor come in the room while strapped to the table.
Worse. But I can still help you.
Continuity.
This little sister's brought you something that will allow
I thought I was going to do a fun fact about the Big Daddy doll in the area, but
control of her.
maybe we'll talk about it.
So I think everyone that plays this game can pretty much agree this is like the best part of BioShock 2.
At least visually.
Now we get to play as a little sister.
Never realized that.
Not actually as much fun as you would think.
It's one of those things that you don't pay attention to or realize until you have to sit through that 50 times. Especially like back to back to back. And you're like, oh wait, this is kind of weird. It's why I notice a lot of things like aren't centered properly in runs, or like textures don't match up or something like that, because it's like I'm just sitting there like looking at everything, analyzing every little small detail while I wait for the cutscene to end.
She can't jump, she can't sprint, she can't crouch, she can't do a whole lot of things.
I know this feels a bit
So
strange,
bad for
Father,
speedrunning.
but now you can see through her eyes and
There was some tech using FPS, like a really high FPS. You can't jump or crouch or do anything crazy like that. But with high FPS, you could like walk against a corner and it would like boost you up slightly. Kind of like how we do the wall climbs in Infinite. And you could get on some stuff in this, but we never found a real use for it. So it just like once again never made its way into the run.
tell her where to go.
Also, this is the part where Eleanor just loves to talk.
Now, first, let's get you out of here.
There is a diary skip here that saves like almost no time at all, but you get the benefit of not having to listen to Eleanor talk, so
Inside Mother's
it's almost
office,
worth going
there's a
for.
way to unlock these chambers she's holding us in. Find a way to slip in there.
Also nowadays, if I was doing a BioShock 2 run, I would just, I mean, this part isn't in the run anymore, but assuming I had the same route and we were running this, I would just be like, as soon as we get in here, just read donations until I get to Eleanor, right? It's just, we're walking through, there's nothing really going on. I'm sure I'm not going to do that. I don't know if there'll be even any more donation readings. We had the one, but that was it. It's just strange times.
So now we're done climbing through vents, we can actually kind of run.
You're in. There should be a lever in here somewhere. Pull it, and it will unlock our cells.
Has been sighted within the facility. He will attempt to reach subject.
You may notice all these little dolls laying around the area, the bears. We'll see some Big Daddy dolls and some sharks. There's actually a really sad truth involving the dolls.
From here,
I'll
you
point
should
out.
be able to locate the pieces
So
of a
there's a
big
Big Daddy
sister
doll
suit.
with his drill and everything.
Bring them to me.
It's kind of hard to see, but I finally did, after many years, get myself a Big Daddy doll. He's back here by the light. You can kind of see his drill. Finally.
There's a piece of the suit in here, Father. Find the rest and bring them back to me.
This area has a lot of edges to get stuck on, so you kind of have to be careful.
10
There's some
years,
sharks.
Father. Stuck in this
After Tomb Raider, no idea.
dream. Mother kept me sedated in order to perfect my mind with Adam. To her, the ideal child is a genius, serving the common good.
Alright, when I go to get this next
questioning
piece of
it.
armor, just
You
pay
have
attention to this
saved me
corner.
from that.
You're going to notice that there's a Big Daddy doll over in that corner. Now that we're back in Rapture, it's just a pile of rocks. Every doll you see is just a pile of
I
rocks.
feel it all. When you were with the little ones, they trusted you as their father.
The sad truth about dolls. They're just big piles of
Now
rocks.
we're done collecting everything, we can just go back to Eleanor.
Right about one thing. I have been watching you, Father, studying the way you have treated others, and now I know who I am. Survive, no matter the cost, just as you have. So this, what I'm about to do, is perfectly natural. That is much better. Ready now.
So, like I mentioned before, after we come back to our character, we're actually facing away from the wall.
These suits always did remind me of you,
But
Father.
for now, we're going to get a really cool
The skin
plasmid
of a
that
born
we're
survivor.
only going to use once.
And now I'm ready to fight at your side.
Because Eleanor
Mother
actually
doesn't
kind of gets in the
stand a
way later
chance.
on.
I think we use it twice. Oh, my camera just died?
Take this plasmid. You
Oh,
can
my
use
camera
it to
died.
call me to your side in a fight.
Oh, hold on a second. I gotta plug it back in. Jesus Christ. It's been a while since it died. One brief moment. There we go. Is that what Rapture used to look like? Or would it look like another reality? It's just the way they see Rapture. As far as like what it used to look like, we kind of get that from Barrel at C1 and 2, and it's not all gold and shiny. It's just kind of, by the nature of being little sisters, that's how they end up seeing things.
So what we need Eleanor to do here is actually go after the two splicers. Because I need to take out the two and she did not do her job.
Subject Delta. I know you can.
So you use Eleanor here because there's two brute splicers and then there's two like regular splicers. I think one might be Houdini and one's a thuggish or something. I don't know. But you use Eleanor to kill off the two regular splicers and my camera died again. Awesome. That's fantastic. Okay, I'll explain this and fix it again. And then hopefully what happens is you use Winter Blast and grenades to kill the brutes and then she kills off the splicers and you're good to go. A lot of times she won't kill them and it's super sad. But I love this goddamn capture card. Whoop. Took it away. There we go. All right, if it breaks again, I'll just put up an image in place of it.
Consistent type dire skips, and we're actually going to do one here. That's pretty much the only one left in the game.
Is the house of monsters. The surface will not.
I explained this when we watched the BioShock 2 Speedrun Explained video by Tomato. So you can see I'm trying to pick up that med kit
Dire skips, and we're
on the floor.
here. That's pretty much.
But because it's so close to these two piles of rocks, it just constantly is giving me the rocks instead. I'm just like, all right, fuck it. I'm just going to move on. There's a rock there. Rock there. I'm like, all right, cool. It's just not going to give it to me.
So in order to do it, I need to wait for the message to pop up, which is going to be Eleanor's next message after this. Once that happens, I'm going to quick save, quick load, and then play a diary over top of it.
Oh God, she's
Quick save.
building into the trench.
Quick load. Message on top.
Secret home of Sinclair Solutions. I bet against Andy Ryan's vision of harmony and rapture.
And we're in Inner Persephone. Curious if I'll do like
So
the
this diary skip is actually
light
kind of
skips.
weird because it's based on movement and not in time, which makes it a little bit easier to get, but it's still a diary skip.
First try? Nope. can see it. In theory, this one should always be easier, but not always.
He seemed really frustrating.
She really wants her dollar.
Yep. She needs her limelight.
One thing I'm gonna double check, because I'm just curious on my own.
Take this plasmid. You can use
Okay, I
it
did
to
pick it up.
hold to your
No one's ever really been able to prove this or disprove the theory, but for a long time, it was thought that diary skips are easier if you pick up messages along the way instead of using the same ones over and over and over again. So no one's ever been able to prove that or disprove it. Like I always pick up that diary message there to skip the next one. So I was wondering if I did it in this, or if it's just difficult still. But yeah, like I think in the route now, we just use the one from the beginning of the game and that's it. We might oh, we don't do as many diary skips anymore. Yeah. So we really just need to get through Ryan's amusement. That's where you pick up like the next one. Man. You hate to see it. And at the time, we skip all of this now, but it's such a long level that having this is like worth doing all of this.
Really frustrating.
She really wants her dollar.
Yep. She needs her limelight.
Save and load, save and load.
Last chance, kid.
There we go.
Nice.
Claps. No claps? Wow.
Now we're done with that part. We can actually get
See how this crowd is.
speedrunning again. I'm gonna try to hit this target. And I actually missed. Good job. I need to hack this vending machine because I'm gonna use it multiple times. I don't want to pay for the extra fuel. I'm gonna buy drill fuel and if I need it, a little bit of ammo. I actually don't need a whole lot of ammo. I need just enough to get by. If you drill dash right as you open the door, you actually get stuck in that little red ring. But if you back up from the door and then drill dash into it, you actually slide further. It's a pretty nifty thing. So here's Sinclair, the guy that's been leading us. He's kind of like a boss, but unlike Simon Wells, who we fought earlier, he actually doesn't get any additional health, so he's just a typical alpha daddy. You can probably figure out what that means for him.
Means he's a beach. I'm really hoping in BioShock 4 that they bring back boss battles. I mean, I know Fontaine's not anything special in the first game. He's really, really, really easy. Probably one of the easiest boss fights in all of gaming. Let's be honest. But the fact that 2 ends on a wave fight and Infinite ends on a wave fight, really big letdown. Subject Gamma would have been a cool final boss for this, or even Sinclair if they beefed them up. Songbird and Infinite would have been really, really cool. I think everybody kind of wanted to see that. And then just didn't let you do it. So hopefully in BioShock 4 or Infinite 2 or whatever they call it, they bring back big, crazy boss fights. So I'd love to see that.
It's on a timer.
Boss fights are great.
There we go. Houdini splicers are just the worst for drill dashing because the second you drill dash, they can appear randomly. So we're gonna take a little detour and get some fuel. Typically there's some money there as well, but that's okay. Money's not really an issue.
One thing you will notice about this level, anytime you watch BioShock 2, besides the route that we do now, if you just watch a playthrough or something, the music in this level gets really loud for no reason. It doesn't matter what your volume slider is set to, it will just always be the same volume and be really obnoxious. There's supposedly a fix for it that I tried out a long time ago that didn't ever fix the problem, and I think the remastered has the exact same issue. That's just the nature of the PC ports being kind of scuffed.
Oh, there you go. You can actually do a death warp and get out of here a little quicker, but we kind of need the supplies, so instead of saving the extra second, I just gear up. Unfortunately, there is no death warp back. This area is very well protected in that term. By the time that you can actually death warp back, it's just faster to walk. Yeah, that alarm meant nothing because there's a way to turn it off right there.
Surprised I paid for that. The alarm being on really doesn't do anything. I just kind of wasted money.
That's part 1 of this section. There's 3 parts to it.
Like, the bots aren't going to kill you. And it's going to go off before you get to the next fight anyway, so.
This is actually a relatively new strat. Pretty consistent.
Oh, do we actually do the thing up top?
We're gonna jump up on top of this bed.
Nice.
Wait for this guy to come around.
Oh, we don't do the staring at the spawn point though. We're close, but not quite there. I mean, if you watch it run now, obviously we don't do this. It gets skipped entirely, as the whole level gets skipped. But if instead of doing this, which was pretty smart for the time, you know, enemies are going to spawn from this hole in the ceiling or the one right behind me. With this game's way of spawning is it doesn't like to let you see behind the curtain, meaning is it doesn't want you to see the enemy spawn. So if you're just staring at the spawn points, the enemies will never show up. And if the fight's supposed to start, but the enemies can't spawn because you're looking there, and they can never show up, after a certain time, the game's like, alright, fuck it. The fight's over, you win, GG. So what you'll see in those older runs, or I don't know if it's allowed in glitchless or not. I'm not 100% certain. But you like stand over here against this wall and then look up towards the ceiling. So you have both this spawn point and the one above where I am now in view. And then the enemies just never spawn. And you just wait there for like 20 seconds and then the fight's over.
These fights actually get quicker and quicker, so the next one's going to be even faster if done right. Draw up one last time. So there is no like boss at the end of this game. There's just like a wave of enemies after we get through this part, of course. But it's a little disappointing, as you'll see. So I want to slide far enough here to get to this corpse. Saves a few seconds. this Alpha Daddy here doesn't actually care about us, so we can just go around him.
It's a very minor skip, and it kind of looks intentional. But the intended ways
Here doesn't actually care about us, so we can just go around him.
very, very minor. Is there's a room, you go through that door we just passed up, and it goes in like just a corner around to the other door. You're not supposed to go behind these rocks like this. And then you come out this door here. It's a very small time save, and it doesn't look like it's a skip, but I'm like 95% sure that's not dev intended. Can't be done in glitchless, that's what I'm saying.
I need to make sure he dies so he doesn't mess up what we're about to do.
I didn't even try to play this safe. Wow.
So I'm gonna stand here so I can watch that door. But I need to see if any splicers actually come through it.
Most of the time when I do this strat, instead of coming back here, I mean, if you get lucky and everything works just right, all the splicers die or whatever, you're already back here by where you need to be. But if you're up top and you see that all the splicers die, you can usually walk over here in time for that to happen. And it's just safer because you're closer, you can see better. And more often than not, you're gonna have to kill something. Usually it's the Alpha Daddy that pops up, or a single splicer that makes it through. Not bad.
Typically you won't get those 2 extra splicers, but it just means they survive the proxy mines.
And now we play the waiting game.
This is going to take us back to the main area where we're going to do the quote-unquote final fight.
I'm stepping inside the blast tank, Father.
Alright, so now that we have that going, we're going to come over here and stand on the steps.
There's no going back once
There's
we've
actually kind of 2 tricks to do here. So there's 4 points on this fight where things can spawn, and I'm looking at all 4, so they're not going to spawn.
Hold them off until I can.
And I don't mean like directly looking at them. Obviously, we're just looking at this turret, but there's like spots up in the ceiling that they're supposed to like spawn from. There's actually more than 4, which is why the Alpha Daddy spawn at some point they have like spots on the ground or something. But yeah, this is another example of the game doesn't want you to see the splicers spawning in ever. So if you're just looking there, you skip past the brute and a couple of the initial ones here. I don't think there's a way to skip everything here. At least no one ever found a way to like look at all of the points at once. Even if you're like in the back corner of the room, sometimes it doesn't want to let that happen. Because like something behind this wall, right? If a spawn point's on the other side of the room, but it's behind this, I'm not looking at it. It's not on screen, so it can spawn there, sort of thing, I think. Didn't program the game, so I can't say for certain, but from my years of experience, it's kind of the case, which is why you can't just stand in the very far corner and then skip everything.
Typically on the right side is where the Alpha Daddy spawn, on the left is where the splicer spawn. If I do this for long enough, it'll actually make them spawn like behind me, down here. So at this point I'm just gonna move on. Go off the second trick.
Yeah, so basically you skip the first wave of the brute and a couple splicers and you just get the Alpha Daddies, which, because it's all on a timer anyways, doesn't really matter. They're just more pleasant to work with than the brute and the splicers. Because the Alpha Daddies like to be up close, they like to attack, and just putting down a decoy makes it a lot easier. The splicers still like to be at range when they're fighting the decoy, and they don't always pay attention to it. If they're far enough away and you're closer, they'll attack you. It becomes really, really annoying.
So a really nice thing about this fight is it's entirely on a timer, meaning I don't need a fight at all, which is why we have decoy.
This is also like when tons of donations would be read.
There's his target.
See if I call for any. See if I mentioned something about the Vita Chamber. Some runners will, instead of trying to use decoy and dealing with any of the hassle splicers, will simply die and sit in the Vita Chamber. And unless you open the Vita Chamber, obviously they can't open it to attack you, so they can't shoot you anymore. You don't have to worry about the fight or anything like that. You can just sit in there and wait. The only reason I don't like that strat is it's kind of hard to time exactly when you need to leave the Vita Chamber to be up by the switch. As you'll see, I try to be in this general area so that when Eleanor starts talking, I can be right by the switch as soon as it's active.
So I could actually fight these splicers and I want to make a difference.
A little bit more hassle for potentially a little bit faster of a end.
But if you kill this wave, you spawn in a wave consisting of Houdini splicers and brutes, which is not fun for anybody. So
it's not.
I'm actually going to get something back here.
I don't know why I did that, I'll be honest.
So where I need to actually be is in the middle.
Oh, wait, actually I think I do.
At this point, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to kill him anyways.
See, even though there's a decoy down, he's still attacking me because I'm closer. Like a real jerk.
This is typically why you don't spawn in brutes. They're just a pain to deal with.
And we're waiting. And we're waiting. Excitement. Thrilling battles. Gripping adventures. I'm running out of med packs. Man, it's like I'm playing Apex. Just trying to hide. Trying to rat.
You just need to put down that last decoy. Should be about done.
Yeah, Electrobolt speeds up the time it takes to break those pipes. I forgot that was a little strat. It's not a lot. It's not really needed, but...
And time.
Woo!
Alright.
Alright. Was anything at the end?
And do we have a winner for the bid war?
Oh, there was a bid war. Okay. Yeah, that's why I did the harvest. Not the harvest, but back in Dionysus, I saved the second little sister, which isn't any faster, but it gives you the neutral ending, which lets you choose whether you want the good or the bad. There's two halves to the ending. There's the part with Sophia Lamb, which is dependent on how you interact with the different characters. Grace, the dude in Dionysus, Stanley, and Alex the Great. And that's always pretty much consistent, just with the strats that we use. And then the second part is dealing with Eleanor herself, and that's dependent on how you save or harvest the little sisters.
The winner for the good end versus bad end is... Oh, 1 second, let me refresh.
Oh, it's so close.
Ended up a lot closer than it was before. It is the bad ending.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh well.
What jerk.
The bad ending. All right, I'm not going to sit through all that. Well, that was fun. The beginning was kind of cringe just because the audio production wasn't great. Once the mic was a little fixed, it wasn't too bad. It's a hard one to commentate. Mainly for the fact that for the first half of the game, and parts like the final fight, that not a lot really happen on screen. The tricks aren't super convoluted. You don't have to go really in depth with the strats that you're doing. You know, it's like, oh, very surface level. We're stacking some items. We're going to climb the items. Now let's just get past this wall. Or I'm going to death warp here. Stuff like that. You see it. It makes sense. You're good to go. The story for BioShock 2 is also very simplistic, which for me personally, when I do like GDQ runs and stuff, usually if I can't be explaining a trick or something going on, that might be like a little fun fact. I like to kind of keep people engaged with the story because maybe they don't know the game, maybe they've forgotten it. And it just kind of gives you something to talk about in the meantime to fill those dead gaps. But with a very simplistic story of BioShock 2, which is why a lot of people, I think, dislike it despite having the best gameplay. You're just on a revenge quest the entire time. There's no twist, there's no like exciting plot points along the way. It's little sister gets taken from you, you want her back, you get her back, the end, right? You can't really talk about that all too much. You can't really talk about the characters because you're skipping all the dialogue. I mean, you can, but there's only so much you can say. If this run was done now, I still feel like I could commentate most of it without having donations read, but I mean, using the same route, obviously. The route now would be very different to commentate the last half because it's pretty spicy. All the clips and whatnot. The first half is a lot of downtime, and I think something that I would still struggle to commentate pretty well in an engaging format, but you know, apparently people like this enough to follow me, so what can I say? I still think it's very strange that that's like one of the most replayed parts is the ending. That's crazy. It's the start of the run, and then like part 2 is the end of the run. It's funny. What was I saying? With the layout, right? I forgot exactly what this layout looked like. The fact that there's not a donation total on screen is crazy to me. I feel like that was a thing that always existed. But yeah. When people say they miss old GDQs, I do not miss the production values, right? I can understand less donation readings, which if you have good commentary and stuff, you know, having donations interrupting the runner or what's going on can definitely be a detriment, for sure. I get that. This run definitely could have benefited, or not even benefited, but could have kind of filled that air. Some messages you get donation-wise that you really can't bounce off of or say anything. Like, oh, I mean, this is SGDQ, but like AGDQ, it's a lot of stuff about Prevent Cancer Foundation, so a lot of people sharing their story, which is very sad and traumatic, and it's kind of hard to turn around and like use that as a jumping off point to talk about stuff. Sometimes you'll get donations from the community, like some familiar name, or the donation itself will be related to the run, and you can use that to talk about stuff as well, which is sometimes why it's better to let donations be read. It's like Decided Sloth donated in here. I could have talked about that, or shout outs to him, Dishonored, blah, 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 blah. Just have more to talk about other than, yeah, this is what's going on. Here's this thing. Now I'm waiting. Now I'm fighting this. Now I'm jumping here. Blah, blah, blah. Now I'm not going to say anything for 2 minutes, and so on and so forth. Very minor stuff that obviously is very hindsight, and I would change going forward, and I feel like I have changed going forward. It's a give and take, a little balance, but it is what it is. So that will conclude our rewatch of this run. There's still plenty of more GDQ runs of mine that I need to go back and watch. I meant to do these more often because we did the BioShock stuff. I may have done the Quantum Conundrum run from way back when. Yeah, there's a lot that I should probably get around to rewatching just for the sake of it. I think that'll about wrap things up for tonight. Very long stream, 9.5 hours. Pretty decent. If you missed the BioShock 2 Speedrun Explained video that was done by Tomato Anus that we did a watch party for at the beginning of the stream, 9 hours ago, I will try to get that up on YouTube tomorrow. You can go back and watch it. You can also just go watch his VOD. Just search for that. Great video. Check it out. Awesome stuff. I will try to piece together this reaction of this GDQ run. And I'll probably go out on Thursday. But if you're looking for more content, you can head over to my YouTube while you're waiting for those things to show up. The playthrough I did of Slime Rancher the other night, the early access build of Slime Rancher 2, that's up on YouTube, as well as all of my speedrun PBs and records like Rise of the Tomb Raider. We just got a PB in that at 1:11:08. That's up on YouTube. All that great stuff. Plenty of stuff, especially with Twitch kind of shooting itself in the foot recently and things looking a little bit dreadful for the future. Kind of focusing a little bit more on YouTube these days, or at least shifting gears. So if you're looking for more content, you can sub to that, and I post to it pretty regularly, and hopefully we'll be putting out more original content on there soon for more stuff. So you're a gem. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for watching. You know, you're a true gem. But Thor's wanting attention now, so I definitely think it's fine to call it there. Tomorrow, the plan for the stream is to at least try to play through Tomb Raider's Legend. We played through Tomb Raider Anniversary, which is like the same engine and the same series. And I had a little bit of trouble, but we think that's a frame rate related thing. So if we cap it down to 60 for Legends, it might be a little bit better of an experience. So we'll at least give it a try and see how it goes. I don't think that'll be a one stream thing. So probably that and at least half to all of Thursday stream as well. Then we'll get back to doing like Rise and Rise of the Tomb Raider stuff over the weekend before we start hopping into Shadow of the Tomb Raider, so we can do trilogy runs. Should be good stuff. So yeah, looking forward to the future. Plenty of stuff on the horizon. But until tomorrow, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. If you want to talk about stuff and things, you can hop in the Discord. We have plenty of channels. Got cute stuff. We got weird looking food channels. If you're here for Apex Legends stuff earlier, we have a channel for that. If you want to post clips or ask about certain things or just talk about the game in general, the competitive scene, whatever, got a channel for that. Notifications when the stream goes live, when YouTube videos go out, when my bot makes a weird AI generated tweet. All of that stuff can be found in there and more. So if that's something you're interested in, it is available. And we'll call it there. So see you tomorrow for some Tomb Raider Legend stuff. I'm going to go pet Thor, get a snack, and go to bed. And I'll see you then.